Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The United States NASA, in a private estate covering an area of 500 square meters. Feng was sitting on the sofa, holding a cigar in his hand, looking at the snow scene outside the French window, the corners of his mouth curled up. This is the 42nd day he has been the owner of this manor, and everything is as usual, and he is in a happy mood. He thinks he is very lucky. Because of an accident in his previous life, he came to this world called the Marvel Universe. Unlike the novels he read on the internet, on his first day in the Marvel world he had nothing and encountered nothing. Whether it is a system, some kind of high technology, or a unique ability. But the only thing that makes him feel lucky is that he has a wife named Emma, nicknamed White Queen. Yes, it was the White Queen who nearly wiped out the X-Men, but at this stage White Queen does not fully awakening all variant abilities. She is still a plump, protruding, charming, withdrawn, and indifferent woman. Definitely, in the city of Massa, White Queen's family background is also very good, because she has a father who is known as the richest man in Massa. And this 500 square meter manor was given to Feng by her father as a wedding foil. Time to eat, sir. A young nanny in a maid skirt came and bowed to Feng. Good. Feng nodded slightly, put out his cigar, and walked to another living room. In front of the dining table, the White Queen in sexy pajamas is curling up her tender legs, tasting fresh steak. After Feng sat down, she raised her willow eyebrows, smiled charmingly, and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "Everything is fine." Feng chuckled, not hiding his greedy eyes at all. "Definitely, it would be better if I had you by my side." Hearing this, White Queen couldn't help rolling her eyes and glared at Feng coquettishly. "Eat your meal." That being said, the White Queen thoughtfully picked up a piece of steak and gently placed it on Feng's plate. "Are you still going to the recording site today? Do you need me to ask my father to arrange some bodyguards to accompany you?" Although his tone was cold, Feng could clearly hear the warmth in it. He raised the corners of his mouth, walked up to White Queen, put his arms around her waist, and said with a smile, "You look down on your husband and me so much. Isn't it just to declare post the trailer for Die Hard, nothing to be nervous about? Then when will you come back? I want you to go to the board of directors with me." The White Queen stared at Feng with those beautiful dark blue eyes and asked lightly, About 9 o'clock tonight." Feng estimated and responded with a smile. As for the Die Hard trailer he mentioned. "Since you are a time traveler, you can't accomplish nothing and become a waste who only eats soft food, right? Therefore, he can only be a second-rate director in the Marvel world to make some movies that have never appeared in this world." In addition to Die Hard, he even made several films such as The Expendables, which made him famous overnight. After all, these movies all existed in Feng's memory in his previous life, and he was able to shoot them with ease. "I'll go to the hospital first to see my mother. Because White Queen's mother often takes psychotropic drugs, her physical condition is very poor, and she often needs to stay in the hospital for treatment. So White Queen usually goes to the hospital to take care of her mother after eating with Feng every day, etc." Feng suddenly put White Queen's waist into his arms and then looked at her affectionately. "What are you doing?" The White Queen was taken aback. 2 seconds later, the four lips met. "Okay, let's go." Feng licked the corner of his mouth with a smile and let go of the White Queen's limp body. On the latter's face there was a rare blush, making it even more charming. She gave Feng a hard look, then turned around, changed her clothes, and left. For Feng's domineering behavior and actions, the White Queen has experienced countless times. If it were someone else, she would use her unskilled ability to kill the opponent without any hesitation. But in front of Feng, she found that she couldn't afford that kind of thought. But the more domineering a person is, the easier it is to be conquered by the domineering. In the city of Massa, what does the identity of the White Queen represent? The daughter of Massa's richest man, the heir in line to the largest trade group in the United States. Because of the mutant, White Queen was abandoned by the elders of the family when she was very young, and was even locked up in a ward controlled by her adoptive mother for a long time. Her first variant ability was telepathy, which got her a lot of strange eyes. Until the day when Feng traveled to this world, she escaped from that ward with the first awakening of her diamond ability, but was exhausted on the way of being hunted down, and fainted in an alley and was rescued by Li Feng. From then on, the White Queen's cold personality was gradually changed by Li Feng's shamelessness. Thinking of Li Feng's hooligan actions towards her in the morning, White Queen's heart beat a little faster. From birth to now, she has never been molested like this. In the past, as long as other men looked at her more, they would either be killed by the bodyguards sent by their father, or be strangled by her with a mutant ability of telepathy. But for this man, Li Feng, she has nothing to do. However, she didn't resist in her heart. Instead, she became more and more dependent on Li Feng after getting along these days. After his wife left, Li Feng also changed into a suit and drove a Maserati to the city center. As a second-rate director, it is naturally impossible for Li Feng to only make the film Die Hard. Which movie in the previous life has he not seen? Men in Black 123, Mission Impossible 123,456, Fast and Furious ***. Wait, countless. As long as he makes these movies one by one, it is possible for him to become the richest man in the United States, let alone a small massa. Therefore, Li Feng's preliminary plan in this world is to become a better director than Mr. Spielberg. At that time, it will be easy to be worth trillions and become a member of the upper class. Today, Li Feng went to a film company to promote the trailer of Die Hard. He expects to earn around 1 billion for this film. He intends to invest all of the 1 billion yuan in White Queen's business. It's not that White Queen's family business is short of money, but because the moment Li Feng met White Queen, the system suddenly awakened. As long as he makes a movie, the system will reward a lot of items in the movie. The pistol used by the main character in Die Hard, Keanu Reeves' dog, glasses from Bean Agent, the exclusive car of Fast and Furious. The helicopter that the protagonist of Taken took. Definitely, the system does not always give some useless rewards, and sometimes there are some things that catch Li Feng's eyes. For example, the agent technology in Ace Agent. The assassination technique of this killer is not so cold. The memory thinking of Sherlock, Apocalypse star military commander, Steppenwolf template. Especially the Steppenwolf template, which is why Li Feng dared not to have bodyguards in the city of Massa. Although he has never used the Steppenwolf template, he has watched DC movies and is not worried about any major trouble. After all, at this point in time, Mutant has not yet fully exploded and Magneto has not appeared, and even the earliest Hulk should still be in the experiment. As for the Titan who claimed to kill half of the cosmic creatures, Li Feng didn't even take it to heart. He just wants to be a salted fish in peace, live happily with his wife Emma, make billions or tens of billions by making movies, and become a world-respected director. As for saving the world, becoming a superhero, how can it be more important than being with your wife? Li Feng is not interested in these at all, nor does he want to participate in various so-called power struggles. However, if the Titan came to Earth to destroy his good life without knowing the reason, he would not mind being the master once, calling the Avengers and getting rid of him by the way. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. I don't make trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. This is Li Feng's idea. Thinking of this, Li Feng glanced at the navigation and he had already reached his destination. He parked the car in the underground parking lot of the movie company and then walked to the top floor. For the director, the promotional film is a very important link, during which he will have to meet several leading actors, so there is no delay. However, at the moment, dozens of black vans suddenly stopped outside the building, blocking the entire street. In the van, there are strong men wearing black suits and masks. They all have Hydra tattoos on their necks and their eyes are fierce. One of the leaders held a suppressed submachine gun in his left hand and a photo with an X painted on it in his right hand. The person in the photo is Li Feng. Recently, Massa's nights have not been as peaceful as usual. The more developed the city, the more hidden dangers are hidden in the dark. Not long ago, the leader of the largest gang force in Massa was assassinated by an unknown organization and replaced the leadership of the entire gang. Except for some big shots living in the higher society who knew this, almost no commoner noticed these changes, because their eyes were all focused on one person, Li Feng. With the continuous rise of this talented director, Massa's entertainment circle has almost become more and more interested in this name. Among them is the newly promoted leader of the underground gang in Massa City, Runaway. Soon, Li Feng took the elevator to the top floor of the building. Reborn building is the most famous building in the city of Massa. Some celebrity receptions are often held here, and it is a relatively prosperous place, so the investors of Die Hard directly booked this place for publicity. At this point, the reporters and the media have not yet arrived. Li Feng has enough time, he is not in a hurry but walked out of the elevator slowly. But what surprised him was, the floor in front of him was actually covered with corpses. There were bullet holes visible to the naked eye all over their bodies. In addition, the bodies of these corpses were covered with a thick layer of ice, causing the entire room to be filled with ice cold. What happens? Li Feng frowned, and there was a smell of blood in the air that made him feel uncomfortable. Robbery or revenge? When Li Feng was about to call to ask the organizer what was going on, a sharp and piercing scream suddenly came from his ear. He frowned, his intuition told him that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. At this moment, there was another ear-piercing scream, vaguely accompanied by some kind of suppressed gunshots. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, gave up the idea of calling the police, followed the source of the sound, walked to the entrance of a conference room in the depths, and pushed the door open to enter. Click. When Li Feng entered, he found that the meeting room was full of people. What shocked him was that these people were all wearing submachine guns full of murderous flavor. At the same time, in front of these guys lay two corpses with familiar faces. Li Feng recognized at a glance that they were the two male protagonists in Die Hard hired by the director team. What the hell? Li Feng's face turned cold instantly. The protagonist of Lao Tzu's movie was slaughtered. What's the situation? He raised his head and stared at the people sitting in the conference room. They were all tall, with indifferent eyes, filling the air with a strong sense of oppression. You Li Feng, the director of Die Hard. Suddenly, a burly bald man sitting at the top spoke indifferently to Li Feng. There was a strong bandit air about him, his eyes were extremely cold, and there was a looming cold air on his body, which made the surrounding temperature drop by a few points. Li Feng didn't know the purpose of this group of guys, so he nodded coldly without opening his mouth. Our boss said that he wants you to make movies for him for free for the rest of his life. Otherwise, we will kill anyone who dares to accept your movies. Do you have any objections? Hearing this, Li Feng finally realized suddenly, isn't this just a threat, still making movies for free for life when I do good deeds? Li Feng's face immediately darkened. He put his hands on his chest and said with a sneer, "Boss, what are you? What if I don't?" Facing this big group of macho men, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. The group of burly men with guns on their bodies froze for a moment, then laughed wildly, looking at Li Feng with sarcasm and disdain. The bald man in the lead stood up slowly, took out a cigar from his pocket and pulled out a sharp blade, pressed it against Li Feng's neck and said with a sneer, "It seems that you don't know the situation. I'll give you two choices, either kneel down and agree to my request, or I'll cut off your limbs and throw them into the river to feed the crocodiles. Or," he kicked the two corpses under his feet, "do you want to be killed by me like these two bastards?" The threat of red fruit. If Li Feng was just an ordinary person hearing this kind of words, he could only choose to obey. After all, there were nearly 20 submachine guns pointing at him, as well as corpses all over the place. But now Li Feng is not panicking, instead his eyes are even more gloomy. His sharp eyes soon caught sight of the tattoo on the bald man's neck, it seems, from Hydra. Without the slightest bit of fear, Li Feng reached out and pressed the bald man's shoulder. "Originally, I was in a good mood today, but you killed the protagonist I invited and ruined my press conference, so you guys today I'm in a good mood. Don't even think about leaving." Upon hearing this, the gangsters froze again. What the hell, did we hear it wrong or did you say it wrong? Facing so many gunpoints, shouldn't you immediately kneel down and cry for mercy? What's the situation? Are all directors making movies this kind? Boy, don't be shameless. The bald man gave a grin and everyone in the conference room stood up. But they didn't choose to shoot violently, because the purpose of their coming here was to coerce Li Feng to help them make movies and become their money-making tool. Therefore, they did not intend to kill Li Feng. But if this guy is not sensible, they naturally have 10,000 ways to make him unable to survive or die. It seems that you have given up your only chance to survive. Li Feng's face gradually became tense, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Time to try out the power of the Steppenwolf template. However, just as he was about to try it out, the elevator was suddenly opened, and a figure wearing tights and a shield on his back rushed out. Captain America? Li Feng was stunned when he saw this man's appearance. When the burly men in front of them saw this figure, fear flashed across their faces, and the bald man raised his gun without any hesitation and said, "Shoot, and beat these two bastards into a sieve for me." Obviously, these guys didn't expect Captain America to break in at this time. Captain America in this period should have just woken up and has not yet created Avengers. As a man of S.H.I.E.L.D, Captain America is definitely a headache for some Hydra elements. Facing Li Feng, an unarmed, second-rate director, the bald men had plenty of ways to torture them. But facing the frozen man Captain America, they must cheer up. As for Li Feng, they didn't care at all, just a second-rate director. Like this kind of thing, they can find more than a dozen a day. What is it compared to killing Captain America? But what they didn't expect was that Li Feng was the most threatening person in this office. He was already impatient. These guys with Hydra tattoos on their necks ruined his day. Not only did he kill the protagonist he invited, but he even planned to arrest him to make a free movie for the rest of his life. What are you kidding? Stand back, leave this to me. Captain America glanced at Li Feng and gave him a warning wink, but Li Feng ignored him at all, the moment the bullet popped out of the chamber. Li Feng and Captain America turned into a black shadow at the same time, often rushing to both sides with a tacit understanding. However, Li Feng's speed surpassed that of Captain America in an instant. He passed through the densely packed bullets like a ghost, and in an instant came to a strong man and punched lightly. Die, click, the skull of this Hydra member was directly shattered. Shit. Seeing this scene, other Hydra members cursed directly and aimed their guns at Li Feng. Only then did they realize that this guy was the biggest problem, but it was too late. Li Feng has the Steppenwolf template. Although he has never used it, he always has a feeling of endless energy when he is doing certain things. In other words, Li Feng has all the attributes of Steppenwolf's body. Even if he meets the Hulk in his heyday, Li Feng can easily deal with it. What are these ordinary people with guns? At such a close distance, it is simply a dream to injure Li Feng only by these bullets with kinetic energy. Boom, boom, boom. After several piercing, tearing air sounds, the meeting room was covered with blood and corpses. Except for the bald man who was covered in cold air, no one survived. Li Feng stood on the table, wiped his fists, and looked at the bald man with indifferent eyes. Next second. The bald man's body was covered with a layer of ice picks which dropped the temperature in the entire meeting room. "This is a mutant," Captain America exclaimed. "Unfortunately, you all have to die here." The bald man sneered, and the icy cold air of the manipulator rushed towards Li Feng. "Unexpectedly, I can also meet mutant here." Li Feng murmured to himself, not in a panic but lightly raised 5 fingers and shook them in the air. Moment. A deep purple lightning flashed out and turned into an incomparably huge axe, forcibly splitting the bald man who had turned into an ice pick into 2 halves. After the blood flickered, everything calmed down. The bald man's eyes were full of fear, as if he saw a demon. Is this the power of the wasteland axe? Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth secretly and slightly retracted his fingers. The experience of the Steppenwolf template is not bad. You don't move. Hearing this voice, Li Feng turned his head slowly. The Captain America, who came temporarily from S.H.I.E.L.D, picked up the gun on the ground at some point and pointed it at him. "You're going to do something to me, Chris? You know me." Captain America shrank his pupils and paused suddenly. "I don't want to cause trouble, and I don't want to find enemies for myself. If you're sensible, clean up this place in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. I know these guys are from Hydra. Take the credit, don't say my name, don't investigate me, or I will find you and then smash your head off with one punch." After dropping these few words, Li Feng turned into a black shadow, flashed past Captain America, and disappeared directly. He didn't want to reveal his identity, because it would definitely attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. But this doesn't mean that if trouble comes to him, he will stand by and succumb. If some people who are tired of their jobs want to come to him, he will never hold back, let alone show any mercy. Following Li Feng's disappearance, Captain America discovered that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. This guy, in the end, is how to solve these gangsters. Why do you know my real identity? Looking at the gangsters lying around with broken skulls, Captain America sighed. Li Feng's metamorphosis actually made him feel instinctively terrified. This should not happen to an agent. Unexpectedly, this second-rate director actually has a side beyond cognition. Captain America murmured softly. Before coming to this building, he received a message from S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, he came to protect Li Feng. But unexpectedly, Li Feng protected him. At the same time. After Li Feng quietly solved the troubles in the building, a black van stopped at the door of the villa where he lived. A neon countryman was sitting in the van. He was wearing a silver katana, and there was a faint touch of silver flowing in the meridians of his arms. Silver Samurai, one of the mutants. In fact, the bald mutant who attacked Li Feng earlier, including this mutant who squatted outside the villa in advance, were all newly promoted underground leaders of Massa City, sent by the Rampage. Their real purpose is not to coerce Li Feng into becoming their free labor, but for kidnap the daughter of Massa's richest man. To this end, the runaway made a very comprehensive plan. First, he intends to use Li Feng to intimidate the White Queen. Secondly, he will use the White Queen's life to force Masa's richest man to give up all the entertainment industry in order to expand his territory. Rampage believes that as long as he catches Li Feng, he will not be afraid that the White Queen will not submit. Because according to his investigation, the only person White Queen is close to is Li Feng. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with the idea of running away, but he hadn't expected the White Queen's other identity at all. When the Silver Warrior saw the plump woman enter the villa with his own eyes, a strong desire flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he ordered all the killers in the car to sneak into the periphery of the villa and kill them. The bodyguards stationed outside the flower beds of the villa. These bodyguards are all arranged by White Queen's father. Although they are not the top of the United States, they are all mercenaries. It's just that these bodyguards are still too immature compared to the mutant Silver Warriors. After the battle was easily resolved, the Silver Warrior broke into the living room with 5 killers with cold eyes. However, the White Queen changed into her tight pajamas as expected, sat on the sofa, and looked at these cold-blooded guys indifferently. "Hello, Emma." The leading Silver Warrior put away katana and smiled at the White Queen. "You are welcome, my friends. Would you like a drink?" The White Queen greeted these killers with a charming smile. She had already discovered the existence of these people through telepathy and learned that Li Feng was in trouble. But she is not worried. This is the city of Masa, her father's territory. If there is anything wrong with Li Feng, she will find everyone and kill them. "I'd love to have a drink with you if you'd take your shirt off." The Silver Warrior grinned and directly pulled out the katana in his hand. He didn't intend to talk too much nonsense. The rampage only gave him 2 hours. If the time is up and the White Queen is not caught, but the richest man in Masa City sends someone to support him, then this operation will be considered a failure. What are the consequences of failure? Everyone will die. He doesn't want to die. Take away. The Silver Warrior waved his hand, and the 2 killers walked directly towards the White Queen, taking out the silver cuffs from his body at the same time. It would definitely be a great achievement if he could catch the White Queen himself. When the time comes to satisfy the runaway boss, they will all have rewards. Seeing that these killers were about to touch him, White Queen's eyes were full of indifference. She gently raised her tender white hand and suddenly pinched it in front of her. Whoosh. In the palm of his hand, he shot a sharp diamond arrow, instantly piercing through the heads of the 2 killers. The 2 killers were still immersed in the rewards after completing the mission, and they were instantly killed by this diamond-shaped sharp arrow. The sudden change made the remaining killers dumbfounded. The White Queen crossed her arms, stood up slowly under the sluggish gazes of the killers, and said solemnly, "I haven't used this ability to kill people for a long time. You should feel honored." Finished. Her whole body turned into a crystal-clear diamond body which looked especially beautiful and dazzling under the bright sun. No matter how stupid these killers were, they still reacted and fear burst out of their eyes. You are a mutant. Telepathy diamond form, yes. This is White Queen." After remembering the power of mutants, several killers panicked. Next second, they directly raised the assault rifles on their bodies, no longer caring about capturing the White Queen's order alive, and directly pulled the trigger. If they don't do this, they will die themselves. No one spared their lives. What about mutants? Under the 556 caliber bullet, no matter how powerful the mutant is, it will be smashed into a sieve, right? However, what they didn't expect was that the White Queen simply dismissed these almost toy-like firearms. The bullets from the tearing air sounds hit her body, but they all turned into dust. How powerful is the diamond form White Queen? Not only is her body invulnerable, but she can also withstand the blows of huge forces without even feeling tired, and she doesn't need water and food supplements. She can even be immune to the mental attacks of the most powerful telepaths among the mutants. 2 seconds later. Countless densely packed sharp drill blades floated out of thin air from beside the White Queen. The killing intent exploded. These killers could no longer control the fear in their hearts, screamed and pulled the trigger. However, nothing works. Die, the White Queen waved lightly. The drill blade shot out like Death God's sickle, piercing the heads of several killers without stopping. Only the Silver Samurai remained. "Are you a mutant too?" White Queen propped up her chin gracefully and said coldly, "I feel it." "You guessed it right." The Silver Warrior grinned, his arms instantly turned into silver metal, and the katana in his hand merged with his 5 fingers. He made a gesture commonly used by warriors and said, "Pray be ***ch, I swear it will make you happy next time." As soon as the voice fell, the Silver Warrior exploded and shot towards the White Queen. However, the moment he approached the White Queen, her diamond form slowly disappeared. She just stretched out a finger and pressed the Silver Warrior's forehead. Next second. The Silver Warrior was startled suddenly, his face became extremely dull, and he lost his combat power in an instant. What do I ask you, what do you answer? White Queen said coldly, who sent you here? The Silver Samurai replied blankly, Rampage, the underground emperor of the gangsters in Massa City. White Queen asked again, how is my husband Li Feng now? Silver Warrior replied, I don't know, we will act in 2 groups. White Queen nodded lightly and flicked her slender fingers again. The Silver Warrior fell to the ground, brain dead. White Queen's telepathy is just as powerful as the diamond form. Not only can she use this ability to read other people's thoughts and memories, but she can also forcibly modify the other person's memory, control their thinking, perform mental shielding, and even connect the minds of multiple people, using telepathy to put the victim in an unconscious state of sleep. Overall, among all mutants, White Queen's telepathy ability is second only to Professor X. In the end, all the killers who broke into the villa died in the hands of White Queen. She stretched, and then used the diamond ability to clean up the corpses. For now, she doesn't want Li Feng to be exposed to the fact that she is a mutant so early. After all, in her eyes, Li Feng is just an ordinary person now. Definitely, Li Feng didn't know that his wife had been attacked by another group of killers. At the moment, he had just walked out of a high-end clothing store on the street, holding brand new clothes that had cost hundreds of thousands of yuan in his hand. This is Li Feng's habit. Every time he goes home, he will bring a gift to the White Queen. In his eyes, this is called freshness. Although given the White Queen's family background, any clothes you want can be tailored by a well-known tailor with just a few words. But every time Li Feng buys clothes, she will take them seriously and wear them to go out. The new European-style dresses on the shelves this time look pretty good, and my wife will be very happy to receive them. While humming, Li Feng stuffed the clothes into the back seat of his Maserati. In his eyes, White Queen tends to be perfect both in facial features and figure. She is absolutely plump, and there is a rare vixen in every gesture. Therefore, the more clothes that can highlight the figure, the more suitable for her. Before Li Feng chose clothes for her, she basically wore some simple casual clothes, completely covering up her figure. Li Feng, who was about to drive home, didn't know that he had attracted the attention of countless people. In response to Li Feng's arrogance in the building, all of Li Feng's private information has been displayed on the big screen at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York City. And in front of the big screen, director Nick Fury, Detective Phil Coulson, and Captain America, who just came back, look brooding. It seems that there is nothing special about it. A second-rate director who makes movies, is he really that fierce? Captain America said, when I first met him, I thought so too, but after he killed those Hydra elements in the conference room, I was completely dumbfounded. Nick Fury nodded and asked, have any of you met this person in real life? Detective Phil Coulson hesitated for a moment, then said, I've seen it. Last time he filmed The Expendables 3, I went to the scene. The Expendables 3 was also filmed by him. Nick Fury was taken aback for a moment. As agents, they are particularly sensitive to this kind of subject matter. After all, who wouldn't want their career to be made into a movie? Every scene in The Expendables 3 is almost in line with the scene when they perform their tasks. It's just that what Nick Fury doesn't understand is why Li Feng, an ordinary guy, would take the boat of the daughter of the richest man in Massa. Don't look at the current Li Feng, who is hailed as the action film director of the new century, but in the eyes of the richest man in Massa, he is still no different from an ordinary person, right? I've seen the richest man in Massa. He is a proud and conceited man. Nick Fury flicked the cigarette ash in his hand and said in a deep voice, based on his appearance alone, there is nothing unusual about Li Feng. How could you be attracted by Emma, the daughter of Massa's richest man? Director, Detective Phil Coulson seemed to remember something. And he slid his palm on the big screen and several photos of the hospital ward appeared and said, I found out that the daughter of the richest man in Massa was locked up and according to gossip she may be one of the mutants. Mutant. Nick Fury frowned. Could it be that Li Feng is also a mutant, that's why they came together? Don't know, Phil Coulson replied. You go to contact the two of them if you can, gain their trust and bring them in. Yes. Phil Coulson froze for a moment without asking why. Usually when encountering such incidents, S.H.I.E.L.D. will investigate for a period of time before making a decision to recruit or kill them. But this time, director Nick didn't do that. This is obviously different from usual. But Phil Coulson doesn't ask on his own initiative. He knows his position clearly. Just a small detective not yet qualified to ask the director's decision. By the way, Phil Coulson, Nick Fury stopped him suddenly and said, if you can't recruit this guy named Li Feng, don't worry, I always feel that he is more mysterious than we imagined. Yes, Phil Coulson nodded and left. At the same time, the United States Kentucky Fried Chicken, the newly established mutant school, the Brainwave Augmentation Laboratory. Professor X took off the Brainwave Augmentation helmet and whispered to the X-Men member Beast behind him, "I found it in Massa City." Did she use her ability again? Beast took a deep breath and said, "Are we going to stop it, Professor?" "No, the time hasn't come yet." Professor X shook his head slightly and said, "There are many mutants hidden in Massa City. Just now I saw 2 new mutants, but they all died after 10 minutes. The brainwave signal disappeared and I couldn't see anything." "Someone's killing mutant," Beast said tensely. "Is that the Magneto guy?" "No, it's not him." Professor X still shook his head and said, "Hancock, I suspect that a new mutant has appeared, but my brain waves cannot detect his existence." "What?" Beast said with a face full of shock. "There is an existence that you can't perceive. That man is very powerful." Professor X murmured with a serious face, "I'm worried that he will become an uncontrollable existence like Magneto, and mutant will be in danger by then. Maybe we can try to contact him." Beast stroked his chin and said, "Let Wolverine go. Don't worry, I'll try to monitor his brainwaves. If he is a mutant, maybe I can talk to him directly." Professor X took a deep breath and put on the brainwave amplifier again. The light in the entire laboratory dimmed. Star-like lights flickered one by one, and countless pictures flickered in Professor X's mind. Massa City. As soon as he parked the Maserati, Feng felt a flash of pain in his head. He frowned slightly, but soon saw the pretty figure of the White Queen not far away, so he didn't care and ran towards her. "Honey, I'm back. Massa City private villa." As usual, Feng hugged White Queen's face and kissed her, then handed her the clothes he bought and said with a smile, "My lord, I promise you will like the clothes I bought this time. Quickly open them and have a look." "Which one of the clothes you bought didn't I like?" White Queen glanced at him, but when she took out some clothes and saw a few low-cut dresses, she couldn't help but shamefully said, This is too revealing. Put it on and have a look." Feng urged with a chuckle. The White Queen glared at him but did not refuse, took off her pajamas in front of Feng and put on a new dress, making her charming temperament even more charming. "Look, the perfect proportion." Feng looked up and down recklessly, hugged the White Queen's waist into his arms, and gently stroked the slender waist with his fingers. "Husband chose well, right?" White Queen hummed softly. Her legs felt a little weak, but she didn't break free. For some reason, she always felt that she was very conservative in front of Feng. "By the way, the announcement of Die Hard has encountered some troubles. I have to tell the investors that 2 protagonists have been murdered." Feng suddenly remembered something and said. He didn't intend to tell the White Queen what happened just now. If he let her know that he had someone who overthrew the abilities of a dozen Hydra members, things would be difficult. "Didn't you promise me to go shopping with me?" White Queen broke free from his arm and snorted coldly. Feng paused, looked around the villa and said, "Then I'll ask the bodyguard outside to inform." "Wait," White Queen shook her head and said, "I don't want to go shopping anymore. You should make a phone call first." The bodyguards in the villa were all killed by the killer brought by the Silver Warrior. She didn't want Feng to be suspicious for no reason. "Good," Feng nodded, took out his mobile phone and called the investor. Soon the other party responded, claiming that S.H.I.E.L.D will take full responsibility for this matter, and the announcement of Die Hard was changed to 2 days later. Feng has no objection to this. Presumably Captain America must have come forward to solve this trouble, so he doesn't need to worry too much. After hanging up the phone, Feng turned around and took a look at the White Queen in the living room. The white and tender skin flashed through the gap in the collar and her 2 straight long legs, and she matched it with the clothes she picked out by herself. All of a sudden, I felt my nose was dry and hot. "Why are you staring at me like that?" The White Queen glanced at Feng with her tear-marked glasses, but instead of avoiding it, she put her straight legs on the table to see everything in sight. Feng chuckled, rushed towards the White Queen and said with a smile, "My lord, since you don't want to go shopping, let's find something else to do. What's up?" The White Queen blushed, glared at him, and tried to push away, but her whole body was powerless. Hey. As soon as the words fell, Feng picked up the White Queen and rushed into the bedroom with both feet. 2 days later, early in the morning, while eating the breakfast that White Queen made herself, Feng admired her flushed cheeks. During these 2 days, the 2 of them could be said to have never even stepped out of the door. They just stayed in the bedroom for 2 full days. As for what to do, I understand everything. With a gentle smile on his face, Feng rubbed White Queen's unconsciously weak legs, causing the latter to stare coquettishly. Although this wife with a knife mouth and a bean-curd heart said no, her body was honest and terrifying. After 2 days of tossing, I still have the energy to make breakfast for him by myself. If the system hadn't made Li Feng's body much stronger, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to walk. After finishing breakfast, the White Queen stood up, straightened Li Feng's collar and said softly, "Come back early tonight. I have learned some good dishes recently. If you come back late, you won't be able to eat them. Don't worry, my wife." Li Feng kissed her forehead and said with a smile, "Tonight, I promise you won't be able to get out of bed. That's what you said last time." White Queen folded her hands on her chest, raised the corners of her mouth, and stretched out her fingers to scratch Li Feng's face with a hint of sarcasm. "See you at night. If you have any troubles, please call me. I will let my father send someone to solve it." "Good." Li Feng smiled slightly, turned and left. In order to better promote the publicity of Die Hard, the investors decided to hold the premiere directly today. As the director, Li Feng had to attend a singing reception at the scene. In this reception, not only well-known directors in the industry were invited, but also many high society celebrities came to join in. Although all this is due to the arrogance of the investors, the social impact brought about by Li Feng's filming of The Expendables 123 cannot be ruled out. Soon, Li Feng came to the top floor of the building as usual. The difference from last time was that many people had already gathered in the hall at this time. As the director of the film, Li Feng was invited by the organizer to come on stage and say a few words before being surrounded by the media. "Director Li Feng, I heard that you plan to make some espionage-like films in the future. Can you tell us the specific plot?" "Mr. Li Feng, what do you think as a director about the murder of the leading actor? Is it related to your personal vendetta?" "Mr. Li Feng, as a director of the new generation of action films, I heard that you have merged the two positions of director and screenwriter. How do you maintain a balance between the two?" Countless questions came overwhelming, but Li Feng was not flustered. He had already made preparations before coming, so his answers were all fluent. After the interview, most of the guests went to watch the premiere, while Li Feng came backstage alone, planning to eat some delicious buffet. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly saw a familiar face. Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why did this guy come to his press conference? Could it be? Li Feng hurriedly turned his back to avoid his discovery. As a veteran worker in the Marvel world, Phil Coulson's popularity in Li Feng's heart is too great. As long as this guy appears in any scene, nothing good will happen in that scene. It is not difficult to guess that Phil Coulson is here, probably because of Captain America's return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Li Feng was thinking about how to leave early, Phil Coulson suddenly walked towards him with a glass of wine. "Mr. Li Feng, a genius director in the 21st century, has been famous for a long time." Phil Coulson held out his glass, nodded to Li Feng with a smile, and showed his ID. "My name is Phil Coulson, and I'm from the National Security Investigations Agency." Faced with this familiar way of greeting, Li Feng was expressionless, but a murderous intent emerged in his heart, which made the surrounding temperature seem to drop a lot. He would be very angry if S.H.I.E.L.D. were to intervene in his life at this time. But if you pretend you don't know anything, it may cause even bigger troubles. After thinking for a few seconds, Li Feng decided to adapt. "Oh, what's the matter?" Li Feng nodded lightly, not intending to toast in return. Phil Coulson withdrew his hand in embarrassment. No matter how stupid he was, he could see that Li Feng didn't seem to welcome him, but he didn't care too much. In this line of work, it's very common to meet such famous people, and it's very difficult to be underestimated. Normal thing. He whispered, "You should still remember what happened here 2 days ago. We have received a tip that the largest gang group in Massa City has already targeted you, so could you please provide us with some information about this? News: the National Security Investigations Service may guarantee your safety." Hearing this, Li Feng knew it was not easy to get away today. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calmly say, "I have already warned Captain America, but he still didn't listen to me." Phil Coulson froze immediately and asked tentatively, "Chris told me you seem to know him. Does it matter if you know him or not?" Li Feng sneered and said, "Phil Coulson, as a small agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. You should be a smart person. I don't like talking nonsense to smart people. What's the matter? You just say it." Phil Coulson was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that Li Feng even knew that he was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that this guy in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. He thought for a few seconds before seriously saying, "Mr. Li Feng, as you think, I am indeed a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. The purpose of my coming here is to find out why you have some powers that normal people cannot control. Definitely, maybe you'll be offended by my rude question, but that's okay. Because throughout the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D. has absolute control over the territory, and we are independent of other governments, even the White House. We are committed to finding and protecting every strong person who is different from ordinary people, and you are one of them. If you are willing to cooperate with me, we'd better find a quiet place to talk. Maybe you will be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. After speaking, Phil Coulson habitually shook his shoulders, waiting for Li Feng's response. Oh, I'm not interested. Li Feng refused without any thought. What are you kidding? Lao Tzu is living a happy life now, his wife is caring, and he has no worries about eating and drinking. In just a few years, he will become a top director, be famous and worth trillions. Why join S.H.I.E.L.D? Too busy. Mr. Li Feng, you'd better think about it before giving me an answer. The smile on Phil Coulson's face gradually faded and he said, as you can see, S.H.I.E.L.D has strongholds all over the world. People like you more or less have some rebellious mentality, and we have many ways to solve such troubles. After all, no civilian in any country wants to be threatened by some uncontrollable factors. What do you think? What do you mean? Li Feng's face turned cold, killing intent emerged. You're threatening me. No, I'm just stating some facts. Phil Coulson shook his head slightly and said, I just want to tell you that there are actually quite a few people like you. As he spoke, Phil Coulson took out a mobile phone, pulled out videos and photos, put them in front of Li Feng and said, look, this is a physicist from the state next door to Massa, and after being exposed to gamma rays for a while, he mutated into a green monster. And this guy in a red bodysuit with a spider tattoo on his chest, gliding between the buildings in Newcomb, amazing, isn't it? And this one, the guy who can summon thunder and lightning with a hammer in his hand. When I saw the video for the first time, I almost peed my pants. There's even this guy with steel all over his body. Their kind call him Colossus, and he can't be harmed by any projectile type of thermal weapon, not even grenades. Here, the guy who can stretch out a few iron claws from his hand. Have you noticed that he looks like a wolf? The longing eyes are very charming. Look, Phil Coulson smiled, put away his phone and said, Mr. Li Feng, as I said just now, there are actually quite a few people like you. If one day you can work with them, isn't that a good temptation? Li Feng's eyes were indifferent, and he still had no intention of speaking. But he knew that from the moment Phil Coulson took out these photos and videos, it meant that the Marvel world was officially on the right track. If it were someone else who traveled through time, he might join S.H.I.E.L.D immediately and then pretend to be aggressive with Avengers and fight monsters. But at this time, he only wanted to make movies and become a world-renowned director. There is no risk and no life is required. Seeing that Li Feng didn't answer himself, Phil Coulson took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over, saying, Mr. Li Feng, this is my phone number. If you think it over, you can call me. No need. Li Feng put his hands in his pockets, turned around lightly and left a few words. Phil Coulson, I don't want to get in trouble or have anything to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Saving the world, saving humanity is not for me. I just want to be a big director. If these people in the video want to be the protagonist of my movie, I can let them contact me. I guarantee the pay will satisfy them. But if you and the S.H.I.E.L.D. behind you want to control me or destroy my life, I promise you will regret it. The threat in the tone was extremely strong. Watching Li Feng's gradually disappearing figure, Phil Coulson took a deep breath, pressed the communicator behind his ear, and said in a low voice, Director, did you hear what he said just now? After a long time. Only then did Nick Fury's thick voice come back from the headset. Well, I heard that this is a strong guy. Phil Coulson sighed and said helplessly, it's not easy. I have to say that in Phil Coulson's impression, Li Feng is definitely an extremely difficult person. In fact, in the conversation just now, he has already used both soft and hard, whether it is a request or a threat. But Li Feng, just don't eat oil and salt. Make it clear that you don't want to be part of S.H.I.E.L.D. So there are only two options, or erase this uncontrollable factor, or think of another way to force Li Feng to join, who is also the richest man in Massa City, has been very restless in recent years. Maybe we can start with him. You mean knock on the richest man in Massa City to make Li Feng obey? Nick Fury squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, I hope it works. Let's leave this matter for now. You arrange people to watch Li Feng. Don't let him cause any trouble and leave the rest to me. Yes. Phil Coulson hung up the phone. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Fury stared at Li Feng's photo with his falcon-like eyes, and at the same time he swiped a surveillance video. In the video, the corners of Li Feng's mouth curled up, turning into a black shadow, approaching a gangster in an instant, and smashing his skull with his bare hands. At the same time, the picture freezes at the scene where Li Feng raises one hand and uses air to kill the ice-covered mutant. This level of lethality is comparable to Captain America. Fury took a deep breath, a look of shock in his eyes. He actually doesn't care about Li Feng's indifferent personality. What he cares more about is this person's ability. All aspects of the ability it displays are very similar to the Captain America when it first woke up. If he cannot be lured to S.H.I.E.L.D, there will probably be more uncontrollable factors in the future. Thinking of this, Nick Fury stopped hesitation and said to the assistant beside him, "Call out the personal information and phone number of the richest man in Massa City. Let me chat with him. The call process must be kept confidential." Yes, the assistant nodded slightly. 10 seconds later, the call was connected. Soon, the phone was connected and a steady voice came from the phone. "Hello, this is my personal phone number. Who are you?" "My name is Nick Fury, and I am the director of the National Security Investigation Bureau. Your son-in-law Li Feng has been targeted by us. You must listen to every word I say next," Nick Fury said quickly without any nonsense. "We know that you have bribed officials 36 times in Massa City, 25 commercial falsehoods of planting and framing, and 65 unfair market practices. And your company has so far there's still a business that launders money. I know everything about you, down to how many boyfriends your mistress has had, how many rich men she's slept with." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before a dry word came back. "What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple," Nick Fury said with the corners of his lips curled up. "I want you to come up with something that troubles your son-in-law, such as a bad movie at the box office or bumping into a wall during filming, etc. As long as it makes him not want to continue making movies, thoughts, that's fine." The other end of the phone seemed a little unbelievable. "It's that simple. Definitely, it's even more complicated." Nick Fury sneered and said, "Let your daughter leave Li Feng. I can't make a decision, my daughter never likes to listen to me, then do as I say." After speaking, Nick Fury hung up the phone directly. The situation is much simpler than imagined, and the richest man in Massa City shows no signs of unwillingness to cooperate. This is not surprising. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is the most high-level special department in the United States. Even the personal safety of the president needs them to supervise. What is the richest man in a small city of Massa? Although White Queen's father is the richest man in Massa City, he is also considered to be a semi-influential political figure, and he can almost break a hole in Massa City with a single sentence. But he was still nothing in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why Nick Fury dared to be so direct and bold. The person on the other end of the phone obviously knew this fact, so after being silent, he still gave in. At the same time, Li Feng was sitting in the seat of the premier, sipping wine lightly, recalling the previous conversation with Phil Coulson. A large part of the reason why his attitude is so decisive is because he doesn't want to be ruined by S.H.I.E.L.D. his happy life. If the S.H.I.E.L.D. guy wants to force his way in, he doesn't mind getting everything sorted out. With the ability of the Steppenwolf template trying to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. that has not yet formed Avengers is like eating and drinking water. However, it is worth mentioning the few clips that Phil Coulson showed himself just now. The recovery of the Marvel world heralds the coming disaster of the whole Earth. There is a saying that troubled times make heroes. This is also Li Feng's idea, but this hero is not the hero who saves the world, but Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth. If in the next time he recreates most of the important events that happened in the Marvel world through filming, then his worth will soar wildly in a short period of time. Enough to soar to what extent? The whole of the United States, and indeed the world, will be proud to have seen his films. At that time, the profit he will get will not be just tens of billions, trillions, it's as simple as that. Even he can set up another Marvel movie universe in the Marvel world. As long as he succeeds, he can make money while lying down and even lead his wife to live a shameless life. Thinking of this, Li Feng took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Feynman, the manager of the director team. For The Expendables 123, he put together a studio team, and Feynman was the first agent he hired, and ability was great. "Hey old man, I have something to trouble you, is it convenient?" "Go ahead, boss. I'm going to start a new movie company called Marvel Studios Inc. "Marvel? What a unique name, how much do you need to invest?" "Put all the funds in the account into it, and after the release of Die Hard, all the people in the studio will be merged into the company." "All funds, boss, what do you want to do? In the future you will understand." Li Feng hung up the phone and immersed himself in his grand plans. In Massa City, an underground boxing arena is holding a fiery match with odds of 1-5. But at the scene, there was only one person sitting in the largest seat of the auditorium. He was thin, with blonde hair, wearing a black tights with a faint smell of cigars on his body, and he was staring greedily at the two fighters on the boxing ring. He called Runaway. The new underground emperor of Massa City is also the host of this black boxing arena. Before he officially ascended the throne, the old underground emperor of Massa City had controlled Massa City for decades. But with the appearance of Rampage, the city of Massa has completely changed. At this time, Rage suddenly stood up, walked to the center of the boxing ring, waved his hand impatiently, causing the two boxers to roll aside, and then said indifferently, "Bring it up." In a minute. Two gangsters came up carrying a blonde man covered in blood and threw him to the ground. "It's been a long time since I've done anything to my subordinates." Rampage smiled grimly and pressed the blonde man's head with 5 fingers. "You know I'm afraid of trouble and I don't like dealing with government people. But I like money, I like lots of money, so I take your advice. But the consequence of doing this is that I was targeted by people from S.H.I.E.L.D. just after I arrived in Massa City. Do you know how much trouble this will cause me?" The voice fell, there was a click. One arm of the blonde man was pinched off by the violent one-handed man, and he let out a horrible cry, his body trembling, and kept begging for mercy. "Boss, no, don't, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given you money. This bad idea. No, you're right, it's me who's wrong, I've listened to your advice stupidly." Said violently in a cold tone, anyone can hear the anger contained in his tone. As for the poor guy kneeling on the ground, he was the mastermind who proposed to kidnap Feng and White Queen to threaten the richest man in Massa City. Originally, this plan was considered to be foolproof, and even in order to achieve the goal, Rampage sent his 2 capable generals, Iceman and Silver Warrior. But no one could have imagined that Feng and White Queen would kill them immediately. That's not what made Rampage so angry. The death of the 2 mutants meant nothing to him. The real trouble is that S.H.I.E.L.D. took over the latter. This means that Rampage can no longer continue to do what he wants to do as he pleases. No gangster wants to be targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D., and neither does mutant. Just at the moment, at the entrance of the underground black boxing arena, 2 figures suddenly appeared. One of them has a human face with a wolf beard, sharp eyes, and a strong figure. The other one was sitting in a wheelchair with a calm face like a pool of stagnant water. When Rampage saw these 2 faces, his eyes shrank suddenly, his whole body tensed up, and he squinted and said, "X-Men, what are you doing here? Give you a warning." Professor X took out a photo of Feng and White Queen from his pocket and threw it in front of the Rampage. "From now on, don't make trouble with these 2 people, otherwise the X-Men will regard you as an enemy and tear you into pieces." Wolverine took over the right to speak, her tone extremely indifferent. "What if I say no?" Runaway's face twitched and he responded sternly, "This isn't the first time he's had issues with the X-Men. As a mutant, he definitely knows what the existence of the X-Men represents." "You have no choice," Professor X said lightly. "It seems that you must think that I am easy to provoke." Rampage grinned grimly and snapped his fingers. Around the black boxing arena, nearly 30 or 40 half-naked strong men slowly walked out, full of oppressive aura. Whoosh. Wolverine raised her hands violently, 6 claws cut through the space and let out a whine. Just when he was about to rush forward, Professor X reached out his hand to stop him, raised his head and said calmly, "Rampage, you mean you're going to fight against the X-Men?" "No boss likes to be threatened," Runaway said viciously, especially in his own field. "Threat." Professor X raised the corner of his mouth in a rare way and said sharply, "No, we are not threatening, but warning." The voice fell. He suddenly raised 5 fingers and pinched out of thin air. Buzz buzz. Immediately, everyone in the black boxing arena held their heads and screamed in pain. A terrifying telepathy spread in the brains of these people, tearing their brain cells. But the scream, which lasted only a dozen seconds, stopped. Professor X and Wolverine turned and left without stopping. Fu *K, Fu *K, Fu *K. With a pale and angry face, violently cursed at the surroundings a few times, but he didn't send anyone to chase after him. This is the city of Massa. If he wanted to, he could immediately call hundreds of brothers with submachine guns and beat these 2 guys into a sieve. But there was no Rampage. He chose to swallow his breath, because he doesn't want to be enemies with S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men at the same time, but that doesn't mean he won't be angry. Fuzu turned around, looked at the trembling body, stretched out 5 withered fingers and crushed his neck directly. "Throw his body in a septic tank. Garbage deserves to be with garbage." Yes. The body of the blonde man was carried down. With a gloomy face, Lu Zhu took out his handkerchief, wiped the blood off his fingers, took out his mobile phone, made a call, and ordered, "Investigate for me, what is the origin of that guy named Feng, and why are there so many people here? Come to protect him, and don't do those business recently. I don't want to get into trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. Silver Warrior and Iceman are killed, let the Griffin and Angel come to me, and when things calm down, I'm going to make a big one. On the other end of the phone, he hung up without saying anything. Fuzu took a deep breath, the anger in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he gradually calmed down. The White Queen is one of the mutants, he has heard about it, but he still can't believe it. Now it seems that even the X-Men have come forward, and this matter is almost inseparable. But what is the origin of that guy named Li Feng? After the premiere of Die Hard, Li Feng drove back to the villa. At the moment, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the living room were still on, and meals were already prepared on the table. The White Queen, who was wearing a sexy dress, was sitting on the sofa, leaning on her white and tender legs, like a pure relief, watching TV with relish, which was pleasing to the eye. "Honey, how do you know that I'm coming back and you have specially prepared meals?" Li Feng stepped forward directly and hugged him roughly into his arms. "Don't underestimate my connections." White Queen glanced at him and said, "It's 30 minutes later than I expected. Isn't there something troublesome?" Li Feng put his finger on the soft body restlessly and said with a smile, "Let's go, let's have dinner together." He wasn't going to tell White Queen S.H.I.E.L.D about his troubles, it would make her suspicious. But I have to say that White Queen's cooking skills are really good. Not only did they prepare a lot of expensive ingredients, they even made a big bowl of caviar, which is very fragrant with the king crab's crab paste. Before meeting Li Feng, White Queen was a novice in the kitchen who knew nothing and couldn't even wash the dishes. But after living with Li Feng, she can come up with some new tricks almost every day. This is one of the reasons why Li Feng loves his wife so much. Correct, during the meal, White Queen suddenly raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Father called me just now and asked you not to continue making movies for the next 2 years. What?" Li Feng froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. "He bought us an island in Maldives, shall we go on our honeymoon?" The White Queen tilted her head, her eyes narrowed into crescents. Li Feng couldn't help hesitation, 2 years. In 2 years, I am afraid that even the Battle of New York has passed, right? At that time, it would be too late to make a movie, and it might even lose a lot of fame. But he couldn't refuse his father-in-law's kindness. This is how to do. The White Queen saw Li Feng's hesitation almost at a glance. She put down her chopsticks and asked earnestly, "Honey, have you been worrying a lot lately?" Hearing this, Li Feng was not nervous, and while enjoying the steak, he responded with a light smile. "It's really a bit troublesome." The White Queen's slender hand holding the knife and fork paused slightly, and there was an imperceptible killing intent in her eyes, and she asked calmly, "What? I can let my father handle it." No, it's not that troublesome." Li Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just thinking, which actor is better to have as the protagonist in the next 3 movies? The White Queen was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Li Feng's so-called trouble to be this trouble. The killing intent in her eyes was subdued, and she didn't have any intention of going into it. She said casually, "I think that black actor named Smithwill is pretty good. That's him." Li Feng made a decision on the spot and didn't intend to continue the topic. He didn't want the White Queen to know about S.H.I.E.L.D. "Father, I will tell you that I am your woman, and there is no reason not to support your career." The White Queen wiped her wrists, cleaned the dining table, took out a gift box from the room and handed it to Li Feng. "What's this?" Li Feng slowly opened it, and inside was an expensive watch with several diamonds inlaid on the surface, which was obviously expensive to fake. "Christmas present." White Queen smiled slightly but didn't explain too much, because the diamonds on this watch were generated by her own mutant ability and attached with a ray of telepathy mental power. If Li Feng was in any fatal danger, the diamonds would cover his whole body for protection. If the watch is directly destroyed, she can also receive the induction immediately. Christmas. Isn't there still 1 week left? Li Feng didn't ask much and put the watch on his wrist. But soon he realized that this might be something that the White Queen specially gave him for self-defense. After all, White Queen's ability is a diamond change. Thinking of this, Li Feng felt a little warmer in his heart, smiled and put his arms around White Queen's waist and said, "Honey, what gift do you want? I will prepare it for you." How can you ask what others want when you give someone a gift? The White Queen snorted softly, stretched out her finger and flicked Li Feng's head, then turned and walked into the kitchen. "I like everything you gave me." Li Feng was taken aback, then smiled helplessly, the love in his eyes deepened a bit. The next day, early morning, a shocking reminder sound suddenly sounded in Li Feng's brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful release of Die Hard and the reward, Nanoscale Regenerative Healing Factor. Brief. The reward is the nano-regenerative healing factor of the protagonist in Bloodshot. Bloodshot Nanoscale Regenerative Healing Factor. Li Feng was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of such a reward, but it's not that he hasn't seen the movie. The tough guy played by Vin Diesel has always been one of Feng's favorite candidates for starring in action movies. However, he was not very interested in this reward. Regenerative healing factor sounds pretty good, but for him now it is not of much use. When the system is just awakening, Feng will still be a little excited. But as time passed, he lost interest and put all his energy into making movies. He doesn't intend to save the world, so what is he in such a rush to become stronger? Life is pretty good now, sharing the same bed with White Queen every day, isn't it sweet? Thinking of his caring and charming wife, the corners of Feng's mouth could not help but curl up. Jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly. Feng glanced at the number and lazily pressed the connect button. Boss, the company has been registered and we need you to come here and go through the legal person procedures. Okay, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Feng tidied up, made out with the White Queen as usual, and then drove out. After Feng left, two men walked into the villa without anyone noticing. One of them was pushing a wheelchair and the other was sitting in it. When the man in the wheelchair saw the figure in the living room who seemed not surprised by their arrival, he narrowed his eyes. Emma, we've been looking for you for a long time. Professor X looked at White Queen calmly and said, so what? The White Queen looked at the two of them indifferently, playing with the diamond crystals like Newtonian fluid on her fingers. Seeing this scene, Wolverine subconsciously stood in front of Professor X, showing a defensive look. It seems that you are more proficient in controlling your abilities. Professor X smiled gently and said, when your mother brought you to see me, I felt. She's not my mother. White Queen's chill suddenly soared and her voice rose several decibels. Okay, calm down. Professor X raised his hand and pressed against the White Queen. The latter was taken aback and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. She felt her brain and body calm down at that moment. Obviously, this is the means of Professor X at work. The reason I came to Massa City to look for you this time is not to take you back to mutant school. Professor X propped his chin and said softly, you probably don't know that the underground emperor of Massa City is a man named Runaway. Mutant, right? Mutant. White Queen wrinkled her beautiful eyes and said, what's none of my business? It's really none of your business. Professor X shrugged his shoulders and said, but he seems to be very interested in the man next to you. Whoosh for a moment, the killing intent on White Queen's body soared. Don't get excited. Professor X's eyes fluctuated. He raised his hand and said helplessly, we have already gone to the place where we ran away and warned him for you. Don't expect me to thank you. White Queen sneered and said, I still remember the scene when you controlled me in order to suppress my ability. Sorry, Emma. Professor X pushed the wheelchair to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the flower beds in the villa and murmured, everyone makes mistakes and I am no exception. I am not here to claim credit for you, just to remind you that the world seems to be starting to recover. The White Queen didn't speak. My brain is very messy recently. Professor X rubbed his temples and said with a serious tone, the plan that Magneto and I proposed at the beginning has completely failed. We can't control the continuous gushing of mutants. Those evil, the uncontrolled guy is likely to mess up the world. Even, they will attack the same kind as you and me. Then let them come. White Queen said lightly with a flash of disdain in her beautiful eyes. Professor X smiled wryly and asked, what if the one named Feng is also one of them? Click, an icicle-like diamond blade was instantly suspended above Professor X's head. At the same time, Wolverine, who was standing aside, had already pierced the bone seam with her claws, aiming at the White Queen's neck. No one dares to threaten him in front of me. The White Queen's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the surrounding temperature dropped a little because of this. Professor X was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, you have changed, Emma. The White Queen didn't speak, but the sharp blade suspended above Professor X's head sank another point. Let's go. Professor X turned the wheelchair around and dropped a few words. Emma, stay away from him, that's all I can tell you. He is not a mutant, but possesses the ability of a mutant, which is dangerous, very dangerous. If you need help with the X-Men, feel free to contact me. We are friends forever. The moment the sharp blade disappeared, the steel claw retracted. Wolverine stared at the White Queen for a few seconds before following Professor X after the two left. The indifferent White Queen took out her cell phone and made a call. Send me the information about the underground emperor in Massa City. I want to know where he is now, immediately. A few minutes later, White Queen looked at the photos and address in her phone and changed into clean clothes. Rampage, isn't it? I'm here to find you. The White Queen murmured softly. Her cold eyes made one's heart chill. This is the original face of White Queen. During Mutant Ability's first awakening, she slaughtered an entire gang of traffickers she came across. At that time, countless corpses stood in front of her and her whole body was stained red with blood. And she has no mercy. The dragon has reverse scales and those who touch them will be angry. The phoenix also has reverse feathers. If you pull them out, you will surely burn yourself. After changing into clean clothes, the White Queen left the villa. Although Feng did not tell White Queen about the rampage and S.H.I.E.L.D from the beginning to the end, it does not mean that she cannot find out through her own means. This method is the White Queen's intelligence network. Before meeting Feng, the White Queen was expected to be a member of the X-Men. But she didn't like being restrained, so she simply left and secretly subdued many mutant subordinates through the mutant information obtained from the X-Men. These subordinates are all controlled by the White Queen using telepathy. As long as she says a word, everyone will die for her. So after she found out where the rampage mentioned by the X-Men was located through the intelligence system, she decided to solve this problem herself. At the same time, the largest nightclub in the city of Massa. Fuzu sat on an extremely soft sofa, squinting at nearly 20 third-tier female stars twisting their bodies on the stage. His eyes were still extremely gloomy. X-Men, damn X-Men, and S.H.I.E.L.D, damn it. This was the first time he had encountered such an aggrieved situation since he became the underground emperor of Massa City. He just wanted to cheat the richest man in Massa City with a large sum of money through some unclean means. Why is it being targeted by X-Men and S.H.I.E.L.D at the same time? Why, what is the origin of that guy named Feng? Half an hour ago, his men sent back all the news related to Feng. To sum it up in 4 words, it is unremarkable. A good-for-nothing second-rate director actually made the always arrogant runaway and suffered a dumb loss. And for some reason, there was always a strong sense of crisis in his heart. In the past, when encountering such a difficult thing, he would personally strike and kill him directly. But now, the sixth sense in his heart has always made him afraid of something. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? A second-rate director? What a joke. This made the runaway extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps let Angel and Griffin try again. Runaway drank the XO in the cup in one gulp and finally couldn't hold it anymore, just as he picked up his cell phone to make a call. The music in the box suddenly stopped and even the lights were dimmed. Immediately afterwards, when he ran away, he raised his head and saw the scene that made him break out in cold sweat. Those third-tier stars who were still dancing just a second ago, their heads were separated from their bodies in an instant, as if they were disconnected. Dozens of streams of blood flowed like pillars, dyeing the ceiling red in an instant. Who? Rage suddenly stood up from the sofa. He vaguely remembered that he had arranged a dozen killers to guard the door before he came. Don't look, I've killed them all. An extremely indifferent female voice sounded in the ears of the violent. Next second, countless diamond blades appeared around Rampage, sealing his body tightly. There is no doubt that as long as he takes any action, these sharp blades will easily penetrate every blood in him. Mutant, are you a mutant? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the violent. Because the light in the box was too dim, he only saw a tall black figure vaguely in front of him, but he couldn't see his face clearly. But also as a mutant, he could easily feel that this woman's ability was countless times stronger than his own, and he could even kill himself in one breath. He didn't resist because the White Queen didn't give him any room to resist. The moment the diamond blade emerged, telepathy locked the runaway soul. This is the style of White Queen. In front of Feng, she may be an iceberg beauty that can be easily overthrown. But in front of villains like Rampage, she is no different from a killing god. It seems that you just ran away, the White Queen sneered with strong disdain in her beautiful eyes. I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be just a low-level mutant. What's your ability? A thin frame. If it's only this level, you won't survive 3 seconds in front of me. Hearing the words, his face became pale and gloomy. He never expected that mutant would dare to make trouble for him in Massa City. Who is he? The new underground emperor of Massa City. If it were any other time, as long as he said a word, there would be nearly hundreds of people with submachine guns blocking the entrance and exit of the entire nightclub. But now he seems to have no chance. Then come and try. Runaway gritted his teeth, almost oozing these words from between his teeth. Pitiful. The White Queen sneered, raised her finger, which was as tender as suet white jade, and slid it out of thin air. Whoosh whoosh, all diamond blades disappear in an instant. Next second, Rampage let out a sinister grin, and a layer of black armor instantly appeared all over his body, shining with a blinding black light. This is the rampant mutant ability, the outer armor formed by a total of 206 bones. White Queen saw this scene, her eyes were still cold and she ignored it. B asterisk asterisk ch, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Rampage released all the anger like a tiger preying on prey, propped up his body and rushed towards the White Queen. However, whoosh. A diamond blade as thick as an arm pierced Rampage's chest with ease. Puff. Rage suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. There is a blood hole visible to the naked eye, and the diamond blade has disappeared. It's only 2 seconds. White Queen walked out of the shadows with a blank face and a voice like ice. It's you. Rampage clearly saw the face of the White Queen and his whole face was terrified. In the next life, stay away from a man named Feng. The White Queen lightly raised a finger aiming at the violent head. Stop being so blind. Click. Countless diamond-sharp blades visible to the naked eye pierced the violent body unreservedly. And White Queen, without even taking another look, walked out of the nightclub slowly. She didn't have any interest in wasting time, and she wasn't even worried about the runaway subordinates coming to support her. She can kill dozens of mutants of this level with one hand. What is a runaway? In the private room, one person was invincible and blood flowed like a river. The tragic new underground emperor of Massa City ran away without even a chance to beg for mercy and just died in the hands of the White Queen. At the last second before his death, he widened his eyes and fixed his expression at the last moment. After a long time, 2 figures walked into the box. Griffin, Angel, 2 mutants as powerful as Rampage. They received the news the moment the accident happened. But the White Queen's methods were too powerful and fast, and by the time they arrived, it was already too late. After entering the door, Griffin looked around, glanced at the bloody female celebrity corpse, frowned slightly, kicked away a corpse in disgust, turned to Angel and said, "Hey, look for that, the guy's body. It's here." Angel stretched out his hand, picked up the runaway corpse and looked it up and down. "It's disgusting enough." Griffin sneered, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, took a video of the corpse and sent it to an anonymous mailbox. 2 minutes later, he got a call. "Hey boss, I warned him not to be so ostentatious, but he didn't listen." After 2 seconds of silence, a hoarse echo came from the phone. "Bring the body back, block the news during this time, and stabilize the underground forces in Massa City. Also, that guy named Feng, don't move, and the family of the richest man in Massa City, don't move either. If any of you dare to disobey my order, I will peel his bones out of his flesh little by little, understand?" Griffin and Angel shuddered at the same time. Yes, at the same time. After registering the company with his agent, Feng rushed to the next party, a fan interview session dedicated to the investors of Die Hard. As a new dark horse in the director's circle, Feng gained a large number of young fans who love action movies through The Expendables. A large part of this depends on the outstanding performance of a dozen tough guys in The Expendables and Feng's narrative techniques. Even though Feng's international reputation is not high, in Massa City, his reputation can be said to surpass all local directors. After arriving at the destination, Feng walked into the recording area. This seems to be a venue specially used for filming stage variety shows, and the guest seats are already full of reporters and fans who came to interview Feng. Feng is very enthusiastic about this. After all, it is difficult for every film director to gain fans. For this reason, he carefully answered everyone's questions and revealed part of the shooting plan for Mission Impossible. The atmosphere of the whole interview scene was very enthusiastic, but after the end, Feng suddenly received a call from his agent. "Boss, I have found a new agent assistant. Since the new company has too many affairs, I will let her assist you in the whole process of your itinerary. You will see her soon." "Okay, I get it." After hanging up the phone, Feng walked to the backstage of the recording area, and when he looked up, he saw a red-haired figure walking slowly in front of him, dressed in a compact OL group, exuding a heart-thumping charm all over his body. "Mr. Feng, let me introduce myself. My name is Natasha Romanoff, and I am your new assistant to your agent. I will be in charge of your itinerary and shooting plan. If you need it, I can also take care of your daily life." The red-haired girl blinked her beautiful eyes with natural charm and moved closer to Feng by the way. Seeing the 2 twin peaks that filled his field of vision approaching him, Feng felt his breath warm up. "This is my broker assistant, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow." "Are you right?" Feng felt helpless in his heart. While Natasha Romanoff is a total stunner in the Marvel Universe, he has no interest at all. With such a caring wife as the White Queen, how could he fall in love with other people at will? "Mr. Feng." Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded again. Feng came back to his senses, pretended to be calm, nodded lightly and said, "I see. He didn't intend to reveal Natasha Romanoff's identity directly, then S.H.I.E.L.D would definitely find more ways to get close to him. Well, for Li Feng's indifferent response, Natasha Romanoff, who has always been among men, didn't react immediately. After receiving an order from S.H.I.E.L.D temporarily, she specially chose an OL skirt that could highlight her figure to meet Li Feng. But why does this man look into his eyes without any greed for desire? Could it be that Li Feng is gay? Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled. What she didn't know was that the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D agent had been completely exposed to Li Feng. New agent assistant, this kind of existence that is closest to personal secretary, has always been the favorite role of agents. It's just a pity that the current Li Feng doesn't have any interest in other women for the time being. There is still a beautiful wife in the family who is still not satisfied. How can he be in the mood to take care of other women? This is also the reason why Li Feng does not intend to refuse Natasha Romanoff to approach him. He was sure that Nick Fury would not let Natasha Romanoff, an ordinary human being, do anything to his mutant, but would let her seduce him softly. Mr. Li Feng, tomorrow you will have 2 entertainment events, both of which are the investors of Die Hard. They expressed their willingness to invest in your next film. Natasha Romanoff held a stack of documents in her hand. He leaned in front of Li Feng and smiled. If you have other arrangements, you need to tell me in advance and I will negotiate with you over there. Glancing at Natasha Romanoff's looming scenery, Li Feng shook his head and said, I don't have any arrangements. You tell me the address tomorrow and I'll go there by myself. I still have some private matters, so I'll leave first. I can drive to pick up. Natasha Romanoff wanted to say something, but Li Feng didn't give her a chance to continue talking at all. She stomped her feet and looked down at her majestic view, sullen. Just wait and see, Li Feng. After getting in the car, Li Feng glanced at the time on his watch. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, White Queen should still be in the hospital to take care of her mother. Therefore, he does not intend to go back, but intend to go meet the underground emperor of Massa City called Rampage. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. This is Li Feng's code of conduct, unfortunately. Regarding those who threatened the White Queen's life, Li Feng did not intend to let it go. As for the White Queen's rampage in the nightclub, he didn't know anything about it. He has only one goal at present, which is to solve the trouble of running away and eliminate future troubles forever. At the moment, Massa Underground Gang headquarters. Griffin and Angel summoned all their subordinates and told them that they had to leave temporarily for a period of time, and all the affairs of the gang would be taken over by them. Although the sudden news made many subordinates a little dissatisfied, after the Griffin directly used the power of the mutant to tear up a few minions in front of everyone, everyone fell silent. The most important thing for those in power is not connections, but means. After stabilizing the underground forces, Griffin and Angel will take all the property in the underground vault of the runaway as their own. In fact, a large part of these properties are the legacy left by the previous underground emperor. Countless gold, countless cash. With such huge amounts of wealth, one can imagine how profitable the underworld in Massa City is. Griffin, what are you going to do with the tens of billions of dollars? Looking at the empty headquarters, Angel lit a cigar and asked greedily. Before getting to know Rampage, both of them were professional killers who specialized in hunting down mutant to get rewards, so there was no reason not to be tempted by this pile of cash and gold. How to deal with it? Definitely swallowed it into our own stomachs. Griffin sneered, lit a cigar for himself and sneered. That trash who ran away is not worthy to be the underground emperor of Massa City. Now that you are slaughtered, you and I will have a chance. You mean? Angel's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and said, to do that business we've always wanted to do. No, no, no. Griffin shook his shoulders and said a little madly, hey, that thing is outdated. We have to do something we dare not do. What's the matter? Angel was a little confused. The richest man in Massa City. Griffin narrowed his eyes, played with his cigar, and said with a sneer, if we just let him go like this, wouldn't he die in vain if he ran away? Are you kidding me? Angel grabbed his collar, his face twitched and said, the boss said that if we dare to mess around, he will peel our bones out of our flesh. What are you afraid of? Griffin's face became crazy. The boss only said not to touch that guy named Li Feng and the family of the richest man in Massa City. But he didn't say that we won't let us touch the richest man in Massa City. Okay, what are you going to do? Angel also reacted and asked, blackmail or blackmail, kidnapping directly. The Griffin sneered and said, but we don't need to show up in person. I plan to spend money to find some wandering mutants and let them do it. But Angel suddenly frowned. What if the person named Li Feng is in the same group as the person who killed the Rampage? Then kill them all together. Griffin grinned, his eyes full of arrogance. Don't be so cautious, Angel. Remember how we slaughtered those mutants who are as useless as runaways. Then get ready to act. Angel licked his lips greedily, obviously moved. I haven't slaughtered a mutant for a long time. It's been a long time. Boom. While Griffin and Angel were planning. A loud noise suddenly came over, as if it sounded from the depths of the soul. The two of them trembled. What's going on? What happened? The Griffin stood up from the sofa with a thump, because his sensitive nose sensed the strong smell of blood in the air. Problem occurs. Angel obviously sensed something was wrong. As mutants, the two had been killers for a while at the same time, so they were extremely sensitive to this bloody smell. Come on, someone. Where the hell are you going? The Griffin tried to call his men, however, no one responded. In the empty headquarters, only echoes remain. At this time, a thin figure slowly walked into the huge headquarters. Surprisingly, with every step he took, cobweb-like cracks would appear on the surrounding walls and the floor under his feet. A huge amount of oppressive force permeated the surrounding air, making Griffin and Angel instantly put on the defensive. Who are you? The Griffin cursed coldly. If you dare to take another step forward, I promise I will tear you to pieces. Obviously, the Griffin was a little restless. However, this figure did not obey his words, and even every step became heavier. Boom, 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 until the figure completely came to 5 meters in front of the Griffin and Angel. The walls of the entire headquarters are already covered with cracks. Even the marble tables placed around them collapsed into pieces. Terrifying momentum. Fake, who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? The Griffin fell into rage, its eyes turned into golden balls like hawks and its fingers turned into claws like griffins. When animals are threatened, they will unconsciously spread their wings. But soon he froze, because he saw the figure clearly through the light, covered in blood. Like a demon who came out of hell. There is no doubt that it was Feng who came. The reason why he became like this is because before he entered the headquarters, he easily dealt with more than 30 gangsters guarding the door. These 30 or so gangsters didn't last 2 seconds in front of him. It all depends on the Steppenwolf template's void channeling ability, which can easily crush any human. It's just a pity that he is not that familiar with the application of templates, so he can't control the direction in which the blood is sprayed. Hello, who of you is called Berserk? Feng grinned at them and waved kindly. Angel and the Griffin looked at each other, then suddenly arched a pair of silver wings from behind and directly fired nearly hundreds of scale-like sharp blades. Whoosh! Feather thorns pierced through the void and came straight with a pungent, bloody smell. That's it for now. Feng curled his lips helplessly. He originally wanted to sit down and talk kindly, talk about life with these two brothers. But now it seems unlikely. The moment the sharp blade came in front of him, he raised his hand and waved at the air. Brush. A strange black light flashed, and all the feather scales turned into nothingness. Suddenly, a huge axe fell straight down from the top of his head like a divine soldier. Whoosh whoosh. The invisible hurricane tore away the surrounding walls, accompanied by the roar of the ancient wild wolf that caused cardiac arrest. Fack, what the hell is this? The Griffin glanced at the looming giant axe, and his eyes were instantly burned with pain. Use all your strength and kill him quickly, or we will all die. Angel couldn't help gnashing his teeth. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. He had never seen such a powerful mutant ability. Yes, in their eyes, Feng is a powerful mutant, but in fact, his ability is much more terrifying than mutant. I'm going to kill you, B*********D. The Griffin roared suddenly, and the clothes on its upper body were instantly shattered, revealing its strong muscles, and its back became curved. Impressively, a humanoid goshawk. Angel on the side naturally did not lose the wind. When his wings spread out, there was a thin crack on his forehead, from which a dazzling light shot out, illuminating his whole body. Just like a fallen angel, however. Seeing this, Feng lightly raised his finger and pressed it down. Next second, Angel and Griffin, who were trying to fly into the air, hit the ground straight as if they had been hit hard in the back. Their entire spine bent, and a mouthful of thick blood vomited out of their mouths. After less than 3 seconds, the two of them lost their fighting power in an instant. The translucent giant axe that was originally suspended in midair escaped into the void, and all the oppressive feeling disappeared completely, and it calmed down. Feng patted the dust on his trouser legs, walked in front of the two, lowered his head and looked at them expressionlessly. He asked, "Who is it, a runaway?" The Griffin kept panting, and it took a long time for him to choke out a sentence with blood in his mouth. He said intermittently, Rampage, dead, died yesterday, was, by a mutant, killed. Died, Feng frowned, runaway was slaughtered, killed by whom, peer, or the enemy, or a pretty figure appeared in Feng's head. He shook his head, muttered impossible in a low voice, and said to Griffin and Angel, "Since he's dead, are you here to take his place?" "Yes, it is." Griffin struggled to endure the pain in his body. "Then, it's useless to keep you guys." Li Feng raised his hand, intending to avoid future troubles forever, lest these blind things disturb his life again. Wait, can we talk?" Angel's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a strong desire to survive in his tone. "It is impossible to resist, and the two have completely lost their fighting ability. And such a humanoid monster, who can resist? But that doesn't mean they have no chance of surviving. As bestial mutants, their self-healing ability is powerful. If this guy could have a good talk with them, he might have a chance of surviving. Talk? How do you want to talk? Buy me with money, or buy me with a woman?" Li Feng squatted in front of the two with great interest, with a playful expression on his face. In the face of the absolute difference in strength, he is not afraid of these two guys playing tricks. As long as he wanted to, he could crush the two of them into pieces in an instant. You are Mr. Li Feng, aren't you? I've seen your photo," the Griffin said with a trembling tone. "Rage once sent his killer to kidnap you and your wife, but failed. I'm here instead of violence. I apologize to you, we have nothing to do with that matter. It was a stupid decision made by violence. He is already dead, so there is a wrong and a debt. Can you let us go? I swear, as long as you let us go, we promise not to provoke you." Facing the deterrent force of absolute terror, the Griffin no longer had the kind of fearless attitude it used to have. Instead, it looked like a thief caught by the police trying to find a reason to clear himself of the crime. And then, go on. Li Feng was still expressionless, but he was unmoved in his heart. He actually didn't intend to save the lives of these two guys, let alone take them seriously. Li Feng still understands the truth that if the grass is cut but the roots are not removed, it will regenerate when the spring breeze blows. Moreover, after the death of Rampage, it must be these two mutants who took over the position of Underground Emperor in Massa City. At that time, when they regained their senses and came to seek revenge on themselves, what should they do? Angel took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then prayed. "Sir, I can feel your strength. The two of us are nothing in front of you. Even if you kill us, what will you get? You can only get a chaotic city of Massa, and if there is no new Underground Emperor on the throne, the gangsters here will be in chaos. Countless robberies, crimes, thugs, even mutants come here to run wild. As long as you are willing to let us go, you will be our master in the future, and we promise that similar things will not happen before. We can even help you kill all the troubles that bother you and your wife. Do you think it's okay?" Seeing that Li Feng was unmoved, the Griffin quickly took over the conversation and said, "Mr. Li Feng, we know that you are a great director, and we can provide you with a filming fund of $100 million US. We guarantee that the benefits obtained after you let us go will reach your film and television company in the form of an anonymous account after you let us go." Obviously, both Griffin and Angel understand that if they want to live at this time, they don't want to pretend to be pitiful, just pray to Li Feng, and Li Feng will let him go. It's about bringing out enough interests that make Li Feng's heart beat, and a clear boundary. In this world, no one will resist wealth, let alone power. Facts have proved that Griffin and Angel are still smart, and their choices are not wrong. Li Feng tried to imagine the scene of killing these two guys, and found that what they said was not wrong. Massa City can be said to be the most rampant gangster place in the entire United States. If there is no powerful underground emperor to govern and formulate rules, then this place will definitely be in chaos. When the lunatics in the underground world are not bound by the rules, they will inevitably show their dirty fangs unscrupulously, gnawing on the flesh and blood of those innocent people. Although Li Feng is too lazy to take care of the underground gangs in Massa City, he is not worried that any murderer with no eyesight will come to make trouble. But this place, after all, is where he lives. He didn't want to see a mess. How annoying would it be if you went shopping with your wife in the mall and gang fights would happen every now and then? Therefore, Li Feng thought about it carefully and decided to let these two guys go temporarily. He stood up and said lightly, "You two successfully convinced me. But I want you to know, in my eyes, crushing you to death is no different from crushing two ants. If you dare to trouble me again, I promise, no matter which corner you hide in, I will find you and cut off your flesh bit by bit. Hey the dog." After the words fell, Angel and Griffin fell into the ice cellar. They have heard countless sentences like this threat, but it was the only time that they felt chills all over. After leaving these few words, Li Feng stepped up, turned, and left. The reason why he left threats was not because he was afraid that these two guys would dare to come to make trouble. If they really dared to do this, Li Feng would pass the Steppenwolf template without hesitation and torture them to death. He just wanted to see if he could catch that big fish. Rampage, Iceman, Angel, Griffin. It is absolutely impossible for so many mutants to appear around him, just a coincidence. After seeing the terrifying mutant who appeared out of nowhere like a Mephisto leave, the tense bodies of Angel and Griffin finally relaxed. The two looked at each other, and both saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. From this moment on, they made up their minds at the same time that they would never provoke Feng, a second-rate director, again. Not only that, Griffin even intends to wipe out all the gangsters near the area where Feng lives, so as not to offend the god of death by people who don't have long eyes. Only by clearing the boundaries in this way can he rest assured that he can secure his position as the underground emperor of Massa City. So from another perspective, it may not be a bad thing for Feng to keep Angel and Griffin. At the very least, for a long time to come, he won't need to have friction with some low-level gangsters anymore. After all, in the Marvel Universe, things like gangsters have always been experienced monsters. As for the plan that Griffin and Angel came up with just now, it was obliterated in their minds before it was fully born. What are you kidding? With such a level of killing God beside the daughter of the richest man in Massa City, even if they had 100 courage, they wouldn't dare to kidnap her. Tired of living. After lying on the ground for more than half an hour, Angel and Griffin's backbones gradually recovered a little. The two got up from the ground, cleaned up the blood on their bodies, and then lay pale on the sofa, gasping for breath. "Do you want to tell the boss?" Angel asked in a low voice with his face trembling. "Are you crazy?" Griffin glared at him angrily. "Don't think you're hurt enough. If the boss knows we screwed up, he'll be even more angry. Then. How do you explain the $100 million and those brothers?" "Explanation? No need to explain, man. What we have is $100 million US, and we can earn it back in less than half a year." Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Griffin, and his tone became a little weaker. He murmured, "The key is, next, how should I avoid this killing god? Too strong. A mutant of this level is too powerful." Even if it was the boss standing behind the Griffin, he wasn't as terrifying. Griffin and Angel had killed dozens of Delta-level mutants, but they still had no power to fight back against Feng. If they weren't mutants, they were ordinary gangsters. I'm afraid it won't last even a second. It took a long time before Griffin and Angel calmed down. The two paced out of the headquarters, then called all the remaining men and announced a message. From now on, all gang members in Massa City will not be able to provoke that killer named Feng, not to mention offending. After returning to the villa, Feng glanced at his watch. Exactly 6 o'clock. The dusk overhead reflects the flower scene of the manor, and everything looks peaceful and beautiful. Is the matter over? A pretty figure in pajamas, like a solitary branch among flowers, came out of the living room, smiled at Feng, stepped forward and hugged his arm intimately. "Meet some difficult people." Feng rubbed her tender white forehead and said softly, "You know there are always people who want to get big directors to ask them to be leading actors in some way. But I don't know how much courage and background it takes to do this business." Psst. The White Queen was rarely amused by Feng's words. She didn't show any blame on her expression, but instead had a sense of satisfaction waiting for her husband to come home. As for Feng's safety outside, she wasn't worried at all. After all, Feng still has the diamond watch she gave her in his hand, and if there is any fatal trouble, she will know it immediately. Then, the two walked into the living room and sat at the dining table. "Today I simmered black chicken soup for 3 hours, and a top-quality lobster that my father entrusted someone to bring from Australia. The whole process was delivered fresh, try it." After finishing speaking, the White Queen thoughtfully served Feng a bowl of pasta and poured the chicken soup with a strong fragrance. Feng tasted it without even thinking about it and exclaimed, "It tastes really good." White Queen smiled slightly. It seemed that only Feng's compliment could make her happy. "Honey, how's your father's business doing recently?" Feng asked while drinking the soup. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "That's not necessary." The White Queen shook her head and said, "You know, my father is a strong person, and he is responsible for all his work arrangements. Then let me ask you a question. If you are free, will you come to be the heroine in my movie?" Feng suddenly changed the subject and asked with a smile, "Definitely, I definitely won't have any passionate scenes with the male lead. I am very possessive. As long as it's you, I'm willing." White Queen pursed her lips and replied, "What do you plan to do next movie?" "How about gang drama?" Feng casually mentioned. White Queen froze for a moment and asked, "A gangster drama? Is it the same as The Expendables?" "No, it's not the same." Feng shook his head and said, "Maybe, some sci-fi elements will be added." "Oh," White Queen nodded half understanding and said, "Do you think my acting skills are good?" "Acting skills?" Li Feng obviously paused. This was the first time White Queen asked such endless questions. But when he looked at the expectant eyes of the White Queen, Li Feng hesitated and said, "It's not bad." "Then do you think the audience will like it if I play the villain?" Playing the bad guy. Li Feng was dumbfounded again and didn't answer right away. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the White Queen today. "Li Feng, if one day I hurt you, will you lose your temper with me?" The White Queen suddenly raised her beautiful eyes and looked directly at Li Feng with those blue pupils. Li Feng was silent for 2 seconds, stood up and walked to the White Queen, hugged her into his arms, stroked her hair and said, "Idiot, no matter what you do, I will never say anything to you. Temper, let alone resistance to you, because from the day we got married, I swore that we would walk through every step of life together, every step." After speaking, he didn't give White Queen a chance to continue asking questions and directly blocked her with his lips. This intimate gesture made the White Queen's face turn red with embarrassment. She tried to struggle, but to no avail. Li Feng stretched out his hands, embracing the soft waist of the White Queen. "You are my wife, my closest person, and always will be. No matter what you become, I will never lose you." After saying that, Li Feng directly picked up the White Queen and walked towards the bedroom. Knowing that she couldn't refuse, the White Queen quickly closed her eyes and let Li Feng handle it. At the same time, after dealing with all of Li Feng's schedules, Natasha Romanoff finally pulled back, her soul immersed in her new role. She walked into a sealed office, her eyes became extremely cold, and she took out a small crystal panel and placed it on the table. Buzz buzz. A burst of blue light flickered, and the image of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters was projected. On the other side is the deadpan S.H.I.E.L.D director Nick Fury. "How's it going?" asked the other party. "According to the deployment, the trust of the target has been gained, but he is very cold to me, which is different from those targets I have met before." Natasha Romanoff's debriefing was cold and quick. The target he was referring to was the Li Feng he met today. "The reason why I became Li Feng's manager's assistant was mainly to find out Li Feng's details, so as to get close to him and gain trust. Before this task was given, she had no idea who Li Feng was. But when she heard Captain America tell Li Feng's horror, her curiosity exploded in an instant." "I told you," Nick Fury responded. "Don't be too impatient. This is not a problem to provoke. The purpose of my handover to you is to gain trust, not to make him more defensive against you." "I understand what you mean." Natasha Romanoff said softly. "According to the information, Li Feng has a wife in the Golden House, who is the daughter of the richest man in Massa City. This woman seems to be Li Feng's weakness. If necessary, I can—" "No, don't do something so stupid, Natasha Romanoff." Nick Fury warned earnestly. "In the investigation provided by Phil Coulson, Emma was in the X-Men for a while, so there is a 90% chance that she is a mutant." "Mutant?" Natasha Romanoff frowned and said, "Could Li Feng's ability be related to X-Men?" "I'll take care of this." Nick Fury said lightly. "You must not be hard on Li Feng without my order. S.H.I.E.L.D has investigated all the information on him and his wife. And it shows that Li Feng has been from there is a long gap between her appearance and her marriage with his wife. No one knows what happened. Li Feng may have another identity, and this identity must be taken seriously. That's what got me close to him." Natasha Romanoff muttered, "If Li Feng isn't interested in my beauty, you should send Agent Phil Coulson to try." "What? Are you worried about ruining their relationship?" Nick Fury sneered and said, "Or do you think Li Feng is gay?" Natasha Romanoff felt a little helpless when she heard her words being scorned by the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason why she said this is because Li Feng's attitude towards her today made her very unhappy. When carrying out espionage missions, those men would be full of flaws if they were teased casually by themselves. Only this guy named Li Feng she couldn't see through. "Okay, that's all for today." Nick Fury cut off the communication network. A look of fatigue flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes. She was thinking about what to do when she met Li Feng next. Seduce, go to bed, ambiguous, these, really useful, maybe try it. Since dealing with the Griffin and Angel, Li Feng basically hasn't encountered any major troubles. In order to speed up the shooting, Li Feng devoted most of his time to the preparation of the new film and television company. During this period, Mission Impossible 123 was also successfully released globally. In order to gain a better reputation, Li Feng filmed all 3 of them in one go. This is familiar to him who has watched countless movies. Therefore, the system also gave more rewards, the actor's self-cultivation in the king of comedy, the slashing skills in young and dangerous people in the Jianghu, 100% standard swearing quotations in Carmen in Mongkok, Avada Kedavra from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. These rewards are not useless to Li Feng, At least the last Avada Kedavra is a very useful self-defense technique. But the most critical problem is that Li Feng is not needed at all. As soon as Massa's rampage died and as soon as Griffin and Angel came to power, no one dared to think of him at all. What? You said it's okay to use it as a pretense? Brother, that's Avada Kedavra. For whom is it not a death? However, it is worth mentioning that during Li Feng's busy filming time, the plots of Invincible Hulk, Iron Man 1 and Deadpool have basically taken place and are in rapid progress. Hulk, the Hulk who escaped from the laboratory, disappeared into the city with the help of the military after a battle with the mutant Abomination. The famous playboy Tony Stark has also escaped from the hands of the terrorists and began to use Stark Industries funds to research steel armor. During this period, just like the original plot, he held a press conference and announced his identity. This has caused a great sensation all over the world. After all, Tony does not like Loki personality and is different from all superheroes. This is also the core reason why he became the Avengers Alliance. He is a proud and conceited person, but also a person who is not willing to remain anonymous. This kind of personality is very similar to Li Feng, so the only person in the Avengers Alliance who makes him appreciate his real identity is Tony Stark. At least this guy is always at the forefront, no matter the odds, right? By the way, taking advantage of the opportunity of founding Marvel Pictures Co. Limited, Li Feng directly invested the $100 million sent by the Griffin and made great efforts to publicize it, which attracted many investment companies' attention. It is estimated that in a short time, as long as Li Feng releases 456 films of Mission Impossible, the company will be officially listed. At that time, Li Feng will have a bolder idea. Invite Tony Stark to make a documentary. The content is Battle of New York. At that time, his worth will soar exponentially. Every year, the dividends from the theater box office alone are enough for Li Feng to live a peaceful life without worrying about money at all. Li Feng naturally shared this news with White Queen, but the latter didn't feel anything about it at all. If Li Feng also has a father who is the richest man, he will do the same. Do you have time to go shopping with me today? At the dining table, the White Queen, wearing a faint nightgown, poured a cup of hot milk for Li Feng and asked softly, "Today?" Li Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "I'm afraid not today." "Why?" The White Queen frowned slightly, with a hint of arrogant dissatisfaction on her face. "2 days ago, my agent told me that there are several investors interested in my film and television company." Li Feng apologized. "Honey, I have to meet and chat with these investors so that my film and television companies can go public faster, and then there will be more money to support you. Who wants you to raise it?" White Queen glared at him, pretending to ask casually, "Who are the investors? Are they local in Massa City?" "Most of them." Li Feng didn't hide anything. "After all, it really happened. There is one more. Stark Paniu Investment Company. Stark." The White Queen asked after a slight pause, "That the rich man's company on TV?" "Yes." Li Feng nodded and explained, "Mission Impossible contains a lot of weapons for spies, and Stark Industries is also an expert in this field, so they are very interested in the movie I will make next. Talk to them." "Will you meet that Tony Stark?" The White Queen asked. "This, I don't know." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders. "Probably not. After all, he is very busy. Why don't you come with me, my wife?" White Queen hesitated for a while, shook his head and refused, and said, "You know, I don't like crowded places. I just want to stay with you." "All right." Li Feng drank the hot milk in the cup and said, "Then I'll go there by myself first. Be careful when you go to the hospital to visit your mother. Take bodyguards with you when you go out. If there is any emergency, call me and I will be there as soon as possible." Since getting married, White Queen's life has basically only 2 places, either taking care of her biological mother in the hospital or waiting for Li Feng to come back at home. Apart from going out shopping with him occasionally, there is basically no extra entertainment. White Queen seems to cherish such a life of asceticism. "You don't need to worry about it, hum." The White Queen snorted softly, turned around and walked into the kitchen to pack her things. Li Feng was already used to the arrogance of his little wife, so he smiled helplessly, put on his suit and turned to go out. After Li Feng left, the White Queen walked to the window of the bedroom with bare feet, looked at the scenery in the manor, looked back and said calmly, "Come out, aren't you tired of staying like this, Mystique?" As the voice fell, a blue light flickered slightly in front of the wardrobe in the bedroom, and then a figure with purple hair and dark blue dots all over his body slowly emerged from the air. "Long time no see, Emma." Mystique walked up to the White Queen and greeted her. "Magneto escaped?" White Queen glanced at her lightly and asked, "Yes, you are as smart as ever." Mystique shrugged. "She asked you to come to me?" White Queen asked again. "You can say that." Mystique leaned on the windowsill and said, "We need your ability to fight against Professor X." "Oh," White Queen sneered. As former X-Men members, White Queen and Magneto are also old acquaintances and even had an experience of fighting side by side. Mystique has been following Magneto, and her appearance also means that Magneto has returned to the human world again, which makes White Queen have to pay attention. The reason why she withdrew from X-Men at the beginning was all because she hated the world in her heart, so she chose to join forces with Magneto. Because in some cases, she is the only one who can control or influence Professor X's mind through telepathy. With Magneto captured, she also escaped. After that, she met Feng and lived a normal life. Thinking of Magneto, a guy who only wants to destroy the human world, the White Queen's good mood in the morning disappeared. She likes her current life very much and likes being carefree with Feng. "Every day, I only need to wait for Feng to come home, and then have S*X with him without worrying about anything, let alone using my mutant ability to kill people anytime, anywhere." Such a life was never imagined by White Queen. She cherishes it very much. Even in White Queen's opinion, the so-called destruction of the world is nothing compared to the happy days with Feng. At that time, she had just entered X-Men, rebellious and arrogant, facing the temptation of Magneto. She joined without any hesitation. But now she clearly recognizes what she wants. Let's talk about the business. Mystique saw that the White Queen didn't take the initiative to talk and said, "Magneto is recruiting some new followers. We found an ancient ruin in Egypt, and there is a mutant that lived for nearly 1,000 years. According to ancient records, that guy already existed during the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, and we plan to revive him, a mutant who has lived for 1,000 years." White Queen narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, "You? What big trouble do you want to make?" "I don't know much." Mystique shrugged his shoulders and said, "But you should be interested in another thing. Your old opponent Dark Phoenix was also rescued from the darkness." Jean Grey. The White Queen frowned and said after biting her tender lips she also followed Magneto. "Yes," Mystique said with a touch of excitement on his face. "Have you seen her strength? It's too powerful, so powerful that Wolverine has no room to fight back in front of her." The White Queen took a deep breath and said, "I won't go back. You tell Magneto, if he wants to come and ruin my life, if he wants to ruin me, I promise to make him pay 100% of the price." He knew you would say that. Mystique covered her mouth with a chuckle and said, "So, he decided to recruit your husband into the group." The voice just fell, whoosh whoosh. Countless diamond blades hovered around Mystique, but the latter's body hardly stayed there. It directly merged with the air and disappeared. White Queen gritted her teeth with a murderous look on her face, but soon it became soft again. If Magneto really dared to attack Feng, she would not hesitate to release the demon in her heart, that the god who coexisted with her. At the same time, the land of Egypt, thousands of kilometers away from the United States. Beyond one of the ancient pyramids, Magneto, wearing a helmet, and two of his men walked slowly in the desert. According to the ancient records, Vibe Woman raised her slender finger, pointed to the top of the pyramid submerged in yellow sand not far away, and said, "That guy is sealed inside this pyramids." Magneto raised his head, glanced at the camp outside the pyramids, and asked calmly, "What do these people do?" The night walker standing next to her flickered back and forth a few times, raised a piece of yellow sand, and said, "It should be the archaeological team who came here to investigate from the surrounding government. If they are here, we won't be able to get in." Magneto paused for a moment, then raised his hand expressionlessly, aimed at the figures surrounding the pyramids, and gently pinched. Boom, an invisible magnetic force burst out suddenly. The lives of dozens of innocent people exploded in an instant. "Now you can go in." Magneto sneered and quickened his pace. Behind them, the Vibe Girl and the Night Girl looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. North of the United States, a certain state. "Let me in, this hammer is mine." Thor, dressed in casual attire, explained to the S.H.I.E.L.D personnel in front of him and kept looking inside the cordon. "Is your name written on it? Just say it's yours." The S.H.I.E.L.D worker sneered and ruthlessly blocked him out. "If you don't believe me, let me." And before Thor could finish his sentence, a black pistol was pressed against his head. "Go away, get away from me." "Okay, okay." Thor looked aggrieved and had no choice but to turn and leave. For a prince of Asgard, losing his powers meant losing everything. If he can't awaken Mjolnir again, he may never be able to return to Asgard in this life. What to do? Thor just cursed into the air, and suddenly there was a figure in front of him with some mocking words. "Look, what you look like now is really desolate. Are you, Loki?" Thor recognized it instantly. The guy in the suit was his damn brother. The god of mischief, Loki. Why did you come to Earth? Thor rushed up and grabbed him by the collar, growling, "Let Heimdall send me back, quick, now, immediately, don't mess around, my dear brother." Loki pressed his hand and said with a half-smile, "What? Don't you like the environment here? This world is infinitely better than Asgard's." "Shut up." Thor gritted his teeth, "Can't you hear my order?" "Oh, come on, I really hate it when you talk to me like this." Loki's face gradually became cold and he pushed Thor away, saying, "You are no longer qualified to talk to me now. I am the only heir of Asgard, and you are just an ordinary person who was demoted to the lower world." Thor took a deep breath, suppressing his temper. In terms of force, the current him is no match for Loki at all. If he really fights here, he will only lose in a mess. Stop talking nonsense. Loki sneered, "My dear brother, I'm here to tell you that you can't go back. I'm about to sit on the throne of Asgard and you must stay here forever." What do you mean? Thor heard the killing intent in his words and his whole body tensed up. Next second, Loki grabbed at the side suddenly and a dark green scepter appeared in his palm. He closed his eyes tightly and muttered a spell softly. "Destroyer, appear. I, the noble prince of Asgard, order you to slay Thor." The last word falls, boom, a huge amount of steel monster fell from the sky. The destroyer in Thor 1 has officially descended on the earth. "Enjoy yourself, Thor." Loki laughed and disappeared in an instant. This time, it's over. Looking at this Asgard metal monster, which Asgard calls the ultimate weapon, Thor turned around and ran away without the slightest hesitation. Asgard, the court of God. Loki stood in the middle of the main hall, raised the scepter in his hand, and waved lightly at the ceiling made of fairy stone. Immediately, pictures of Odin's battles against the 9 realms in ancient times appeared in front of his eyes. In the painting, there is a beautiful figure like a goddess of death, with a broken halberd sinking into the sand, brave as a warrior. "My dear sister, where on earth are you hiding? If you let your father know that you have escaped from the cage, he will be very angry, right?" He muttered to himself but sneered, "I don't believe you can bear such a good opportunity for revenge. Kill Thor and you'll be back in Asgard, won't you?" "Come on, I can't wait. You kill Thor, I kill you, the throne is mine now." With Mjolnir entering the Nether, the plot of Thor 1 is also rapidly developing. It's just that what Feng didn't expect was that while these plots were progressing, some changes that should not belong to the original plot were quietly going on. At the moment, he was driving his Maserati across the long highway to the first floor of the Stark building in downtown New York. At the same time, mutant school. "What?" Professor X's complexion suddenly sank. "You said Rampage was killed by someone?" "Yes, Professor." Beast reluctantly took off his glasses and said, "I went to Massa City with Cyclops to inquire and it was indeed slaughtered. Have you found out who it is?" Professor X's tone became a little cold. Every time a mutant dies, there will be some reactions in his brain, but the violent death made him have no warning. This means that either the person who killed the Rampage was not a mutant at all, or this mutant is too powerful, even so that his spiritual thinking can't feel its existence at all. "There is one more troublesome thing, Professor," Cyclops said in a serious tone. "After Rampage died, 2 new mutants came to take over his position, Griffin and Angel, who are also like Rampage. They are members of that gang, but I heard some gossip. It is said that they were beaten into maims in less than 3 hours after taking over, and they were wiped out, along with more than 30 gangsters. So, we guess the 2 should be the same person." Professor X fell silent after hearing this. Kill Rampage first and then cripple Griffin and Angel. Except for an alpha-level mutant like him, he couldn't think of anyone who could do this. "Emma, is that you?" Professor X lowered his head and muttered to himself. There is a festival with the Rampage, and he is as powerful as him and stays in the mutant of Massa City, only the White Queen. Or, a figure suddenly appeared in Professor X's mind. "It's you." Cyclops and Beast looked at each other, not understanding what Professor X was muttering to himself. After a while, Professor X took a deep breath and said, "Let's go to Massa City and meet someone." "Who?" Feng. After the vehicle came to a complete stop, Feng walked into the first floor with the invitation from Stark Company. Since the joint premiere of Mission Impossible 123, Feng's fame can be said to have resounded throughout the United States overnight. After all, in the Marvel Universe, movies like this kind of spy agent are very popular. But to Feng's surprise, even a branch of Stark Industries was interested in becoming his investor. This is actually not surprising in the eyes of the public. After all, a so-called largest heavy industry group in the United States must have some companies investing in other industries. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, can you? But in Feng's eyes, there is something intriguing. The relationship between Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D is definitely second only to Captain America in the entire Marvel Universe. It is true that Stark Group investing in its own film company is definitely a good thing. After all, people are not short of money. But what if S.H.I.E.L.D made Tony do it on purpose? Lee rationalized his thinking and decided not to think about it for the time being. Feng is used to this kind of meetings with investors. Except for some celebrities who will participate, there are not many serious business talks. In other words, participating in this kind of meeting is nothing more than talking and drinking a few glasses of red wine together. If the investor is interested, the follow-up matters will be left to the broker and the company to discuss. Fortunately, Feng is now considered a successful person, not to mention that he has entered the circle of celebrities. At least he has also entered the ranks of first-line directors, so here, he has a lot of power to speak. As soon as he walked in the door, a burst of discussions came into his ears. Hey, did you hear? There's been a lot of mutants messing around in the city lately. It's really lingering. I even sent my daughter abroad. I'm really afraid they will hurt us. I'm even more worried that once awakening comes, these mutants will be like crazy and rule the world. Oh, William, that's impossible. Don't forget we have a government. I hope they don't eat dry food. Hearing this, Feng smiled, not paying attention at all. Whether it is mutant or the Avengers Alliance, they are all part of the Marvel Universe. Their existence is indeed a threat to some ordinary people, but everything has value. How could these ordinary people live in peace without them? Just as Feng was about to go to the VIP area to meet those investors, two familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of him. I saw a guy wearing black sunglasses, a blue complexion, and long hair all over his body, pushing a middle-aged man in a wheelchair slowly forward in the lobby on the first floor. Cyclops, Beast, Professor X. The appearance of these three people instantly made the field boil. These three guys, are they mutants? That guy with the blue complexion, I remember being on the news. It seems, it's a group called X-Men. Is this a good mutant or a bad mutant? Whether it's a good guy or a bad guy, as long as it's a mutant, I'm disgusted. Stay away from them. Hearing these noisy voices, Professor X didn't take it seriously at all. He just looked around blankly as if he was looking for something. But the Cyclops behind him think otherwise. If the law allowed it, I would take off my glasses without hesitation and burn these guys to ashes. Cyclops lowered his voice and complained to Beast beside him with a cold look in his eyes. With the frequent awakening of mutant, the entire United States has a great dislike for this group, as if they are like rats living in the sewer. This is also normal. After all, the Battle of New York has not yet happened, and mutant can be said to be the most feared existence in the world today by ordinary humans. This is the case in every society where the jungle preys on the jungle. Whoever holds great power will be isolated and resisted by the collective. Calm down, Laser. This is S.H.I.E.L.D territory, and if you do this, I promise you won't be able to leave this building. Beast pushed his glasses. The calmness and composure on his face didn't fit his appearance. Without waiting for Cyclops to reply, he lowered his head, looked at Professor X and said, "Did you find that person, Professor? He's walking towards me." Professor X grinned, smiled slightly at Feng standing in front of him and nodded. "Mr. Feng, nice to meet you. My name is Charles. I like your mission, Impossible 123, very much. The leading actors in it are really unforgettable. I heard that Mr. Feng has recently established a new company and plans to shoot some blockbuster films with sci-fi elements in the next time. I am very interested in this. You should know I'm mutant. I thought I could be of some help to you. Interested in talking." Smart people don't like to talk nonsense. So Professor X, omitting most of the prologue, stretched out his skinny right hand. Looking at this middle-aged man with a kind face and wisdom in his eyes, Feng was unmoved. He didn't know the purpose of Professor X's coming here, and he didn't know that Professor X had already become curious about his identity. Compared with S.H.I.E.L.D, the mutant group should make him more cautious. After all, the person standing in front of him is an alpha-level mutant. "Mr. Feng, maybe we can change to a convenient place to talk." Seeing that Feng didn't respond, Professor X withdrew his hand and smiled calmly. "Let's just say it here, I'm short on time." Feng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, tasting the red wine lightly. "All right." Professor X straightened his mind and said softly, "Mr. Feng, your wife Emma and I are old acquaintances." Feng's elbow snapped. "The reason for disclosing this is to tell you that I already know something about the underground gang in Massa City." Professor X observed Feng's change and deliberately lied. "You did it right." Feng's face gradually turned cold. He didn't know why Professor X suddenly mentioned this. As he put the glass on the table, Professor X's eyes froze suddenly. Whoosh. A violent and stinging mental thought spewed out from the depths of Professor X's brain like a cocoon and turned into invisible needles, wrapping towards Li Feng's brain. Next second, Li Feng's complexion changed drastically, and the veins on his forehead popped out. But this change only appeared for a second before he regained his composure. But the Professor X in front of me is not so comfortable. His entire face became extremely pale, and his heart felt like it had been bitten back, and there was a severe pain. The spiritual invasion was actually rebounded. Professor X's heart suddenly trembled. At this moment, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a giant black figure standing in the void, nearly 8 feet tall, appeared out of thin air. With purple-red wolf-like eyes, it swung the huge axe in its hand and slashed down at him. Hiss! Professor X woke up suddenly and took a breath. "Professor, what's the matter with you?" Beast sensed something was wrong, bent his waist and asked. Professor X ignored him, but looked at Li Feng with a terrifying and incredible look. Just now, he tried to use his spiritual power to forcibly invade Li Feng's thinking and read his memory. But not only did he fail, he was expelled by an even more terrifying force. Even he can clearly feel that this power does not belong to this world. More, not of mutant. Professor X usually does things like mind intrusion, and it can basically be 100% successful. Even if the other party noticed something after the end, there was nothing he could do about it. But Li Feng, it's so weird, this made him feel an unprecedented fear. Li Feng, who understood the reason, also reacted at the moment. His face was cold, and he stared at Professor X with anger in his eyes and asked, "Is this why you came to me?" After saying this, a little cold sweat oozes from his back. Because the memories contained in Li Feng's brain are not only the secrets of the Marvel Universe. Besides, system through, these secrets are top secrets that cannot be known by others. But just now, Professor X actually tried to invade his mind. Since coming to this world, no one dared to do this to him. Without the Steppenwolf template, Li Feng's secrets would be fully revealed to Professor X at that time. He has only one choice: kill this old guy in public. And now he wants to see how Professor X explains it. Sorry, Mr. Li Feng. Professor X didn't mean to quibble at all. Obviously, he also realized the troubles of the matter. But he still hasn't recovered from the horror just now. How did Li Feng do it? Could it be that he is an Omega-level mutant stronger than himself? Professor X couldn't understand this question and didn't have the time to think about it, because he already clearly felt a chilling killing intent in the air. Sorry, I'm really sorry, Mr. Li Feng, this was not my intention. I guess I should tell you that one of my mutant abilities is telepathy. Sometimes, it gets out of control, you know what I mean. I swear on my personality, I definitely didn't mean to. Professor X apologized to Li Feng with a bitter face. Oh, is it so? Li Feng took a step forward and approached Professor X. Cyclops, and Beast in front of them stood up and stood in front of the ladder in an instant. Don't mess around, I warn you. Beast stared into Li Feng's eyes with a defensive face. Li Feng sneered, looked down at Professor X condescendingly, leaned close to his ear and whispered word by word. Charles, I know you, I know what you are going to do, and I also know who are around you. I tell you, no one has ever dared to offend me like this. You are the first, and I promise you will pay the corresponding price. But you can be lucky for a while, at least not now. After finishing speaking, Li Feng straightened his back, straightened his collar, turned and walked into the VIP room. There was no kindness in his tone. In other words, what would have happened if Li Feng hadn't detected Professor X's psychic powers? So there is no room for mercy. If it weren't for the crowds here, Li Feng would definitely use his own means to let Professor X experience what real terror is. Previously, the Steppenwolf's appearance in the opponent's mental thinking was entirely the result of passive defense. The Marvel Universe is full of unknown dangers, and most superheroes have their own selfishness, and it can even be said that there are no absolute good people at all. If Li Feng is just an ordinary director without a system or any special abilities, how should he face these insidious methods? The reason why mutant is resisted and avoided by most humans is not the fault of humans, but their own problems. Relying on the super ability brought by the X gene, it is completely normal to think that it is above ordinary humans and then do some self-righteous things. Whether it's people from the X-Men's side or Magneto's side, they are all doing such evil. If these mutants, knowing that they are different from other humans, choose to adapt to their own power instead of showing it to outsiders, the result will definitely be different. Originally, Li Feng still had some affection for Professor X in his heart, but after this incident, he almost lost all affection. If it weren't for the crowds here, Li Feng would not let him go. Anyone who dares to covet the secrets in his heart will die without regret. Looking at Li Feng with an indifferent expression, Professor X had a little cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't think about it, didn't expect it to turn out like this. The reason why he came to this place was simply to meet Li Feng and see if he could make his mutant induction work. But now that the goal has been achieved, even bigger troubles are coming. Who would have thought that there was such a terrifying demon hidden in Li Feng's body? This is completely outside the scope of mutant. Professor X doesn't like to make enemies with this kind of guy, because with his ability he can't compete with him at all. Unless. A haughty and cold figure appeared in Professor X's mind. Let Dark Phoenix kill Li Feng. As soon as this thought appeared, Professor X's body tensed up. He watched Li Feng gradually disappear into the crowd and finally gave up the idea of continuing to explain. Professor, this guy dares to threaten you, he's getting impatient, Cyclops said with a cold face. He didn't know what happened at all, but he heard Li Feng's threatening words clearly. You are not his opponent, Laser. Professor X shook his head lightly and said, all of us are not his opponent because I used mental power to try to invade his mind just now. But an even more terrifying mental power, it swallowed all my strength. This is a scene I have never seen before. I'm afraid he's not a mutant. Hearing this, the expressions of Cyclops and Beast became weird. Not a mutant, where did he get his strength? You can't provoke him without my order. Professor X sighed and said, I'm also to blame for this. If it wasn't so abrupt, maybe he would choose to join the X-Men. Today's goal is achieved, but Liang Zai also formed a knot. Let's go. Professor X waved his hand, as if he suddenly remembered something and said, also, pay attention to Magneto if they are after Li Feng, remember to remind Emma. Yes. Cyclops and Beast nodded simultaneously. After entering the VIP room, Li Feng forgot what happened just now. The contact with Professor X made him feel a little bit worse. After all, the mutant group is too uncontrollable, and he doesn't want to fall into this swamp. Oh, Mr. Li Feng, you are finally here. While he was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly came from his ear. Li Feng raised his head subconsciously and saw Natasha Romanoff in an OL skirt walking towards him. Please follow me, Mr. Li Feng. Let me introduce you to the major shareholder of this investor, Tony Stark. Li Feng hesitated for a while, but he didn't expect Tony Stark to come. He followed in the footsteps of Natasha Romanoff and walked to Tony Stark, who was surrounded by a group of high society rich women not far away. Ahem. Natasha Romanoff coughed and shouted, Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark, holding the wine glass. Tony Stark obviously paused, glanced at Natasha Romanoff, saw her charming figure squeezed out of the crowd of women with a smile and said, beautiful lady, what can I do for you? Served. Director Li Feng is here. Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly at Tony Stark, pointed to Li Feng behind him and said, do you want to chat with him? Oh, let me think about it. Tony Stark looked Li Feng up and down, his brows were slightly furrowed, and then relaxed as if considering in his memory. He asked, you, I'm the director of Mission Impossible 123. Li Feng grinned. He couldn't see that Tony Stark was deliberately pretending not to know him. Oh, I remembered. Tony Stark laughed loudly, hugged Li Feng and said, I remember you, your spy movie was so good it completely met my childhood expectations. I think that's why you're here, right? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything, I just want to have a brief chat with you. What is your next movie going to be? If I'm satisfied after listening to it, maybe I can give you more. The investment is on the original basis. Arrogant as always. Li Feng will definitely not lose his composure in front of Tony Stark, let alone get annoyed by his arrogant tone. After all, this is Tony's innate personality. He smiled and said, it's not convenient to disclose. Hearing this, Tony Stark's expression obviously turned cold, but he quickly returned to his smile, put his arm around Li Feng's shoulders and said, hey buddy, I have an employee who likes your movie very much. Can I asking you for an autograph for her? If I don't, she'll probably get mad at me because her nickname is Pepper. Yes, no problem, Li Feng readily agreed. The two clinked glasses at the wine table and talked for a while, and soon Tony Stark was infected by the charm of Li Feng's language, and the two became acquainted inadvertently. After Tony learned that his life might be preserved by Li Feng in the form of a documentary, his tone was obviously much happier. As a superhero, being respected or admired is a great thing. Obviously, Tony didn't know that the reason why Li Feng didn't resist courting him was purely to use him to make money. Stark Industries, Iron Man himself. Once these two titles are shown in film and television, Li Feng can create a particularly terrifying income. No one likes to have trouble with money, right? After talking for a few more words, Li Feng and Tony exchanged contact information and confirmed the investment. The initial amount was 50 million. The money is not much, but it is also not little enough for Li Feng to do many things. After Tony left, Li Feng chatted with several local investors, and the results were very satisfactory. He glanced at the time, and when he was about to go back, Natasha Romanoff suddenly wrapped his shoulders with her tender white arms. "I'm in a bit of trouble, boss." "Trouble?" Li Feng frowned, not knowing what tricks she was up to, so he asked, "What trouble?" Natasha Romanoff's face was obviously a little nervous, and she stretched out her hand to deliberately press the corner of her slit skirt, leaned close to Li Feng's ear, and whispered warmly, "When I entered the door just now, there were some hooligans in the alley outside. Staring at me. Can you send me home? I'm afraid they, to me." She didn't finish the sentence, but Li Feng understood the meaning instantly. He sneered, "What are you kidding? S.H.I.E.L. D 10th level agent, how many hooligans would he be afraid of? Help me, will you?" Natasha Romanoff said in a low voice with a blush on her face, "Boss, I'm scared." Seeing such a mature beauty showing weakness like this, an ordinary person would probably not be able to stand it long ago. But Li Feng turned a deaf ear to it and instead said calmly, "I'll take you out and I'll take a taxi home by myself." "Okay." "Okay?" Another look of disappointment flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes. It seems that this man is really soft and hard, but the words have been said and she does not intend to take them back. The two walked out of the Stark building together and came to the side of the road. There are office workers busy going to and from get-off work everywhere, and there are no hooligans at all. Just as Li Feng hesitated whether to expose this woman's tricks, a cold wind suddenly came from the alley behind him. "Ah!" Natasha Romanoff's scream is heard. Li Feng turned around subconsciously and saw a few guys wearing hats covering Natasha Romanoff's mouth with a black cloth and dragging her enchanting body into the shadows. Help, help." A faint cry for help came from the darkness. Li Feng stood still for 2 seconds, then put his hands in his pockets, slowly hummed, and turned to leave. "Hero to save beauty, draw your sword to help. This kind of trick is simply too old-fashioned." He dismissed them all. But he had only taken 2 steps when he stopped suddenly and looked at the intersection not far away. There seemed to be a translucent mummy figure that looked like a skeleton just staring at him. "Apocalypse!" Li Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. After only a second, that figure disappeared. "What's going on? Shouldn't this node Apocalypse still be lying in the pyramids? The plot of X-Men hasn't been fully developed yet and that guy was released. No, something's wrong. This isn't normal Marvel Universe wake-up time. Someone must have disturbed the order." Li Feng's face gradually darkened. Yes, he finally felt some threat. Normally speaking, after the plot of X-Men Apocalypse, it will be Wolverine 3: Desperate War. At that time, the entire X-Men group will be destroyed by the terrorist power of Dark Phoenix, and Wolverine will also fall into death because of this. But now, before the game between Magneto and Professor X has officially taken place, Apocalypse has been released and is targeting Li Feng. This means that the plot of X-Men has been completely messed up. Definitely, it's not this that makes Li Feng feel threatened. Rather, the entire Marvel Universe. What if the plot of the Avengers Alliance does not break out according to the original time point? What if that guy who looked like a purple potato came to Earth early before the Avengers Alliance was fully established? At that time, everything will be even worse. So who exactly is manipulating all this, changing all this? Li Feng took a deep breath, calmed down, pulled out his hands in his pockets, and walked into the alley where Natasha Romanoff was dragged away. The whimpering still came from the darkness. Natasha Romanoff was being tied up in midair by a blue light braid, her entire body was suspended, and even her arms were squeezed without any resistance to ability. At the same time, her face was bitter, as if she was facing suffocation. And in the alley there are 3 mutants with blue eyes standing. "Leave far away." Li Feng walked under the shadow. Half of his face was reflected by the lights on the side of the road, and half of his face was wrapped in darkness. Just like that, he uttered 3 words lightly. "Are you looking for death? Don't G hinder me from playing with chicks." One of the mutants grinned grimly, but as soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was reduced to ashes. The other 2 mutants showed panic and were about to run away when a blue light flashed in their eyes, and then they rushed towards Li Feng without any hesitation. 2 seconds later, Natasha Romanoff's limp body fell heavily to the ground. And the 3 mutants, without exception, all turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. It's not very gentlemanly. Natasha Romanoff got up from the ground, patted the dust on her skirt, and looked at Li Feng helplessly. "Come on, stay away from me." Li Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it lightly, leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. "Also, go back and tell your superior, Natasha Romanoff. My bottom line is not as low as you think. If you S.H.I.E.L. D. Still don't give up the temptation. I will be very angry. The consequences of being angry. You saw it just now, didn't you? When Natasha Romanoff heard this, the panicked expression gradually returned to calm. In fact, meeting 3 mutants is not a hopeless situation for a level 10 agent, but since Li Feng saw through it, there was no need to continue to pretend to be pitiful. You are much stronger than I thought. Natasha Romanoff tidied up her clothes, looked into Li Feng's eyes and said, I'm very interested in you. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can't walk when I see a woman? Li Feng sneered and asked, go back and tell Nick Fury. I know what he wants to do, but I'm not interested in it. I have a family, a career, and a wife who is more attractive than you, and I should be responsible for this not joining some S.H.I.E.L.D. Why? Would you know this? Natasha Romanoff asked, puzzled. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Captain America or something. Li Feng smiled, threw the half-remained cigarette on the ground and stamped it out, left after saying a word. Be smart, the world is changing. Watching Li Feng gradually disappearing into the street, Natasha Romanoff fell into deep thought. The world is going to change? This sentence. What means playing tricks? Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath. Although she had some appreciation for Li Feng, years of agent training allowed him to easily control his emotions, so Li Feng's previous heroic rescue did not leave her much. Deep impression. All of this is just her task. After the meeting with investors came to an end, Li Feng also returned to a normal life. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't continue to send people to bother him, so he put more energy into making movies. This state made him famous in the upper class of Massa City very quickly, and even vaguely had a momentum of surpassing the reputation of the richest man in Massa City. For the old man who claims to be self-made, this is not something that can be easily accepted. Massa City, top floor of the World Trade Center. The White Queen's father, Winston, was looking at the tall black man in a leather jacket with trepidation. He took a deep breath and explained, listen, I didn't know you were from S.H.I.E.L.D., but I did what you said. I made all the Film and Television Association members in Massa reject my son-in-law cooperation, but I can't control the people in New York. The young man named Stark Industry has brought him a lot of contacts. If you want to settle accounts with me because of this matter, it would be too irrational. Is this all you can do? The black man was Nick Fury. With his hands behind his back, he calmly said, is there no other way? Oh God. Winston couldn't help sighing and said, I'm just the richest man in Massa City. There are many people richer than me in this world. My connections are very important to Li Feng. Said, it has no effect. If I forcefully use some unclean means, I will only get a mess and even make my daughter hate me even more. It's enough. Nick Fury raised his hand to interrupt him and said, you don't need to worry about this matter. I came here to understand why your current wife imprisoned your daughter 8 years ago. Winston's face became ugly. It was a secret, he didn't know whether to say it or not. S.H.I.E.L.D. has the ability to be responsible for the answers. If you don't cooperate, the following chat will not be so pleasant. The toughest in the world. Okay. Winston sat on the chair and sighed. It's like this, Hazel, Emma's biological mother, originally had a mental illness, and when she was pregnant with Emma, her condition became more serious. I had to choose to send her to a mental hospital for treatment. For this reason, I arranged many well-known psychiatrists and obstetricians to provide her with excellent treatment plans and protect the child in her womb, until the day when Emma was born. The entire hospital ward was completely blacked out like a ghost, and then there was a deafening cry in the ward, and several doctors in charge of delivering the baby were in a strange state within just a dozen seconds. Die. In order to cover up this matter, I used my contacts to immediately block the news, even bought the entire hospital and concealed all the details. So after your daughter was born, you married your second wife in order to protect your reputation, but because this woman was too utilitarian, she often beat Emma and even abused Emma, which caused Emma's mutant gene awakening, so she was released. Your second wife is locked up, right? Nick Fury sneered and continued, you really are not a qualified father to ignore this. Winston fell silent and made no reply. For Emma, his father is indeed unqualified, so from childhood to adulthood, he would follow Emma's will. She wanted to do anything, even bad things, and he would sneak around, but this also created another character of White Queen. You have inquired about everything you want to inquire, so go away. Winston wiped his face with his hands and said, the mutants in the whole world are waking up one after another. Nick Fury turned around and said back, watch your daughter and don't let her run around, otherwise I don't guarantee that S.H.I.E.L.D. will treat her as an enemy. After leaving the building, Nick Fury glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was waiting for him at the door, raised his eyes and asked, failed, Well, he knows my identity. Natasha Romanoff nodded helplessly and said, guessed. Nick Fury waved his hand and said, what else did he say? Tell me. Natasha Romanoff said exactly what Li Feng threatened. The world, is it going to change? Nick Fury frowned and muttered, what does this sentence mean? Director, I think what you should be most concerned about is not this. Natasha Romanoff said with a serious expression, I saw Li Feng's killing method in the alley. It was simply too powerful. It was a scene I had never seen before. With just a wave of his hand, the 3 mutants were reduced to ashes. An existence of this level should be immediately classified as a high danger alert level by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was silent for 2 seconds, nodded slightly and said, I understand your concerns, Natasha Romanoff. We S.H.I.E.L.D. must not just ignore an uncontrollable danger, but I always feel that what Li Feng knows too much, too mysterious, we can't just fall out with him. Then what do you want? He is a guy who doesn't eat oil and salt and doesn't eat soft and hard things. Natasha Romanoff crossed his arms and said helplessly, I'll go to his house and talk to him in person. Nick Fury turned around, got into the car and asked, do you want to come together? Let's drive to Massa City. No, if his wife gets it wrong, he might kill me. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and turned to leave. Nick Fury smiled helplessly when he heard the words. It seems that Li Feng said something that made Natasha Romanoff unhappy. As usual, after returning to his villa in Massa from New York City, Li Feng took a vacation for himself. With Mission Impossible 456 in theaters, the next thing he has to do is to sit and wait for the screening period to end and collect the money. As for other filming, don't worry about it. He has a very bold plan in his mind, which can increase his worth thousands of times, so he has to take it step by step to ensure that there will be no omissions in all the processes. Definitely, a large part of the reason is to accompany my wife, White Queen. Born in the Marvel Universe, you don't need to be a superhero to save the world, let alone deal with departments like S.H.I.E.L.D. or even worry about making a living. This is something Li Feng never thought about. Compared with sitting in a rental house a few months ago and being smashed by the landlord to demand rent, life now is simply heaven. Why would he have nothing to do to sacrifice himself for those innocent human beings? No need. Really unnecessary. Some time ago, after Mission Impossible 123 hit the box office, he bought a private jet almost without hesitation, planning to fly around the world with White Queen during his vacation. It's not such a thing to be bored in the house every day, is it? Thinking of this, Li Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, giggled, walked directly into the kitchen and embraced the White Queen, who was cooking. Why, cooking? The White Queen glared at him, trying to struggle. Just when the White Queen's face was flushed, the doorbell at the door of the villa rang suddenly. Stop! The White Queen gently pushed Li Feng away, blushing, and said, a guest is here, go and have a look. All right. Li Feng scratched the back of his head helplessly, had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart, and walked out of the living room. When he saw Nick Fury's figure through the garden in the villa, his face darkened. Someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. again, this time it's still the director. Mr. Li Feng, I'm very glad. Nick Fury was smiling and just about to reach out his hand, he was interrupted directly by Li Feng. You know, I warned your subordinates. Li Feng raised 2 fingers, sneered, and said, twice more, but you didn't listen. What do you expect? I didn't come to you this time to recruit you. Nick Fury seemed to have thought about his words a long time ago. He raised his finger and pointed behind him. Look, I didn't bring anyone, including my best man. Really? Li Feng sneered, raised his hand casually, and squeezed the void on the right outside the villa. Whoosh. A figure in a black suit was caught in an instant and fell to the ground hard. I still have to eat my wife's cooking, so I won't accompany you. Li Feng pouted, turned around and said, wait. Nick Fury had a slightly embarrassed expression on his face, but he quickly stopped him and said calmly, Li Feng, you are very powerful, but your strength is not unique to me, S.H.I.E.L.D. Faced with such strong words, Li Feng's expression was a little strange. Threatening Lao Tzu again, why is everyone in the Marvel world so self-righteous? I have said many times not to provoke myself, why didn't I listen? So your Li Feng's ability, in my eyes, is not necessary to be recruited. Nick Fury crossed his arms, stared at Li Feng, and said coldly, you have to know that there is no powerful person in this world who can resist a country, and I happen to be in control of the security of a country's politicians. In other words, I can use the power of the country against anyone. You wouldn't want someone like me to be an enemy, would you? Apparently, Nick Fury already knew Li Feng's character and knew that he was a guy who didn't get into anything, so he didn't intend to play tricks, but directly moved out his own chips. After all, the strength Li Feng displayed in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not enough to scare him. That's why he dared to come to the door so boldly and then said these words. But in fact, Nick Fury doesn't yet know what's going on in the underworld of Massa City. If he had witnessed the giant axe falling from the sky with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't be so bold. Hearing Nick Fury speak in such a tone, Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Do you really think of yourself as the leader of the United States, threatening yourself with the power of a country? As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D. if it wasn't Nick Fury standing here today, but another unremarkable member of S.H.I.E.L.D., then Feng would crush him to pieces without any hesitation. But the survival of Nick Fury is the top priority for the entire Marvel world. In addition, Feng didn't want to make a mess, so he simply said indifferently, I'll give you 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, finish what you want to say, and after that, I don't want to see any S.H.I.E.L.D. people appear in front of me. Don't even think about me joining S.H.I.E.L.D. I've already said the reason, and I won't say it a second time. He had no intention of doing Nick Fury any favors, because he didn't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. It won't be long before he will become the most famous director in the entire United States, regardless of wealth or connections. It is unimaginable. And Angxin lives her own life at home. Isn't it more comfortable than going out to fight with superhero? If it wasn't for S.H.I.E.L.D. who knew how to be careful and didn't disturb his life too much, I'm afraid he would have broken into S.H.I.E.L.D. by now and smashed it. 5 minutes enough. Nick Fury smiled, took off his sunglasses and said, the mutants you killed in the alley were all non-exotic mutants. Do you know what they are? Non-exotic mutant. Feng said flatly, I've never heard of it. The so-called non-heterogeneous mutants are the species that have transitioned from humans to mutants in some way. Nick Fury said seriously, they are human beings, but they have the power of mutants through the infusion of certain powers. But in doing so, the cost will cause the cells in their bodies to mutate and self-phagocytize. Generally speaking, the modified non-heterogeneous mutants will not survive a week. Feng frowned but soon relaxed and said calmly, oh, it's none of my business. Don't you think that there are suddenly more mutants around you? Nick Fury leaned on the wall with one hand, approached Feng's face and said, Massa City is the hardest hit area, and the main target of the hardest hit area is you. Nick Fury noticed Feng's micro-expression, so he didn't make any excuses anymore and directly stated the key points of his speech. The main target is me. Upon hearing this sentence, Feng's eyes became serious, combined with the apocalypse I saw not long ago. He seemed to understand something. There must have been some changes in the time and space of the Marvel Universe, resulting in people who should not be in this timeline. So what is the reason for this result? Feng began to ponder. Is it because of my own appearance? Or that guy who looks like a purple potato has already started to lay out on the earth? Feng kept Nick Fury's words in mind. He didn't want his life and growth path to be destroyed, and with his current ability, it would be a strenuous task to deal with those big bosses who rushed over from the universe. Feng, you have to pay attention. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, I want to tell you something. I hope you don't get angry. Your wife Emma used to be a member of the X-Men. She is also a member of the Magneto camp. Her identity is definitely not as simple as you see on the surface. I suspect that the reason why there are so many non-exotic mutants in Massa City is largely related to her. Is this why you came to me? Feng sneered at this and asked, you want me to help you deal with my wife? No, that's not what I meant. Nick Fury frowned and shook his head, noticing the killing intent rising around him and said, you should have seen Professor X, but you must have never seen Magneto, have you? Oh, who is it? Feng asked, pretending to be unfamiliar and indifferent. He's a complete villain, Nick Fury explained. He's also one of the strongest heretics in mutant. He can manipulate anything related to metal in the world, including lead and humans. The emergence of non-exotic mutants, to a large extent, has something to do with him, and now it is basically certain that you and your wife have been targeted by Magneto. If he wants to kill you, it is no different from trampling an ant to death. After speaking, Nick Fury stared at Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, hoping that he would show a little fear or apprehension. However, hearing this, Feng's expression did not change, but there was a sneer in his eyes. Magneto stomping on me is the same as stomping on an ant. Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. If Nick Fury had said the word Thanos, Feng might have tensed up because of it, but unfortunately, he said Magneto, a mutant. Not long ago, Feng just exterminated a few mutants, which is no different from trampling an ant to death. Even an alpha-level mutant is nothing in front of him. If Magneto is really so short-sighted that he wants to bring someone to trouble him, just squeeze it to death with one hand. Why nonsense? What do you mean by that? Nick Fury was taken aback by Li Feng's reaction. Why didn't this guy panic at all when he heard the news? Magneto is listed as an 8th-level dangerous person by S.H.I.E.L.D. before the Avengers fully awakened. Any alpha-level mutant was definitely a thorn in S.H.I.E.L.D's side. And it was the kind of thorn in the side who would rather kill by mistake than let it go. In addition, mutants have been rampant in the United States for nearly 10 years, and there is a vague trend in the world to resist the so-called mutants. Even most media and governments believe that mutants will eventually start war on ordinary humans, especially the one who has just been Magneto, who was locked up and escaped, is a terrible threat to human beings. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have absolute defense against mutant. In the past, Nick Fury found those ordinary people or famous businessmen, political leaders, and told them when they were targeted by mutant. Those people, without exception, will panic, then pray to the S.H.I.E.L.D. for protection and will pay any price for it. This is the most normal reaction, right? And look at this guy named Li Feng. Not only is he not afraid, but he also has an aura of, let that Magneto come to me for a one-on-one fight if you have the guts. If Nick Fury hadn't thoroughly investigated Li Feng's identity, he would have even wondered if this guy was in the same gang as Magneto, and he wasn't afraid of the other party making trouble at all. But apparently not so. Even Nick Fury faintly felt that in Li Feng's tone there was a sense of expecting some friction or collision with Magneto. Could it be that Li Feng isn't afraid of Magneto at all, or his ability has surpassed Magneto? Thinking of this, Nick Fury subconsciously shook his palms. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the only 11th-level agent, he has experienced more stories than his own age. Li Feng at the moment's reaction at the moment, from a psychological point of view, is completely fearless. This is normal because in order to avoid being approached by S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Feng does not intend to keep hiding his identity and pretending to be a fool. It seems that you are not worried. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, I was worrying too much. No, Li Feng waved his hands and asked curiously, you have to tell me, why am I being targeted by Magneto and why am I still the main target? In fact, Li Feng is not worried about being targeted by anyone. He is just afraid of trouble to come to the door. But he is not afraid to solve troubles. As a senior Marvel fan, this mentality must exist. After all, in this universe, there are so many dirty things happening in the corners every day, and some of them will always spread to Li Feng, the Traveler. It's just that he wanted to find out why. Logically speaking, since I have no fame and status, how could I be targeted by the mutant group? What they should do more is not to disturb the world. I don't know about that either. Nick Fury shook his head and said, after all, I'm not the one being targeted, but I can tell you some of my guesses. Li Feng waved his hand, motioning for him to continue talking. I received news from East Africa. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, Magneto showed up there and killed an entire archaeological team, and there are some followers around him, or they are all mutants that appeared with your wife. You mean Magneto wants to take Emma away from me? Li Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. If anyone dared to take the White Queen away from him, he would never treat him calmly. After all, he has never tried to use the full body of the Steppenwolf template. This is speculation, don't get excited. Nick Fury felt the murderous intent in the air and some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He calmly said, secondly, it is Emma's father, the richest man in Massa City. Hearing this, Li Feng frowned even deeper. Yes, you must have guessed it. Nick Fury said, the reason why Massa City is the first place to mess up in the United States is because it is the city with the most mutants. If Magneto wants to mess up the whole world, he must gain prestige or support, and the richest man in Massa City happens to be the most suitable candidate because in another half a year he will be the mayor of Massa City, and if he can openly support the mutant reform. Nick Fury didn't go on. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. profile, Magneto is a very ambitious man. He doesn't want to destroy human beings simply through power, but wants to make mutant status surpass that of ordinary human beings and surpass this world through some way. Therefore, obtaining the support of Big Shot is an important link. The richest man in Massa City is the most suitable candidate. What's more, this guy is rich enough to support all the mutants. As long as Magneto can get the richest man in Massa, this place will completely fall into mutants' hometown. Such a grand goal will inevitably require a huge layout. You mean, Magneto wants to control Emma through me and further control the richest man in Massa City? Li Feng frowned, grasping the crux of the problem instantly. That's right. Nick Fury nodded. It's the way Magneto does things best. Even in the Marvel Universe, there is no shortage of villains with both strategy and power. Magneto is one of them. Unlike most impulsive people who only know how to act recklessly. Why are you the main target? Because Emma will only listen to Magneto if she controls you. In this way, the richest man in Massa City can only use his own reputation to squander it for the mutant gang. Once the city of Massa falls to mutants' territory, the entire United States will be thrown into chaos. So that's why I came here to remind you. I hope you will accept the covert protection of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury said to Li Feng seriously. He deliberately used the word protection, just to gain Li Feng's trust. But obviously Li Feng doesn't like this. Protection? I don't need your protection. Li Feng said lightly, but I'm very interested in the news you provided. It seems that Magneto is indeed ready to attack himself. Then the apocalypse phantom scene that night must have been made by this guy. However, Li Feng still doesn't care. With his strength, he would only take a look at Apocalypse unless he came in front of him in person. You have to think about it. Nick Fury seemed to have expected that Li Feng would refuse, so he calmly said, I know you don't want to expose your strength, let alone let Emma know your identity. S.H.I.E.L.D's agent can protect you without anyone noticing. I can guarantee that as long as Magneto approaches 100 meters away from your house, S.H.I.E.L.D will immediately send someone to intercept it. Besides, I will also arrange human protection for your old father-in-law. How about it? After speaking, Nick Fury looked at Li Feng confidently, waiting for his response. This was the last way he could think of. If Li Feng agrees, it will be equivalent to owe him a favor, and this favor can still be used whatever happens to the Earth at that time. If Li Feng refuses, he certainly won't say no. No one would say no, right? Unless Li Feng really intends to drag his family to face Magneto and his men. You know, in order to catch Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D did not know how many agents and special forces died. That's an alpha-level mutant. But what Li Feng said in the next second made him stay where he was. Oh, can you tell me where Magneto is? I'll meet him for tea and chat. There was both disdain and playfulness in the tone. Nick Fury barely recovered. Looking for tea with Magneto, chat, what a joke. What's the difference between this and the rabbit sending itself to the tiger's mouth? Li Feng, I don't quite understand the way you joke, and I don't want to joke with you. Nick Fury twitched the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he thought Li Feng was making fun of him. I'm not kidding you. Li Feng stretched his waist and said firmly, I was serious. If you know where Magneto is, welcome to tell me. I've been worrying about having nothing to do recently. Is it strange to chat with him? Seeing Li Feng's serious expression, Nick Fury reacted. This guy, no kidding, call. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, I don't know the whereabouts of Magneto, and even if I knew, for your safety I wouldn't tell you. High-sounding, Li Feng sneered and said, then let him come to me. I don't need the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D, it sounds like surveillance. Also, it's better to keep your people 100 meters away from my villa. Otherwise I'd be taking out the trash regularly, you know what I mean. Nick Fury showed helplessness and sighed inwardly. It failed. This was the first time that he failed to solicit when he went out in person, but at least chatted for a few words and got to know Li Feng better. Well, I hope you don't do anything to my subordinates. They have no malicious intentions. Nick Fury shrugged his shoulders and said, before I say goodbye, I have a secret to tell you, why don't you listen to it? Li Feng folded his hands on his chest, glanced at the time, there was 1 minute left, nodded and said, say. I have to say that the information provided by Nick Fury is quite useful. At least it would give him an idea of what's been going on in the Marvel Universe lately. It doesn't hurt to have a listen. This is a report. Nick Fury took out a file bag from his black jacket, handed it to Li Feng and said, it's the report from the hospital where Emma was locked up, and there are some surveillance files in it. Video, after identification, we suspect that Emma has a dual personality. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Li Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Nick Fury, I told you, Emma is my reverse scale. If you think you can stir up the feelings between us to gain my trust, then I advise you to have 9 lives. Killing intent emerges. Cold sweat broke out on Nick Fury's forehead again. But he still maintained his composure and said with a slightly trembling tone, don't think so, Li Feng, I don't mean anything malicious. The files are all true, and there's the hospital's seal underneath, don't you know it after looking at it? Li Feng stared into his eyes for a long time before opening the portfolio and looking it up. It is indeed the patient information issued by a certain hospital. There are also photos of Emma when she was a child. Dual personality, schizophrenia. Do you often talk to yourself in the mirror? This, Li Feng frowned, the White Queen never mentioned it to him. There is also a video attached, I watched it privately, please forgive my rashness. Nick Fury said softly, in the video, Emma likes to talk to herself in the mirror, and every time she speaks, her expression will change if summed up in words. One is at a loss and the other is arrogance. In previous statistics on mutants, nearly 67% of mutants will have mental illnesses in childhood, and schizophrenia is normal. But Emma's schizophrenia is terrifying, more terrifying than ordinary people. Hearing these two words, Li Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Scary? Yes. Nick Fury said with a flash of fear in his eyes. I don't know what her mutant ability is, but it's obviously related to the spirit. According to the hospital's records, every time she talks to herself in the mirror when the time comes, the entire hospital will hear an ancient sound of fighting, as if the ancient gods are descending on the battlefield, and an invisible pressure of death will make all the patients tremble. In my memory, there has never been a mutant with this ability. Have you seen it? Li Feng didn't answer but fell into deep thought. He's been through so much with Emma, he's never seen the other side of Nick Fury's mouth. Talking to yourself in the mirror, another personality, he didn't know any of this. Even Emma never mentioned it. If you haven't seen it, you should be careful. I have no ill intentions towards Emma, but I suspect she may have an alter ego hiding something that you don't know about. Nick Fury said softly. Although he didn't say it clearly, Li Feng could tell that it was a warning to himself. He paused, thinking back to the first time he met Emma. At that time, Emma was injured all over her body. After meeting Li Feng, she passed out immediately and didn't say anything. At that time, Li Feng was in a panic, but he rescued her in time. In this way, the two developed feelings and got to know each other. When Li Feng knew that Emma was the White Queen and the daughter of the richest man in Massa City, he felt that his director's path finally had hope. But thinking about it now, there are some doubts. Why did Emma find herself in the crowd? Is it a coincidence in the dark, or time and space confusion? Li Feng took a deep breath in his heart, but soon he calmed down, picked up the file bag in his hand and threw it into the air. Whoosh. An invisible flame of nothingness instantly burned the file bag to ashes. Watching this scene, Nick Fury froze. Come on, Nick Fury. Li Feng waved his hand at him with a cold tone. I will always keep my trust in Emma because she is my only wife. Even if she has a split personality, even if she has a dual personality, I believe she loves me deeply. Even if she makes any mistakes, I will take care of her. Furthermore, these are my family affairs. You are not qualified to manage them. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here. Killing intent emerged again. Nick Fury paused, then nodded slightly, turned and left. What should be said, he has already said. As for whether Li Feng would believe it or not, he couldn't control it. During the conversation between the two, Nick Fury did not fall behind, whether it was threats or persuasion. He believed that Li Feng could see that he had full sincerity. The next thing is to see good fortune. What he didn't tell Li Feng, though, was that S.H.I.E.L.D would never watch Massa City fall to mutant territory. So when necessary, he will definitely choose to become an enemy with Li Feng. It's just that what he didn't know was that even so, Li Feng didn't care at all. It's just a S.H.I.E.L.D. If you really want to become an enemy with yourself, then just destroy it. At worst, facing that purple potato monster in the future, wouldn't it be over if I personally replaced Avengers? Still threatening yourself. In the face of absolute strength, threats have an egg. And no matter what kind of disease Emma has, Li Feng will not be defensive against her. The relationship between the two has already laid the foundation. No one can overthrow it. The chat is over. Who is it? As soon as he walked back to the living room, Emma's gentle voice came to his ears. Li Feng's thoughts were swept away. He grinned and said, I just sell insurance. The insurance seller. White Queen was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. The insurance seller still wears sunglasses. I like to act aggressive in broad daylight. Li Feng hugged him into his arms and said, My dear wife, what delicious food did you cook? After the two had a good meal, Li Feng drove away from the villa as usual, worrying about his career. After White Queen cleaned up the dining table, she returned to her room, stood in front of the huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling mirror, looked at her bumpy figure, and raised the corners of her mouth. She heard the conversation between Li Feng and Nick Fury just now. When she heard Nick Fury hand over the so-called file bag to Li Feng, she almost couldn't control herself and rushed out of the villa. But when she heard Li Feng's touching words and came back without a portfolio, she was very moved. This is the love she wants. Unconditional trust and support. We all love him, don't we? At this time, the White Queen in the mirror suddenly raised the corners of her mouth, spoke, and seemed to be a different person with an extremely cold and arrogant expression. When are you going to tell him the truth? The White Queen outside the mirror crossed her legs lazily and asked. It's still early. The White Queen in the mirror folded her arms and shook her head to respond. Although I have noticed that the 9 realms sent people down to look for me, I don't want to be discovered by them. My body is still recovering, so is the power. But I don't want to hide it from him. The White Queen outside the mirror pursed her bright red lips and said, "If he knows that I still have you in my body, he will be angry." "No, he won't." The White Queen in the mirror smiled and shook his head because he also has something to hide from us. "What's the matter?" The White Queen outside the mirror was taken aback. "Definitely is something that you and I don't know." The White Queen in the mirror walked back and forth, admiring herself and raised the corner of her mouth. "But I'm getting more and more interested in him. Then tonight, you will replace me." The White Queen outside the mirror smiled and said, "How is it, Sister Hela?" The White Queen in the mirror had a blush on her cheeks, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "Don't go back on your word." A triumphant smile appeared on the White Queen's face outside the mirror. At the same time, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that another self is willing to face Li Feng, the next development will not be so difficult. If Li Feng really alienates her because of Nick Fury, she will be very sad. In fact, she also thought about directly telling Li Feng her other identity, but after thinking about it, she still felt that this matter needs to be accepted slowly. After all, that guy named Hela is not from Earth, but White Queen also understands that sooner or later she will leave her body and face Li Feng formally. By that time, what will Li Feng do? Will he still choose to love her unconditionally like now? White Queen doesn't know and she doesn't know what to do, but soon she realized that this was not something she should consider but Li Feng, and what she needs to do now is to protect Li Feng. Magneto, mutant, S.H.I.E.L.D. Those guys who want to destroy my relationship with Li Feng don't even try to escape. My man can only belong to me, no one can take him away. At the same time, Massa City Underground World Headquarters. When Angel and Griffin were planning how to use their men and properties to make money, three figures suddenly walked in from the door. The two were about to get angry, but they saw the face among the three figures clearly through the light. Moment. Angel and Griffin looked terrified, bent slightly, and shouted at the same time, "Boss, why are you here?" Those who came were Magneto, Mystique, and Vibe. Among them, Magneto was dusty and dressed in a long robe, walked to the seat with a calm face and said, "How is the situation?" Griffin and Angel looked at each other, and the former said in horror, "Boss, according to your request, we sent people to keep an eye on Li Feng and Emma, but they were wiped out before they survived an hour. If we want to act forcefully, that guy named Li Feng will definitely not let us go." Magneto frowned upon hearing this. "Boss, you are right, Li Feng is indeed an Omega-level mutant, and his strength is even comparable to yours." The Griffin gritted its teeth and bowed its head to report to Magneto. Magneto propped his chin and said to himself, Emma, why don't you want to come to see me? It turns out that there is such a powerful man by your side, no wonder. Boss, will our plan still be implemented?" The Vibe woman walked to Magneto, leaned over and said, "Omega-level mutants can only be dealt with by you." If Li Feng heard their conversation here, he would understand that from the runaway taking over the underground world of Massa City to the appearance of Griffin and Angel, it was basically Magneto's arrangement behind the scenes. The emergence of Magneto is naturally similar to the plan Nick Fury said. The only difference is that Magneto does not intend to do something to the richest man in Massa City, but recruit Li Feng, Omega-level mutant. There are no more than 10 fingers in all mutants. If the White Queen and Li Feng can be recruited into his subordinates, then mutants' plan to ban humans will be easier to implement. This is Magneto's ambition. I can't make a move. Magneto pondered for a few seconds and said, "If I make a move, the X-Men gang will definitely find me the first time. This is not very beneficial to us now. So, boss, are we going to take a break?" Mystique asked, "Maybe I can talk to Emma again." "No, it's not necessary." Magneto said with deep eyes, playing with a square magnet in his hand, "Bring Emma to me, I want to ask her something." "You mean kidnapping?" Griffin and Angel looked at each other with a flash of fear in their eyes. "But we can't deal with that guy named Li Feng." Magneto glanced at the two shivering guys, waved to Mystique beside him, and said, "Find a way to get rid of that Omega-level mutant named Li Feng, and if possible, create some opportunities for him to follow him." "You sleep?" "Yes." Mystique nodded slightly. With her ability to change at will, it shouldn't be difficult to charm Li Feng. Magneto turned his head to look at Vibe Girl and ordered, "You take Nightwalker to see Emma. Angel and Griffin will support you. Don't do anything unless necessary. If she doesn't want to come, let Apocalypse come forward. Presumably she will. I will not let go of such a good opportunity." "Understood." The Vibe Girl turned and left. After they all left, a phantom appeared behind Magneto. "You woke me up just to make me your subordinate." This voice is dry and empty, as if it came from the ancient times. "No, please wait a little longer and you will see the scene you want soon." Magneto raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, his eyes full of madness. The Nine Realms, Asgard. After regaining the approval of Mjolnir, Thor returned to Asgard according to the progress of the plot. After meeting the father Odin, who is known as the Lord of the Nine Worlds and the King of God, Thor learned a secret from him. This secret is the key to the plot of Thor 2. Loki is a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim. When the secret came out, Asgard changed drastically. Reality Gem in Infinite Gems also appeared in front of Thor and others. It is worth mentioning that the plot of Thor 2 did not undergo some chaotic changes in time and space as it did around Feng located on the Earth, but it still entered the progress of the main line. First Loki blackened, then Reality Gem entered the body of Thor's girlfriend, and then the two brothers turned against each other. Loki fell into the abyss, life and death unknown. The plot of Thor 2 also completed. Thor, who personally solved his younger brother, discovered the secret above the Asgard temple by accident. The god of death, Hela, turned out to be his sister and once fought with Odin on the battlefield, conquering the present 9 realms. He is the first heir to Asgard. This level of credit and honor is a more painful torture for Thor, who has always liked to be competitive since childhood, than knowing that his younger brother was not born to his parents. To find out why, he lashed out at Odin. But Odin didn't explain anything, and he also reprimanded Thor with the majesty of the Lord of the Nine Realms, never to inquire about Hela's secrets, otherwise he will be expelled from Asgard. But everyone knows Thor's character. He has always been the most reckless person. Not only did not listen to his father's warning, but also sneaked into the abyss of Asgard dungeon. Here he met his mother, the goddess of the sky, who was known as the most beautiful body in the 9 realms. "Stop here, child." Frigga looked gentle, blocking Thor's way. "Don't get in my way, mother." Thor waved Mjolnir in his hand, his eyes were extremely determined. "I need to see her, she is the only heir to Asgard, isn't she? Your father told me that she has escaped from dungeon." Frigga sighed softly and said, "Hela is a child we picked up from the distant ancient interstellar. She has possessed great power since she was a child. These forces led to her growing ambitions, and your father chose to seal her after he unified the 9 realms. Father used her and betrayed her, didn't he?" A look of sadness flashed across Thor's face, and he couldn't help but feel chilled by this sister who had never masked her face. Hela unified the 9 realms for Odin and made great contributions, but in the end he was imprisoned in the bottomless dungeon because of his ambition. No one could bear this result. That's why we're worried about it. Frigga said softly, turning to look at the paintings on the wall. It's been 8 years since Hela escaped from Asgard, and during these 8 years, Asgard has never found her traces. Once she returns with terrifying power, the 9 realms will be in turmoil, which is why Odin decided to raise you as Thor. Thor was silent for 2 seconds and asked, "Odin wants me to kill her. Call them by their first names." Frigga turned her head, stared into Thor's eyes, nodded after a while and said, "This is your destiny, child. To deal with one's own sister and kill one's younger brother, is this the so-called destiny?" Thor laughed at himself, glanced at Mjolnir in his hand and looked sad. "My child," Frigga stepped forward, stroked his cheek and said, "If you want to change everything, go back to Earth." "Go back to Earth?" Thor frowned slightly and asked puzzledly, "Why?" "Heimdall told me that the last time Hela used her power was in that small star field on the Earth." Frigga said softly, "If you ever thought about finding her and meeting her without telling your father, then you can only go to Earth and use Mjolnir's divine power as a pull to find out where she is. However, you have to remember that if you don't find Hela before Heimdall, then she will be sealed again by Odin. I don't want you to fight your own father." "Understood." Thor nodded towards the virtuous mother and quickly turned and left. Seeing Thor's figure go further and further away, Frigga stood there and shook her head. At this time, Odin, wearing a long robe, came out of a side chamber. He could clearly hear the conversation between the two of them earlier. "Thor, you've grown up too." With a gentle smile on his face, Odin looked in the direction Thor left. "You asked me to tell him this, why?" Frigga looked puzzled. Odin shook the scepter in his hand, walked slowly towards the wall, stroked the mural on it and said softly, "Frigga, I have a feeling that the 9 realms are about to fall into chaos. Big chaos." Frigga was slightly pale. She knew that Odin's words were never wrong. "As for me, my time is approaching." Odin closed his eyes, sighed and said, "After living for 1,000,000 years, the 9 realms will finally come to this day." Hearing this, Frigga's beautiful face became a little haggard. After a few seconds of silence, she walked behind Odin and gently pressed it against his back. "Thor is a very powerful child." Odin held her slender hand and said with a solemn expression, "But this catastrophe cannot be carried by him alone. So you plan to let Hela assist him?" Frigga asked. "No." Odin shook his head and said, Hela is a great threat to the god realm and she must hate me very much. It would still be a disaster if she returned to Asgard. Even if she appeared in front of me again, I will also choose to seal her. Then, why did you let Thor go to Earth? Frigga asked, puzzled. To survive. After dropping these words, Odin turned around and walked outside the dungeon. As the most powerful and most combative king of war in the entire 9 realms, he will eventually grow old one day. After the Griffin and Angels funds entered the Marvel Films Co. Limited. Founded by Feng, all businesses officially entered a state of orderly operation. And Feng, as the only chairman, naturally couldn't let go of such an opportunity to be the shopkeeper. After he handed over the rest of the work to the agent, he rushed back to the villa immediately. Today's dusk is particularly dazzling. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard a cold voice in his ear. You still know to come back, what time is it? Hearing this familiar tone, Feng froze for a moment. Seem, what's wrong, but I can't say it. He smiled at the White Queen, stepped forward and put his arms around her slender waist and said, My lord, I'm too busy with work, but don't worry, I plan to go on a trip tomorrow, just you and me. Travel. The White Queen gave a light oh and said, Travel or not, we'll talk about it tomorrow, let's finish what we have to do tonight first. Tonight? Feng was taken aback for a moment. What's the matter? Before the words finished, the White Queen actually grabbed Feng's tie and got into the kitchen. After a while, there was an indescribable panting sound from the whole villa. The next day. Feng supported his waist and finished the breakfast prepared by the White Queen with a tired face. Too fierce, it was too fierce. From getting married to now, he had never seen White Queen so aggressive. It's almost like a different person. However, this also suits Feng's taste. The colder the woman is, the more exciting it will be when you conquer her. Thinking of those novel tricks last night, Feng couldn't help laughing. Such a good wife, not much better than what Natasha Romanoff. It really is a moment of spring night worth 1,000 gold. After dinner, Feng changed into a suit and officially set off with White Queen. Today is much earlier than usual. There is no other reason. Feng has officially taken over the transfer ceremony of the private jet, and there are 3 civil aviation stewardesses on the crew. The plane has been sent to the nearby airport, waiting for him to pick up. Coincidentally, Feng also planned to take the White Queen out for a stroll, staying away from Massa City for the time being. After all, if you have money, you always have to experience life and spend it generously. Feng's idea is very simple. He directly hires a captain who can fly a plane to serve him, and then chooses Alaska, a frontier city known as the most beautiful snow scene in the United States, as his destination. At that place, Feng purchased a private estate in advance, intending to use it exclusively for brewing aged wine. Just take this opportunity to feel the snow scene in winter. The two quickly arrived at the airport, and after submitting all boarding procedures, they finally saw this Boeing 747 that belonged exclusively to Feng. The process of waiting for takeoff was quite long. After all, there were still civil aviation aircraft that needed to operate. Feng took this opportunity to take out his mobile phone to check the latest news. To his slight surprise, the headline video cover of YouTube turned out to be a huge amount of green giant. This giant is full of muscles, wearing a pair of underpants and has a fierce face. Hulk. Feng froze for a moment, then clicked in. In the video, Hulk was smashing and beating on the street, and there were many tanks and armored vehicles around him that he directly smashed with his fists. There were dozens of mosaic corpses at the scene. The scene was much bloodier than in the movie. But the strange thing is, in the video, Hulk's face is extremely calm. He doesn't seem to have lost his mind at all, and he can clearly see a trace of calm emotion from his expression. Why is that? In Feng's impression, every time Hulk got angry, his face was full of anger. But in the YouTube video, Hulk clearly looks like, have fun, yes, it's fun to smash and it's fun to kill. Could it be that? Professor Banner at this stage can already master the Hulk as he pleases. Feng thought about it and finally rejected this idea, and turned off the phone. After all, none of this had anything to do with him. Even if Professor Banner can really control Hulk, the plot will still not change in any way. As for the Hulk causing harm to humans, let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle it. What's more, he also saw the shadow of the military in the video. It must not be long before Hulk will collide with the Abomination, and things will definitely subside by then. As the plane took off, Feng quickly put the Hulk matter behind him. With that time, it would be better to think about Alaska, how to play with the White Queen. Moreover, it is said that there is also a top-level delicacy in Alaska reindeer meat. This kind of meat not only provides a lot of nutrition, but also has the effect of enriching breasts. If White Queen can eat more, it will definitely be a big deal good thing. Thinking of this, Feng chuckled. Although the White Queen's figure has surpassed most of the goddess-level tasks, but how can anyone dislike the lack of money and the beauty of his wife, right? This is also for the sake of everyone's sexual life. In the real world, which man is not an old pervert? As the plane entered the troposphere, White Queen's face became significantly happier. She came to Feng's side, opened the window shutter, looked at the dazzling sun and white clouds outside, hummed softly, and asked in a rather expectant tone, "Why do you suddenly think of going to Alaska?" Feng thought for a while and smiled. "Because I plan to make a TV series called Breaking Bad, and part of the filming location is here. Definitely, the most important reason is to want to I'll take you around." This pun answer successfully caught White Queen's coquettish stare. "What kind of story is that?" White Queen propped her chin, her eyes gradually blurred. "It's a story with a lot of trivialities." Feng hugged her into his arms, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at her neck. There is a mark. It is a triangle with an upright eye embedded in it. This is, Feng's pupils shrank slightly. This is not. In the Marvel world, is there a mark only in the God realm? What's wrong? The White Queen turned her head suddenly, her beautiful eyes frowning. Fine. Feng chuckled, stretched out his hand and started to move around. Hate. The White Queen shot him a glare and broke free. Feng took advantage of the gap to get into the cockpit and had a casual conversation with the captain. Rich man's feeling, very nice. Although he can fly the plane himself, it is not necessary. Yes, but not necessary. Why spend money on things that can be solved by yourself? There are still 2 hours to arrive at the destination, boss. The captain turned his head and smiled slightly at Feng. The wonderful trip has officially begun. Just half an hour after Feng left the villa, White Queen nodded to the security guard with a blank expression and walked into the villa in front of them. The two security guards froze for a moment and looked at each other. Apart from being curious, they didn't pay much attention to why the hostess left and returned. After the White Queen entered the living room, her entire pretty body began to change, gradually turning into a blue body. Where are people? Why is there no one? Mystique looked around, suddenly a little speechless. According to intelligence, isn't Feng staying in the villa all the time today and Emma is going to the hospital to take care of her mother? But why? Not a single person. After waiting for a long time, Mystique did not see Feng, so he could only take out his phone and call Magneto. "Hey boss, no one is here." "Not here?" "Yes, neither Emma nor he is here." "Then you come back first." Good, the plan fell through. Feng, who was enjoying the spring festival moment on the plane, had no idea that a conspiracy against him was being carried out. Dayton, a suburb, in a hidden secret laboratory. A gigantic body was falling to the ground, holding its own neck with both hands and kept making strange yells. And in the corner next to the laboratory, a beautiful figure in a white coat was trembling, looking at all this. After a full 10 minutes. The gigantic green body gradually returned to normal. It was Bruce Banner. He was naked, leaning against the wall with a weak face. His whole face was extremely pale. Kaining from the corner came up cautiously with a blanket, covered him, and asked softly, "Professor Banner, the side effects of the drug seem to be serious this time." Banner nodded slightly with a lost look on his face. "I thought the effects of gamma rays would be suppressed with anti-cancer drugs, but I was wrong. It's a drug that makes my brain sane, but it makes Hulk more excited. That's not what I want to see, and we have to keep changing the formulation of the drug." After speaking, Banner struggled to get up from the ground, ignoring the blanket slipping off his body. Seeing this scene, Kaining couldn't help but blushed and turned her head away. "Betty, how many experimental drugs can you get from your father?" Professor Banner asked softly. "I have to get out of here. Hulk has caused a lot of noise outside. I plan to go to Massa City. That place is messy, perfect for me to hide." "Professor, are you leaving?" Betty Rose said with a look of reluctance. "The laboratory is safe. You can rest assured that I have been noticed by the experimental drug side, so I can only think about it slowly. Find a way." Banner was silent for 2 seconds, turned around and hugged the woman who had chosen to stand by his side from the beginning, and said softly, "I have to get out of here, Betty. We are not from the same world. Stay with me. I will kill you sooner or later. 6 months ago, I was almost nominated for the Nobel Prize. I thought my life finally had light. But I didn't expect that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. I have to face terrifying psychological pressure every day to suppress him in my body. Just 2 hours ago, I watched myself kill 10 soldiers and even crush a few tanks. I don't want to cause you to become a ghost who is neither human nor ghost and can only hide in the streets and alleys. If I hadn't been exposed to gamma rays, none of this would have happened. But I have no turning back." Speaking of this, Banner actually burst into tears, like an orphan abandoned by the world. The northern border of the United States, Alaska. Feng hugged White Queen, sitting in front of the fireplace, looking at the snow scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling very comfortable. Little did he know that, at some point in the future, Banner will show up in Massa, even treating him as an enemy. The entire Marvel universe is subtly waking up and changing. At the moments Feng, however, slipped his palm into White Queen's clothes. Ice. The White Queen glared at him. It'll be hot in a while. Feng chuckled and said, "Honey, let's go for a sleigh ride later, take a stroll in the snowy mountains, maybe we can meet some wild bears. Then the two of us will die for love." White Queen rolled his eyes at him and snorted coldly. "Husband, I am strong and strong, how could I die for love?" Feng waved his other fist and said with a smile, "It kills a bear with one punch, no pressure. Is it really that strong, huh?" White Queen tilted her head with a weird, playful smile on her face. Feng shook his head again and again and said with a smile, "Let's talk about other things. What kind of TV series is Breaking Bad?" White Queen suddenly asked curiously, "Who do you plan to invite as the protagonist?" Feng thought for a while, stroked the plots he had seen in his previous life memories, touched his chin and said, "It should be regarded as a movie in which the villain completes the redemption of life. I haven't decided on the protagonist yet." "Oh." The White Queen nodded half understanding and asked again, then, "Is there a god?" "God." Feng was taken aback for a moment. "What god?" "It's the gods." The White Queen said softly, "That kind. The gods who run rampant among the gods." "That's not true." Feng shook his head and said, "Why do you ask that?" He didn't understand why the White Queen asked herself such a strange question. Breaking Bad is a relatively small TV series. In the memory of the previous life, the ratings were not bad. Feng intends to use it to expand the business of the film and television company, so he came up with this idea. Then, are you going to make a movie about gods? This, maybe filmed after Mission Impossible 456 is released. Oh. The White Queen nodded and didn't intend to ask any more questions. But she was thinking in her heart, what method should be used to let Feng know and accept the existence of her? It seems difficult. Although he didn't know what the White Queen was asking these questions for, Feng could tell that the White Queen had something on his mind. He didn't mean to ask, but after looking at each other affectionately for 2 seconds, he blocked White Queen's red lips with his lips. Doing is always more straightforward than saying, and it can better express Feng's heart. The White Queen, who was still a little apprehensive at first, also obediently lay in Feng's arms, enjoying the beauty of this moment. Canada City Mutant College. As mutants like to show their faces more and more, coupled with the reason why Magneto continues to cause trouble among ordinary humans, the mutant school today can be said to be in jeopardy. Not long ago, the local government sent nearly 10 helicopters to block the skies over Mutant School, claiming that it was to protect the territory. Professor X had to talk for a long time before they were willing to leave. This is the base of the X-Men and the only place for the homeless mutants. If even this place becomes a victim of politics, I'm afraid the entire mutant society will be thrown into chaos. What's more, if Professor X didn't sense the existence of mutant through his own ability and united them, more dangerous people like Magneto would be born in this world. But the trouble is that there have been some uncontrolled emergencies at Mutant School these days. The Omega-class mutant known as Jean Grey disappeared. In fact, it's not considered disappearing, it's more like being taken away by some mysterious force. As the only known Omega-level mutant in the X-Men camp, Jean Grey is definitely the subject of key protection, because her ability is too terrifying. At the moment, Professor X is sitting in the brain-wave amplification room, searching for the whereabouts of Jean Grey through those densely packed electronic components. This state has lasted for nearly 5 hours. The biggest side effect of brainwave amplifiers is the damage to brain cells. Professor X's face was almost pale. Half an hour later, he struggled to take off the brainwave amplifier. Beast and Cyclops also took advantage of the gap to walk in. "Professor, is there anything new?" Cyclops, with his quartz eyes, asked Professor X anxiously. Professor X's face was dark. He shook his head slightly and said, "Still have not. I expanded all the ranges and I didn't find the strength fluctuation of Chin. In this case, either she is in a coma and cannot establish spiritual communication with me, or she hid on purpose and refused to contact me." Speaking of this, Professor X sighed, "If it's the latter, it's okay to say that Chin is a very sensible girl. But if it's the former, I'm worried that she will be used by someone with a heart." These few words caused Cyclops and Beast to change their colors slightly. Jean Grey has had close relationships with all the X-Men since she was accepted into Mutant School. She is a very gentle and kind girl. Even in order not to let the Phoenix force in his body hurt others, he is willing to bear these pains alone. But such a girl who only thought of her friends when she was in danger disappeared inexplicably. It's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Where did she go? Where will you go? You mean it's possible that Magneto took her away? Cyclops gritted his teeth. This lingering guy is said to have returned to the United States. If he really took Chin away, I must kill him myself. Killed him. It could be Magneto or it could be someone else. Professor X rubbed his eyebrows and said, a person we are all afraid of. Others. Beast is considered a veteran member of the X-Men and he is more careful in handling things. A figure appeared in his mind instantly. You mean, that guy named Feng. Hearing this, Cyclops suddenly remembered the collision between Professor X and Feng in the Stark building. In this world, the number of mutants who can suppress Professor X's mental ability can be counted on one finger. But that guy named Feng probably doesn't know Jean Grey, right? How could you take him away? Don't forget there is another person beside Feng. Beast pushed his glasses and said solemnly, Emma once betrayed us. Her relationship with Chin has always been much better than ours. I vaguely remember before Emma left mutant school and followed Magneto, she wanted to persuade Jean Grey to leave here with her. Emma, White Queen. Cyclops, who has the best relationship with Jean Grey, couldn't sit still immediately after hearing that he had a goal and turned around to leave. He said, we have to go to Massa City again and meet that guy. Cyclops, wait. Professor X shook his head to stop him and said, let's go, it's useless. According to my guess, Feng is probably also an Omega-level mutant, and his power is still above the piano. If you take the trouble to trouble him like this, you will probably pay the price for it. If Jean is really in his hands, what should we do? Cyclops clenched his fists and said word by word, if Emma really persuades Jean to join Magneto, then X-Men will lose the qualification to be compared with them. I'll go with you. At this moment, Wolverine suddenly came in from the door with an unlit cigar in his mouth and said indifferently, he can't kill me. Professor X and Beast exchanged glances and finally did not choose to stop. This is also a no-brainer. The whereabouts of Chin Grey is a very important matter to them, because they all know that besides the two possibilities mentioned by Professor X, there is a third possibility. That is, Chin is dead. After any mutant dies, it cannot be detected by the brain wave amplifier. As the youngest and most powerful mutants of the X-Men, they had to hold on to every hope possible. After Mjolnir was snatched by a tall man, Phil Coulson first reported the matter to Nick Fury. For S.H.I.E.L.D, this exotic object is definitely one of the treasured items worthy of research. It hardly took long after it fell within the territory of the United States that S.H.I.E.L.D blocked all sources of information. But Mjolnir was still taken. In addition, that huge fire-breathing mechanical monster that came from nowhere even caused disasters in suburban cities, indirectly killing dozens of ordinary humans. This made the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, who had long been dominating the United States territory, very angry. After sealing up all the information related to the destroyer, Nick Fury immediately asked all agents to search for the person who took Mjolnir away. His intuition told him that the mastermind behind these accidents and disasters must have something to do with that guy. What Nick Fury and Phil Coulson didn't expect was that although all the agents deployed by S.H.I.E.L.D within the territory of the United States were dispatched, no news related to it was found. This guy disappeared suddenly, as if the world had evaporated. This is something that is very damaging to the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. In order to solve this trouble, Nick Fury decided to send someone to arrest Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, for interrogation. That is, the woman whose body was once invaded by Reality Gem. But what he didn't expect was, before anyone was dispatched, the man who took Mjolnir found the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters by himself. Yes, just an hour ago, Thor broke into the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters and fought several agents. Without exception, those agents were all taken by him in seconds. Definitely, Thor didn't kill them, he just stunned them. After all, the purpose of his coming here was not to find trouble, but to find people. But Nick Fury didn't know who Thor was, let alone what he wanted to do, so he simply sent Hawkeye and Black Widow to fight him. The result is still the same, being crushed and beaten. No matter how you say it, Thor is also a divine body, so facing these two people there is not much pressure. Just when Nick Fury decided to invite Stark to do it, Thor took the initiative to inform his purpose. So it became what it is now. Nick Fury looked at Thor with a gloomy face and asked, "You say it again." "I said I am a god from Asgard." Thor looked helpless, sat down on the sofa, picked up a bottle of cocktail and complained while drinking. I said, "What's going on with you mortals on Earth? Don't you understand what I said? I have to repeat it several times. Especially you who wear an eye patch, do you need me to give you electrotherapy? Cheap, too cheap. This appearance is underwhelming and arrogant." Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, "This hammer in your hand is called Mjolnir. Yes, does it sound good?" Thor shook his hand casually and said with a smile, "If you promise me a few requests, I'll let you touch it. However, I have to remind you that generally only those with courage and strong fighting spirit will be recognized. I guess it's not very good." Nick Fury's face twitched violently twice. He took another deep breath, resisting the urge to call Stark to beat this guy up, and asked patiently, "You said you came here to find someone who?" "My sister." Thor shrugged his shoulders and said, "To be precise, she is not human. She is a god." Aside hearing this, Phil Coulson couldn't help but rolled his eyes. No way, in this universe do so-called gods really exist. "Definitely, besides that, I have also brought you some benefits." Thor stood up with a whoosh, walked up to Nick Fury, stared at him and said, "I know that your organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. very powerful, just like Asgard's status in the Nine Realms. If you can help me find my sister, Hela, then I will take your people to Asgard to experience life in the god realm. Maybe you can borrow this marriage creates a new union." "We're not interested in God." Nick Fury sneered, "In my eyes, the so-called gods are just creatures from another universe. Although your power is very powerful, there may not be any existence stronger than you in this world. If you want me to help, you have to show some sincerity. For example, join S.H.I.E.L.D. The tone is simple and the purpose is obvious. This time it was Thor's turn to be upset. "Let Asgardians work for S.H.I.E.L.D. What are you kidding? Do these people on Earth realize their status? Don't waste your time one-eyed." Thor waved the hammer in his hand and said bluntly, "You people on Earth will not understand what kind of existence a god is. I'm too lazy to explain so much to you. If you guys can help me find my sister, maybe I can join some shitty S.H.I.E.L.D, but I have one request, that is, I will not take orders from anyone. In the language of your Earth, it is human feelings. Understand?" Nick Fury and Phil Coulson beside him looked at each other, and after 2 seconds of contemplation they agreed with Thor's idea. Although he doesn't like the word God very much, but the current Avengers is in preparation, and it would not be a wise choice to let go of such a powerful teammate. "You told us just now that your sister's name is Hela, didn't you?" Nick Fury picked up a tablet from the table and asked. "Right." Knowing that he decided to help himself, Thor nodded with satisfaction. "Retrieve statistics with the word Hela in the global name." Nick Fury said a word to the tablet, and within 3 seconds a string of real-time data was displayed on the screen. There are 3123 objects named Hela in the world. Among them, the United States accounted for 235 people. The whole country occupies 1021 people. The whole country occupies 1001 people. East Africa, South Africa, and other S.H.I.E.L.D. registered 865 people. So much? Nick Fury paused and frowned. "Thor, can you provide a photo? There are too many people. We can't find your sister exactly by just one name. Searching so blindly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, you said you are from Northern Europe, but I have never heard of a god named Hela in Northern Europe." Thor rubbed his chin, remembering, "Portrait. I've only seen her appearance on the murals in Asgard, but it's very vague. I can't provide the specific appearance, but I can describe it to you." After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Thor said to Nick Fury, "It doesn't matter, we have the most advanced AR restoration system. As long as you provide some details, we can restore 99% of it." Nick Fury nodded and said, "Half an hour later. After the restoration of the S.H.I.E.L.D. artificial system, a cold and arrogant face appeared in front of everyone. Nick Fury patted Thor on the shoulder and said, "How is it? God's kingdom doesn't have this kind of technology, does it?" Thor twitched the corner of his mouth as a response. All his eyes were on the face in front of him. So similar, so much like an Asgard, the kind of arrogance that can only be contained in the eyes and the charm that only Asgardians have. It should be her. Thor made his decision, nodding to Nick Fury. Nick Fury had no hesitation, so he turned to the technician in front of him and said, "Start the face recognition system and call up the clip where this face once appeared within our control range. Note that to start the precise range search, I don't want saw you make a bunch of crap, and let's take the time to find them one by one." "Yes, the S.H.I.E.L.D. technician nodded, and his eyes became sharper as he looked at the screen. After an hour, a fragment appeared in front of everyone. In the clip, a tall, black-haired woman in a dark green robe was clutching her chest as she staggered along an alley with surveillance video. She looked as if she had suffered an extremely serious injury. a little sluggish. At the same time, to the surprise of Nick Fury and others, this woman had mysterious lines on her face, and there were streaks of green light all over her body. When the tall woman in the video walked out of the alley, she seemed to be exhausted and collapsed on the side of the street with only dim streetlights. Thor subconsciously held his breath. 2 minutes later, a girl in a long white dress came from the side of the street. She spotted the green figure squatted in front of it and gently lifted the black hair covering her face. It was also at this time. A strange green light flashed, and the motionless figure on the ground suddenly woke up and turned into a beam of light piercing into the center of the young girl's eyebrows. The girl trembled all over, and after a green light flashed in her eyes, she fell to the ground. This is the end of the video. In the hall of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Thor froze on the spot, with blue veins on his forehead, and Mjolnir made a slight thunder sound as if he had received some kind of induction. Is her. Thor panted heavily, staring at the screen. She is my sister. Nick Fury pondered for a few seconds, then continued to say to the technical staff, record the girl's face and compare it to the database. Director, the video is a bit blurry and the face is in profile, so the comparison result may not be accurate. It's okay, do as I say. Another 10 minutes later, the basic information and materials of the young girl were retrieved. When Nick Fury saw this face, he froze in place. If he hadn't experienced so many strange events, he might not be able to calm down at this moment. Emma, the daughter of the richest man in Massa City. Looking at the information on the screen, Thor slowly read the name of the young girl. Yes, the young girl who touched the green light in the video happened to be White Queen. Where is this girl? Thor turned his head and said to Nick Fury, I suspect that my sister entered her body with a divine body, and I want to find her. However, Nick Fury can't take care of these now. His mind is full of what Thor just said. God of Death, Hela, Asgard's Aaron line. No, what a coincidence, right? Could it be that man named Feng is so strong because... Nick Fury didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He felt that the possibility was getting bigger and bigger. Maybe the daughter of the richest man in Massa City is no longer that daughter, but an alien who fell to the earth from the residence of the gods. A brooding Nick Fury didn't notice. Everything that happened in this office was seen by the guard standing at the entrance of the hall. This guard is named Grant Ward, and he is the head of a security jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. He usually cannot touch the core of S.H.I.E.L.D. After Captain America woke up, he was dispatched to the headquarters. At the same time, he is also a Hydra agent who has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. He had watched Nick Fury's reactions carefully through the psychological observation method he had learned inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and the incident was etched in his mind. A god fell on the earth. If this so-called god can be used by Hydra. Grant Ward sneered in his heart. As an undercover agent who can inherit his father's career and has been lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, his ability is beyond doubt. It can even be said. His hidden ability is no worse than that of Black Widow and Hawkeye. So from the moment Thor walked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he was completely able to think of all possibilities based on Nick Fury's reaction. This secret will also be passed into Hydra after a period of time. Soon, everyone walked out of the headquarters hall. Accompanied by many S.H.I.E.L.D. executives, Thor temporarily stayed in the villa area arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. As a god who came to Earth from Asgard, his status and importance are self-evident. Nick Fury didn't tell him he knew the teenage girl in the video, and he made up a false excuse to fool Thor. Because even he himself is not sure that the god named Hela is inside the White Queen. After leaving headquarters, Nick Fury stopped focusing on Thor, but walked into his office, and saved all the information of White Queen and Feng in the cloud disk with the highest authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., which represented no matter who wants to view the relevant information, it must be approved by him. After doing all this, his tense body gradually relaxed. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, he narrowed his eyes and muttered to the air. This secret is really unexpected. You say so, Feng. I don't know if you who sleep with her day and night are aware of it. Sleeping with a god from outside? Are you kidding me? Nick Fury scoffed at the idea. God, what a noble thing. Having a god as a wife is a beautiful fantasy that only appears in movies, right? This guy named Feng is really lucky. At the same time. Just after Grant Ward watched Nick Fury leave the headquarters with his own eyes, he quietly stole his colleague's IC card, entered the archives room, opened the door of the inventory, and tried to find all the documents related to Feng and White Queen. Data of, however. What he didn't expect was that although the information was found, the file had already been set as the highest authority. This permission only Nick Fury can have. Damn it. Grant Ward gritted his teeth and had to give up his idea. If he forcibly applies for permission with his S.H.I.E.L.D. Department IC card, then he will be targeted by Nick Fury immediately. The guy with the black eye patch had a nose as sharp as a hound's. With his current status, he couldn't compete head-on. And while S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are conspiring because of Thor's appearance, there are also some unexpected disturbances on the mutant school. Cyclops and Wolverine originally planned to go to Feng to ask Chin's whereabouts, and even both of them were ready to fight Feng. But when they arrived in Massa City, they found that Feng was not at home at all. Also, no one knows where he went. They went to Feng's villa but found no sign of anyone. Even if they wanted to fight Feng, they didn't have this chance. This kind of result almost made Cyclops run away. If Feng is not found, there will be no news of Chin's whereabouts, and they must continue to search aimlessly in the vast crowd. That's too much time wasted. Maybe it's a lifetime to find the old man, but it may not be possible to find the trace of Chin. At this time, Beast, who is more mature in X-Men, came up with a way. The method is very simple. Through the stimulation of sleeping pills, Professor X can fully enter the mental state, so that his sensory ability can cover the entire United States in a short time, and at the same time, all mutants in this area will be marked. Even if they don't use the mutant ability, they can still be sensed. But the consequences of doing so are also obvious. Once Professor X's most powerful spiritual ability is amplified, it means that his brain will bear even more terrifying high pressure. This side effect will accelerate the aging of Professor X, which is what we often call reduced lifespan. In this regard, Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, and others strongly opposed it. After all, Professor X is already in poor health, and if he does this forcibly, it will cause great damage. But Professor X did not listen to the persuasion, but insisted on getting into the brain wave amplification room, took sleeping pills, and entered a mental state. For this man who can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, any child who grows up in mutant school is his family, so he had to do it. This plan is indeed feasible. After further expanding the induction ability, although Professor X did not find Chin's whereabouts, he found his old opponent, Magneto. He sensed a mutant breath that he had never seen before beside Magneto, and most likely an Omega-class mutant as well. This discovery made Professor X feel that something was wrong. In order to see the mutant more clearly and enter his mind, Professor X took 1 times the amount of sleeping pills again. But what he didn't expect was that the mutant aura following Magneto directly launched an extremely powerful mental attack as if he had discovered him. This caused Professor X's spiritual world to be hit hard again, and he was forced to wake up. But the trouble was that the side effects of the sleeping pills were too great, and Professor X completely lost consciousness within a minute of waking up. This sudden situation caused Wolverine and others to fall into a burst of anxiety. Extreme Cyclops determined that the reason for Professor X's coma was exactly the same as when he first met Feng, and it was caused by the other party. There had never been a moment when Cyclops hated Feng so much. He decided to stay in Massa City, waiting for Feng to appear, and then asked why he, the mutant, wanted to attack Professor X. Feng was naturally unaware of what happened at mutant school. Feng didn't even pay much attention to anything related to mutant, not to mention the disappearance of Jean Grey. Not only does he want nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., he doesn't even want to have anything to do with mutant. Both organizations have inexplicable responsibilities. Why should he be unhappy when he has nothing to do? At the moment, Feng and White Queen were wearing thick jackets, sitting on a sled pulled by Alaskan sled dogs, galloping on the ice with snow everywhere. This is already the 2nd day of their stay in Alaska. Although looking at the snow all day and all night is really a bit boring, but with such a superb companion as White Queen by his side, Feng does not feel lonely. On the contrary, the two also tried many indescribable things in the snow. How can you be in the mood to enjoy the scenery when you are accompanied by your beloved? 5 days later, Feng and White Queen returned to Massa City by special plane. At the moment, on the tarmac of the private airport, dozens of bodyguards in suits were already waiting. These people are the bodyguards sent by the richest man in Massa City to protect the White Queen, and some of them are also people Feng knows well. Mr. Lee, we will take you back to the villa next. The car is ready, please follow me. If you have other arrangements you can tell me, we will change the destination. Feng is used to these people's chatter. He waved his hand and said, "Go home first, my wife is a little tired." Yes. The two sat in an extended version of Lincoln and gradually moved away under the adoring eyes of many civilians at the airport. The car is extremely comfortable, and there is a bartender dedicated to serving Li Feng and White Queen. Although Li Feng received a socialist education before time traveling, he has to admit that capitalism does have its merits. For most wealthy people, capitalism is much more convenient and enjoy life more. You don't need to worry about many things, and there will naturally be a service team to arrange everything for you. This is the benefit of being a rich man. Isn't it more restraint than fighting with aliens every 2 days? After 5 days of rushing in the snow, White Queen felt a little tired at the moment, curled up beside Li Feng and dozed gracefully. Although with the White Queen mutant's physique, she doesn't feel cold in the ice and snow field with tens of degrees minus, but I can't bear it. Li Feng has some unique requirements. Looking at the snow-white mountains every day, Li Feng must have some fun, and the White Queen was naturally unlucky and couldn't even run. 5 days. I can't count how many times. Listening to the peaceful breathing of the beautiful woman next to her ear, Li Feng's heart gradually calmed down. Half an hour later, Lincoln stopped at the door of his villa. The bodyguards stayed outside the villa very sensibly. Li Feng woke up the reddish-white queen, and the two walked into the villa together. However, just when the two of them arrived at the hall, Li Feng stopped suddenly. Since turning on the Steppenwolf template, the god's telekinesis and sixth senses are extremely sharp. He heard a beating heart in the cellar of his villa. Boom, booms, boom, very rhythmic. Someone broke into your villa. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and sent the White Queen into the bedroom. After telling her to take a good rest, he came to the entrance of the cellar, ready to check the situation. Generally speaking, no homeless person can break into the villa under the supervision of the bouncer outside the villa. So either the bodyguards are guarding themselves, or a mutant ran in. After all, this is his house, his private property, and he doesn't like unfriendly objects on his territory. It will make him feel uncomfortable. Just as Li Feng was slowly groping into the cellar, Bruce Banner, who was lying in a pile of wine, had become a drunk who couldn't wake up no matter how he screamed. After escaping from the city full of soldiers, Bruce Banner came to Massa City and sneaked into the cellar while the guards outside the door were changing shifts. For this doctor, who almost won the Nobel Prize, the only thing that can make his situation better is drink. Miraculously, as soon as he drank, the guy called Hulk in his body became unusually quiet. So Banner hid in this luxurious villa. When he saw that the cellar was full of expensive red wine, he was very excited. Finally, I can sleep well and I don't have to worry about someone chasing me. The owner of this villa is a rich and powerful guy at first glance. There are so many bodyguards outside, it is impossible for any soldier or the like to break in with a tank. However, the only thing that needs attention is when the owner of this villa will come back. After returning, how will Banner explain? Or rather, one punch to death. Being dominated by Hulk for a long time, Banner's temperament has also undergone some changes. Humans are strange creatures, they fear carnage, but they also love carnage. At this time, Banner, who was in a drunken state, suddenly heard footsteps faintly in his ears. The experience of escaping from all over the world these days made his vigilance much stronger than before. Even if he was drunk like this, his subconscious mind kept him vigilant. When he heard footsteps on the turning stairs, Banner's first reaction was trouble. He struggled to get up, trying to find a place to hide, but the effect of the alcohol still persisted. He accidentally fell to the ground again, making a loud noise. This completely panicked Banner. He began to look around, trying to find a perfect shade to hide his sight, but it was too late. The man who walked down the stairs slowly appeared in front of him. The four eyes are facing each other. There was a touch of panic in the former's eyes, just like the panic of a thief after being caught. There was a slight doubt in the latter's eyes, and there was even a playful look on his face. The air was quiet at this moment. Seeing that Li Feng didn't speak, Bruce Banner didn't dare to move around at will. He was trying to suppress the Hulk agitation inside him. "Dr. Banner," Li Feng said such a sentence suddenly. "What?" Banner thought he had heard wrong. "I know you." Li Feng smiled at him, then turned his head to look at the wine on the floor and asked suspiciously, "When did you come in?" "About 3 days ago." Banner subconsciously answered the question but soon regretted it. "Isn't this TM self-inflicted?" No, sir, please forgive me, I have no malicious intentions, I just smelled the smell of wine, so I broke into your territory, but I have no malicious intentions. Please believe me, I am a doctor of scientific research, I can compensate for any losses here. Please don't call the police." Banner quickly wiped his face and explained to Li Feng. "Don't be nervous, Dr. Banner." Li Feng seemed to have guessed something, reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have become a grade A wanted criminal in the military, right?" "You? How do you know?" Banner's hair stood up all over his body and he took several steps back. There are only two kinds of people who know that he is a wanted criminal, either his trusted friends or people from the military. Naturally, Li Feng was also a little helpless. He never thought that it was this guy who broke into his villa. He turned on the phone and glanced at the date. This point in time is just right. Hulk has appeared. Dr. Banner is also wanted. But why did he find his home? Why would this guy go to Massa City? This kind of coincidence, which cannot be called a coincidence, made Li Feng feel even more uneasy. But he didn't show it on his face because he knew that with Banner's character, this guy wasn't much of a threat to him. Dr. Banner, look at me carefully. Do you feel a little familiar? Li Feng suddenly smiled at Banner and said, "You." Banner wiped off some of the fog from his glasses, rubbed his eyes again, stared at Li Feng carefully for dozens of seconds, then shook his head and said, "I don't know you." Li Feng was speechless again, so he could only ask, "Have you seen The Expendables?" "Oh, it's you." Banner froze for a moment and then said pleasantly, You are Director Li Feng." "Yes, it's me." Li Feng smiled slightly at him. "A few months ago, you asked someone to send me a letter, saying that you wanted to find me an autographed photo for your girlfriend and that you were willing to help me in college. Do publicity in lectures, remember? Remember. The defense on Banner's face gradually disappeared. He wiped his wrist and wanted to shake Li Feng's hand. "No, let's take a shower before holding it." Li Feng spread his hands and waved them, rejecting the gesture. "Yes," as Li Feng said, Doctor. Banner had sent him a letter a few months ago. The content of the letter is the same. Li Feng didn't refuse. At that time, he was still preparing for the movie and wedding, so he didn't want to have too much contact with the main characters of the Marvel Universe. So he asked his agent to take a photo and sign it and send it back. The friendship between the two is not great, but they have responded to each other more or less. For Li Feng, Dr. Banner is a very honest guy in the Marvel Universe. To be honest, he trusts other people too easily, but that doesn't mean Li Feng hates him. On the contrary, Li Feng admires him for his contributions in the field of scientific research. 7 produces gamma rays. These honors can be regarded as more prominent existences in the Marvel Universe. "Oh, sorry." Banner withdrew his hand in embarrassment and said, "Director Li Feng, I didn't expect this to be your villa. It's so offensive, don't be angry. It's okay." Li Feng waved his hand at him and said, "Go take a shower first. I'll wait for you in the living room. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it later." After speaking, he turned and left without giving Banner a chance to continue speaking. Banner stood there thinking for a while, let go of his guard, and followed Li Feng out of the cellar. 20 minutes later, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. Li Feng poured Banner a glass of whiskey and said, "It's not a wise choice to take refuge with me, Doctor. Banner, I've seen all the troubles you caused in that city on TV, and the military will sooner or later find you. I cannot provide you with a stable refuge." In order to avoid Banner's suspicion, Li Feng found a reason. It can't be said that he already knew that Banner would become the Hulk, right? Hearing this, the doubt in Banner's eyes disappeared. He raised the cup in his hand, took a sip and said, "Those guys don't want to listen to my explanation at all. If they are willing to believe me, things don't have to be so bad. Yes, I tried my best, but there is no way to suppress that huge amounts of guy. As soon as I get angry, I lose consciousness. Those situations are really beyond my control. Director Li Feng, you have to trust me." "I trust you, Banner." Li Feng looked at him seriously. He knows that the current Banner is not the Banner who followed the Avengers to fight the universe. In the final analysis, he is just an ordinary person who has encountered a huge change in his life, and most ordinary people cannot accept such a change. Banner, too. The only difference is that Banner is smart enough to know how to measure his situation. However, Li Feng didn't intend to intervene in this matter. Anyway, it won't be long before S.H.I.E.L.D will find this unlucky guy. At that time, no one in the military will be able to pose a threat to him anymore. "What are you going to do next?" Li Feng said again. "I can offer you money, a sum of money to let you leave the United States." This. Banner looked at Li Feng with some emotion and said, "Thank you very much, Director Li Feng. I think this is definitely a timely help for me. However, I suggest that you better leave today." Li Feng looked at the time and said calmly, "My villa has been frequented by some people from the government recently. If they find you here, they may arrest you." After speaking, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Banner. "There's $1 million in it. How to spend it is up to you." One million. Banner's fingers trembled and the bank card fell directly to the ground. "What, too little?" Li Feng was stunned for a moment. 1 million seems to be a little less for a doctor. No, sir, it's too much." Banner smiled bitterly at the corner of his mouth and said in a bitter tone, "I've been doing scientific research all my life and I've never gotten so much money at once. Accept it, it's easy to do. Li Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Dr. Banner, nice to meet you, good luck. Hearing this, Banner also knew that Li Feng did not call the police to arrest him, which was enough to give him face. If the nearby military got the news, then Li Feng would definitely be in big trouble too. Therefore, he didn't intend to bother Li Feng anymore. He nodded, sadly picked up the bank card on the ground and was about to turn around and leave. Thank you, Director Li Feng. If I have the chance, I will find a way to repay you. You're welcome. 1 million is less than 10% of a movie's revenue to me. Li Feng always had a harmless smile on his face. While he doesn't intend to cross paths with the Hulk, that doesn't mean he needs to be indifferent. Stay on the line in everything. You will be your Hulk, I will shoot my movie, and we will have a meal and drink tea together when we have time. Everyone is happy. Before turning around, Banner bowed to Li Feng without saying anything more. Li Feng also has no plan to keep her. Banner's departure is beneficial to both parties. However, at this moment, footsteps were heard suddenly on the stairs leading to the bedroom. Banner, who was about to walk out the door, glanced back subconsciously. I saw a snow-white woman with an excellent figure rubbing her sleepy eyes and walking down the stairs. Husband, are there any guests? The White Queen glanced at Banner, her pretty face turned a little cold. In front of outsiders, she will not show unnecessary emotions. Li Feng was about to introduce the two parties, but suddenly stopped. Banner, who was standing at the door, also realized something, bowed his head and fell silent. Even the White Queen on the stairs frowned unintentionally, and a look of solemnity flashed in her eyes. This is because in the perception of the three, outside the entire villa, nearly dozens of tanks, helicopters, and nearly 100 soldiers gathered. Apparently, the speculation in Li Feng's mind became a fact. This world, after all, is still a world ruled by the military. Even if Dr. Banner could run, he couldn't run past the military's intelligence network. Well, Banner sighed and sat down on the sofa rather dejectedly, his face full of exhaustion. He didn't want to run away anymore. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the living room. Li Feng stood up, shook his head at the White Queen, motioned her to go back to her room first, then walked towards the door by herself and opened it. What caught my eye was a young man in military uniform. There was a little indifference and arrogance in his eyes, and he said to Li Feng lightly when he opened his mouth, "Boy, this matter has nothing to do with you, let Banner come out." Li Feng glanced at him lightly. If he guessed correctly, this guy with the sergeant medal on his body and the slap on his face should be the man named Emil Blonsky in Invincible Hulk, is also the lizard monster called Abomination. Who let you break in? Li Feng was not impressed by this guy's arrogance. Instead, he asked, could it be that the current United States military has the right to break into other people's private homes at will? In the United States, even if the police enter the house to search, they must have a search warrant, let alone soldiers who can hold weapons of mass destruction anytime, anywhere. In the eyes of the military, there is nowhere in this world that you can't go to. Emil Blonsky sneered, took out the pistol in his pocket and said, I repeat, boy, if you don't want to die, get out of here and release the guy hiding in your room. I warn you, he is a very dangerous person. Are you threatening me? Li Feng laughed back, you don't have the qualifications yet. Emil Blonsky pointed to his military uniform and said, open your eyes and see what I'm wearing. When Emil Blonsky and Li Feng were in a stalemate, Dr. Banner took the initiative to step up and patted the latter on the shoulder. I'll come, Mr. Li, you've been a great help to me. This is my destiny, I cannot escape. I don't want to involve you too. Banner, who took the initiative to expose himself, calmed down the tit-for-tat between Li Feng and Emil Blonsky. Emil Blonsky no longer stared at Li Feng with arrogant eyes, but with a touch of murderous intent. Banner's resignation to reality made Li Feng swallow the words in his throat. Originally, he was still thinking about whether to protect Banner again. After all, no matter how powerful the military of the United States is, they don't have the ability to fire on a well-known celebrity like him. But now it seems that Banner has given up on himself and doesn't want to run away anymore. This is not surprising. There were more than a dozen tanks parked outside, and even if he really wanted to run, the soldiers had to leave first. Who knows how long they'll stay? Moreover, if Banner didn't show up just now, Li Feng would definitely be in trouble. This is one of the reasons why Banner made the decision. Looking at Banner, Li Feng finally did not choose to intervene and nodded to him. After all, it was also his home with the White Queen. If the military and the Hulk fight here, I am afraid that within a few minutes, their home will be razed to the ground. I told you, seeing Dr. Banner come out, Emil Blonsky grabbed his collar and said in a cold tone, even if you hide in the stinky ditch, I'll catch you too, remember. Dr. Banner looked at him expressionlessly. There was no fear in his eyes, just a touch of disdain. This kind of gaze made Emil Bronsky very upset. His face twitched twice. He turned his head to look at Li Feng, sneered, and said, "I didn't recognize you when I entered the door. Now I know who you are well." The famous director Li Feng didn't expect to be related to the military's a level wanted criminal, so you're not afraid that the media will blow up your house. Compared with the media, your military seems to be more likely to overthrow my villa. Li Feng smiled lightly and said, "Also, Sergeant, if you dare to threaten me like this at my door next time, I think you will be severely punished. Are you threatening me?" Emil Bronsky sneered, looked down at Li Feng and said, "Believe it or not, I'll let the tanks outside stamp down your door right now. Just try." Li Feng smiled while his eyes were cold. A strong sense of oppression slowly overflowed from his body. "Enough, Sergeant." At this time, an old man with gray hair and 2 stars on his shoulders came over. General Ross. Li Feng recognized the old guy almost immediately. If anyone is to say who is the biggest winner in Invincible Hulk, then it is undoubtedly this old guy who sits on the position of general but is still scheming and scheming. General. Seeing General Ross approaching, Emil Bronsky quickly bowed his head towards him. "Director Li Feng, my daughter likes your book very much." General Ross raised the corner of his mouth into a smile and stretched out his hand towards Li Feng in a rather gentlemanly manner. "Yeah," Li Feng replied calmly. He didn't want to have any contact with this old man. After all, he's one of the villains of the Marvel Universe. In the future, get to know less unclean people. Concentrate on making your movies and be your civilians. You should never touch this kind of thing that you shouldn't touch. There's nothing easier than making money, right? General Ross smiled and threw a few words at Li Feng, then turned his head and ordered his subordinates to take Dr. Banner away. Finally, when he walked out of the gate of the villa, he looked back at Li Feng with a hint of warning in his eyes. After all, no matter what, Li Feng is currently the most famous young director in Massa City with considerable social influence. General Ross would definitely not let his men do it in such a place, and he didn't want to see Li Feng intervene in the Hulk's research, so he had to come forward to warn. After the tanks, helicopters, and military personnel parked outside left, Li Feng walked into the bedroom with a calm expression and hugged the White Queen in his arms. Li Feng definitely didn't plan to intervene in this matter, and there was no need to intervene. You can't just kill everyone just because you have a good relationship with Dr. Banner. That's not helping Dr. Banner, that's hurting him. Moreover, once he takes action against the military, the S.H.I.E.L.D people will immediately find out that something is wrong, and what he will face is not some enemies but the entire United States government. The loss outweighs the gain. "Honey, what's going on?" White Queen asked with sleepy eyes. She heard clearly the conversation and things that happened downstairs just now, but she didn't know these people. It's an old friend who was taken away by the military as a wanted criminal. Li Feng didn't mean to hide anything and explained casually, "It's okay, don't worry, the military doesn't dare to move us in Massa City." Hearing this, White Queen didn't intend to continue asking. As long as Li Feng is by her side, she can feel a complete sense of security. After the two lingered for a while, they went out to do their own things. As the entire Marvel world looms closer to Li Feng on the way to recovery, his life has become less peaceful. However, it is worth mentioning that the Marvel Films company founded by Li Feng has received investment from multiple parties and has begun preparations for the filming of several films. Ting personally brought his own management team to find actors all over the world, and White Queen naturally followed him. For Li Feng, who was an 8th-rank Dubbin boss in his previous life, he always believed that there are only 2 most important points in making a movie. The first is the story. If the story is not well told, the movie is basically a piece of shit. The second is the casting. If the casting is rubbish, even the best story and the best characters will become a piece of shit. Therefore, he personally leads the casting and story of each movie. As for the White Queen, there is nothing uncomfortable with such a life. Compared with staying in the mutant gang and facing the days of being hunted and fleeing at any time, this is the life she wants. In other words, as long as she is with Li Feng, she is willing to do anything. It's just that in front of outsiders, White Queen always has a cold face. But when it comes to the actors Li Feng wants to meet, she becomes a little more enthusiastic. Although it still makes outsiders feel an indifference that rejects others thousands of miles away, compared to her who was indifferent to everyone before, it has changed a lot. A philosopher once said that when you like someone, you hope that the other person will change for you. And loving someone means that you can change yourself for the other person. White Queen is like this, for Li Feng is slowly changing herself. Although this change is very slow, the White Queen herself is not aware of it. But after a certain period of time, when White Queen looks back, she may be startled by her own changes. As for whether this change is a good thing or a bad thing, just look at the tenderness in the White Queen's eyes. The two have gotten along with each other for a long time and have produced a lot of tacit understanding. Dayton City, a military-restricted zone, as Dr. Banner was captured by the military area where General Ross was located. He also fell into the endless hell. While Feng was busy shooting the film, Dr. Banner was imprisoned by the military's Scientific Research Institute and suffered unimaginable torture. In order to understand the secrets in Banner's body, General Ross did not hesitate to ask those chemists to inject serum inhibitors and powerful sedatives into Dr. Banner's body, two drugs that have huge side effects on the body, in order to prevent the Hulk from uncontrollably rush out of Banner's body. In addition, General Ross even obtained some nuclear materials with nuclear radiation from the military's arsenal. Anyone who is familiar with the plot of the movie should understand that his purpose for doing this it was to create a new Hulk. Before that, General Ross decided to tame Banner, an unruly guinea pig. So in these few days, Banner was not even as good as a military prisoner. At least the captives still have the human rights and freedom of a defeated country, but Banner is like an item that can only be slaughtered and can't do anything. Banner deeply felt the malice from the military. Even if he agreed to let Hulk occupy his body, he couldn't do it under these powerful sedatives. So much so that Banner often wondered how wonderful it would be to tear this grizzled old guy to pieces when he was crazy in the suburbs. However, he seems to have no chance. On the third day after Banner's arrest, military personnel drained a tube of spinal fluid from him. No one knew where the tube of spinal fluid was being taken. Dr. Banner fell into a brief slumber as a result. And in the top-secret basement of the research room of this secret base, a risky experiment is underway. This tube of spinal fluid, combined with the gamma radiation, is enough to make you a monster like that guy. General Ross put his hands behind his back with a faint sneer on his face. However, I want to warn you, Sergeant, if I fail, I will not be responsible for your life. At the moment, Emil Bronsky was naked and his limbs were tied to the experimental bed. A chemist who was in charge of injecting sedatives and spinal fluid was standing aside to adjust the ratio. General, Emil Bronsky grinned, with a look of madness and longing on his face, hurry up and start this damn experiment, I can't wait any longer. I believe that I will succeed and gain this power. I am proud of the United States military even if I lose my life for it. However, General, if the experiment is successful, I hope you will agree to my request, betroth your daughter to me. Hearing this, General Ross raised his head and laughed a few times, raised his hand and patted Emil Bronsky on the shoulder and said, "It's just a woman as much as you want. I will give you as much as you want, but what do you want? Remember, you have been my subordinate for the rest of your life. Whatever I tell you to do, you have to do. Do you understand?" "Yes, General." Emil Bronsky nodded vigorously, looking resolute. "Let's start the injection." General Ross nodded to the chemist beside him, turned and walked out of the laboratory. "Sergeant, you will feel incomparable pain. Next, don't worry, it's all normal. The spinal fluid will be integrated with your system. Under the condition of strong radiation, you need to resist this process by yourself. If you are on the way, if there is any discomfort, I will give you a cardiotonic injection, and if I am ready, I will start the injection." The chemist in a white coat confirmed to Emil Bronsky, who was tied to the test bench. Emil Bronsky had a hideous face, staring at the light above his head with his blood-red eyes, and muttered to himself, "If it works, I'll tear you all to shreds. Everyone." As the voice fell, a slender needle pierced slowly from Emil Bronsky's neck. Huge amounts of pain came almost like a tide, without any pause. Emil Bronsky gritted his teeth fiercely. The blood in his pupils gradually spread all over his eyes, but there was a crazy sneer on his face, as well as the ferocity of desperately longing for the war to happen. Yes, that's what General Ross is for. Using Hulk's serum and spinal fluid, create a more powerful existence than Hulk. Once it is successful, General Ross will mass-produce this potion without any hesitation, and Dr. Banner will become the supply of countless Hulks from now on. By that time, the military will undergo a qualitative change under the leadership of General Ross. Even, unify the world. Definitely. The old idea of destroying the world and unifying the world has always been the idea of the villain in the Marvel Universe. General Ross's idea is nothing more than this. Soon tearing screams erupted in the laboratory, and outside the laboratory, General Ross was watching everything that happened inside through the window. In his eyes, there is a desire for success as well as terrible ambition. A large part of the reason for the idea of this experiment is because of the appearance of mutant. As the general of the military region of the United States, he holds a high position and holds the military power in his hands. Naturally, he cannot tolerate the appearance of mutant. He then learned about the experiments Banner was doing from the S.H.I.E.L.D files, which led to the discovery of the Hulk, and learned that his daughter had been helping Banner solve this problem. So he decided to start laying out, but now this bureau has reached the most critical period. As long as this experiment is successful, the United States Army will no longer be afraid of those mutants with special functions, let alone worry that the United States government will be attacked and replaced by mutants one day. Therefore, in the eyes of General Ross, this is a move that can change the future of the United States. General, the experimental values are very stable. At this time, the adjutant of the laboratory came up. In his hand, he held a tablet for monitoring Emil Bronski's various signs, and the values on it were all within the expected range. But he hesitated for a while and said, "However, General, I still suggest you avoid it because we are not sure about the final result. If the spinal fluid cannot achieve a perfect integration state with Sergeant Emil Bronski, then he may have some changes that we can't predict." The meaning of this sentence is obvious, just can't guarantee a 100% success rate. Activate the laboratory's secondary defense system. I'll wait for your news outside. General Ross looked calm, and after a casual order he turned and walked out of the laboratory. As the adjutant said, he didn't know whether the result of the experiment would be an angel or a demon or even a mouse in the sewer. If the experiment failed, he would destroy the laboratory immediately without giving Emil Bronski any chance of surviving. Because of this experiment, he did not report to his superiors. Definitely, once successful, he will choose to report without hesitation by the time. Those generals of the older generation knew that they had created such a powerful monster army, and I am afraid that all kinds of honors would be added to them. However, what General Ross didn't know was that terrifying changes were taking place in the laboratory. A monster named Abomination is slowly being born uncontrollably. Half an hour later, General Ross called the adjutant in charge of all experiments through the communication device in the laboratory. "How's the situation? Did it work?" he asked hurriedly. "General, the experiment was indeed a success. But the result seems a bit unexpected." General Ross frowned when he heard this and asked, "Be more careful." The adjutant stood outside the laboratory, looking through the window at the roaring monster inside the laboratory, tearing the chemist's flesh and stuffing it into his mouth. With sweat on his forehead, he said in horror, He is eating people. Eat human." General Ross took a breath and rushed into the laboratory. When he saw that Sergeant Emil Bronski had turned into a huge lizard monster with scales all over his body, his whole face froze. "General, we can immediately turn on the gas button in the laboratory and kill him." It took a while for the adjutant to come to his senses and said hastily, "No." General Ross, however, did not agree with the idea. He sneered, put his hands on his chest, and said, "Did you see his eyes? That's the reason only humans have. It's completely different from that green guy. I believe in Colonel Bronski. He is the best soldier. His will is stronger than steel. He will not let us down. We are destined to succeed." After hearing General Ross's answer, the panic in the adjutant's eyes disappeared a little, but he still did not relax his vigilance and kept his finger on the gas release button next to him at any time. At this time, in the laboratory, the monster transformed by Bronski had already broken free from the control of the operating table. In front of General Ross and the two of them, he bit the chemist's body into pieces until the ground was covered with blood. He didn't stop until all the blood and flesh had entered his abdomen. "Power, this is the power I want. I want to kill, I want to eat meat. I'm going to tear up all the trash in this world." Emil Bronski roared furiously towards the ceiling of the laboratory, and at the same time lost his mind and trampled all the surrounding instruments to pieces. At the moment, he has turned into a monster like a Hulk, full of power that has nowhere to vent. The muscles and scales on his limbs make him look like a giant lizard that traveled through in ancient times. Sergeant Emil Bronski, can you hear me? I am your general and your creator, Ross." During the rage, a piercing voice sounded in the laboratory. Emil Bronski turned his head slowly, looked at the one-way glass in the laboratory, put his face close to it, and let out a strange smile. "Yes, General, I remember you." General Ross clearly heard an evil in these words that did not belong to Emil Bronski. Indeed, as a soldier of the United States, Emil Bronski's willpower and mental strength, as General Ross said, were unwavering. But anyone in this world, after gaining power, the first thing to do is to overthrow everything in front of them. So after becoming an abomination, Emil Bronsky didn't show enough respect for General Ross. Very good. The voice of General Ross came again. Sergeant Emil Bronsky, congratulations on your new look. As your general, I give you a new title, Abomination. Next you will. The voice has not yet fallen. A huge amount of fist pierced through the thick wall in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Emil Bronsky pushed aside the bricks on both sides and walked out of the laboratory. On his scaly face there was a terrifying smile. You, what are you going to do? The adjutant standing next to General Ross could no longer hold back the fear in his heart and directly rang the alarm bell in the laboratory. Click, but in the next second, this guy's head was screwed off by Emil Bronsky and he was trampled into a puddle of mud. General Ross, Emil Bronsky licked the corner of his mouth. I like the title of hate. As a thank you for creating me, I'm willing to let you go. But I will not take any orders from you because you will not agree to what I want to do. Looking at the tall and ferocious figure in front of him, General Ross remained calm except for a little cold sweat on his palms. He didn't seem to be surprised by the hatred's betrayal, but instead asked sullenly, "What do you want to do?" With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, he grabbed the corpse of the adjutant on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. 10 seconds later. Hearing the words that the hatred said in his ear, General Ross collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of horror. Afterwards, the hatred didn't stop at all. It directly smashed through the ceiling layer above the head and jumped towards the upper floor of the laboratory. Not long after, countless screams and fighting sounded one after another. And Banner, who was lying in the Petri dish, was woken up by huge amounts of noise at this moment. He slowly opened his eyes and a touch of green gradually filled his pupils. At the same time, taking advantage of the matter at hand to be dealt with, Feng did not return to the villa immediately after the plane landed, but walked around the city center with the White Queen. Without the harassment from S.H.I.E.L.D. and without Mutant coming to make trouble, Feng is definitely at ease. It's impossible to stay in that villa every day and wait for trouble to come to you, right? As expected, the villa where he lives now has probably become the focus of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's also good to go out for a walk once in a while. White Queen definitely has nothing unwilling. Anyway, as long as she can be with Feng, she will not refuse no matter what she does. The two of them were just like lovers on the road, holding hands and getting very close. Every time Feng walks through a clothing store, he will hold the White Queen's hand and go in to try on clothes. This is the daily life of Feng and White Queen. Show affection, spread dog food, enjoy life. At this time, the two passed a TV store that was broadcasting the news. In the screen, there was a loud smashing sound which attracted the attention of the two. Feng glanced at it with doubts on his face. This glance made him froze in place. What's wrong? The White Queen noticed the abnormality and then looked at the screen. In the picture, a helicopter is doing a live report over the city of Dayton. In the city below the camera, hundreds of people are running for their lives and screaming. A huge amount of lizard monster is located in the center of the city, trampling around, killing anyone it sees. Is the source of the sensation. What happened? White Queen covered her mouth lightly. This kind of news is not common. She immediately thought of Mutant. But Feng quickly shook his head at her and said, "Honey, let's go. It has nothing to do with us." But it looks scary. The White Queen frowned tightly, keeping her eyes on the huge amounts of lizard. Feng didn't have the intention of dragging her away. The reason why he froze was because he saw the hatred. Too fast. The timing of the appearance of hatred is not quite right. Although in the movie, after Dr. Banner is captured by the military, it doesn't take long for the Abomination to be created, but you must know that is the narrative time of the movie. This is the real Marvel world. But that being said, Feng has no intention of joining in the fun. As expected, it won't be long before an earth-shattering monster battle will take place in Dayton, where the Hulk will have a life-and-death battle with the Abomination. Although the city of Massa, where he is located, is only a thin line away from Dayton, he is not a superhero, and he does not deserve to be the first bird. Moreover, no matter how fierce these two guys fight, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. will eventually come forward to stop them. What Feng didn't know was that with the emergence of his idea, S.H.I.E.L.D., located in the very center of the United States, received the news immediately and dispatched the space carrier to Dayton. And on the mothership sat a man named Thor. In the video, the hideous and ugly lizard monster is still wreaking havoc in the city, and the passing crowd are like ants in front of him, stepping on it to pieces. Cool. Is this the thrill of wanton killing? Ha 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 ha, you ants, give me death. the Abomination roared and roared as it tore away the lives of human beings. After he was forced to retire from the battlefield, it had been a long time since he had killed someone so recklessly. From another perspective, the Abomination is a soldier who loves violence and war very much. But his power is so small that he can't create his own living environment at all, so he was forced to retire. In his eyes, this was a humiliating experience in his life. If he can't fight, kill, and see blood, what's the point of being a soldier? So after gaining the same terrifying power as the Hulk, he released the demon in his heart without hesitation. And General Ross, who caused all these consequences, finally realized that he was completely out of play. He originally only wanted Banner's power to expand the strength of the United States Army, but it now appears that he simply created an uncontrollable monster. Moreover, this monster also told him personally that in front of all countries, slaughter the city. For this reason, General Ross immediately mobilized nearly 30% of the forces of his military region after he regained his senses, found traces of the Abomination, and blocked the entire city center. Even the tanks were equipped with armored bullets. The purpose is to stop the hatred and prevent him from escaping. If the hatred cannot be executed on the spot, then the honor of General Ross in this life will be completely over. He may even be sent to a military court because of this and be hated by the people of the United States. The military of the United States is definitely one of the most elite troops on Earth. If the disturbance this time was caused by a terrorist organization, it would definitely be suppressed easily with the help of the military. It's a pity that this time the military's opponent is a monster that shouldn't exist. Can humans use conventional weapons against the Hulk? General Ross didn't know. But he didn't have a choice, he had to. He must be killed. Kill him, everyone, all fire, General Ross yelled at the troops stationed around on the walkie-talkie. For a while, the entire city of Dayton was filled with flames and became a mess. Although the military evacuated the crowd immediately, poor humans were still affected. The deaths of these people were nothing in the eyes of General Ross. He clearly knew that if he couldn't kill the Abomination here, more people would definitely die. At the moment. Seeing the army firing on the news, Feng and White Queen didn't stop watching, turned around and walked towards the next street. Seeing the panicked reporters in the video, shouting for the helicopter to run quickly, Feng sighed in his heart. This is what it really looks like in the Marvel Universe. Mutants, aliens, monsters created by science. Living in such a world, the fate of ordinary people can be imagined. Not to mention the arrival of the Thanos army that will happen in later generations. The deaths and injuries caused by the Earth's native mutants and monsters that hate them are enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Maybe I should make this vicious fight into a documentary. Feng suddenly had a strange and bold idea. It won't be long before the entire United States will be the era of superheroes. Although human beings will spend a period of time safely under their protection, there will be more dangers that follow. Suppose. If the fight between the Abomination and the Hulk can be made into a movie or documentary and used to warn ordinary people, it may receive greater repercussions, causing greater fishing boats and sensations. Thinking of this, Feng vaguely left this thought in his heart. Definitely, it's just an idea at the moment. Always wait until the Hulk and the Abomination are done. As for stopping the Abomination from destroying the city, become a hero admired by the people. Feng had no such idea at all. Don't say anything else. He just hates this type of shrimp soldier and crab general. He can beat a party with one hand. But what good would it do him? Increase popularity. His title of director is already very big. Pursuit of heroism. Is there the fragrance of sharing the bed with your wife? He is not a saint but a selfish traveler. If he didn't collude with those aliens and destroy the world as a big villain, he would have done his best. As for being a hero, forget it. On the contrary, White Queen is quite worried about this matter. If the monster in the video is trouble caused by Magneto or another mutant, then things are not good. After all, there is only a thin line between Dayton and Massa. If it spreads here, her and Feng's life will definitely be destroyed. Don't be afraid of 10,000 just in case. In her eyes, Feng is an ordinary person, completely different from a mutant like herself who has the ability to protect himself. Therefore, she must try her best to protect Feng. Dayton City. The artillery fire raged, and the surrounding streets were devastated to a mess. And General Ross, who was commanding from behind the army, was sweating profusely and his face was pale. He found that no matter how the tank's armor-piercing bullets were fired, it couldn't damage the Abomination. On the contrary, dozens of soldiers lost their lives here. This kind of unilateral loss is unacceptable to any soldier. What's more, it won't be long before what happens here will definitely spread throughout the United States. By the time If he hadn't dealt with the Abomination, things would go awry. Those political enemies, those officials who have long wanted to oust him but have no reason to do so, will certainly not bypass him. Damn it! General Ross gritted his teeth and slammed the main console. If this place is not in the urban area, he will use missiles without any hesitation and blast this lizard monster into scum. But now, he can only keep dispatching troops from the military area to tickle the lizard monster with those useless bullets. Just when the entire Dayton military was at a loss for what to do about it, General Ross's private phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the caller and frowned. "Hello, daughter. Hello, General Ross." On the other end of the phone was a slightly weak male voice. "Damn it," General Ross stood up abruptly from his chair and growled, "Bruce, what did you do to my daughter? Why is her phone in your hands? Also, I didn't lock you up in the laboratory, are you in?" As an old father, he was instinctively hostile to all men who approached his daughter, and Dr. Banner was no exception. Not to mention that Dr. Banner is still having an affair with his own daughter. "Father, now is not the time to worry about these things." A girl on the other end of the phone seemed to snatch the phone and said hurriedly, "I've seen everything that happened in Dayton on the news. Are you in the city center now?" "Yes, daughter, I'm in the city center." General Ross couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his daughter's voice. "But don't worry, Dad has a way to deal with this damn guy." "No, you can't solve it." General Ross's daughter directly retorted, "Let Banner go, only Banner can solve him. It's useless for you to waste bullets there, see the scales on that guy. In biology from a technical point of view, it is no different from our modern body armor and the bullets are useless." "No, he's a wanted criminal. I won't let a wanted criminal help." General Ross was furious, and when he heard his daughter lecture him like this, he vetoed it without thinking. For an honored general, it is definitely a very hurtful thing to pray to the wanted criminals he has arrested to help solve the troubles. But soon the voice on the other end of the phone changed. "General Ross, you can't do anything now, can you?" Dr. Banner said calmly, "I don't know what you did with my spinal fluid, but thanks to you, I can now turn into a Hulk. I have a little sense, so I promise I won't mess with your men. I will find a way to kill that guy. If you want, just treat me as if you let me go. I will forget what happened between us. How about your hatred? Definitely, you can also choose to decline. Once I get this answer, I will hang up. It's impossible for you to contact me anymore, and I'll still be running around like a lost dog. But whether you can keep your position as a general is not guaranteed." Yeah, it has to be said that the way Banner spoke quickly affected General Ross. From another perspective, Dr. Banner and Feng are different people. In the Marvel Universe, he's someone who has the qualities to be a hero very early on. He can't tolerate the hatred constantly destroying the city, let alone killing innocent people after he turns into a Hulk. Therefore, even if he escaped from the laboratory, he did not choose to hide. And Dr. Banner knows that it is simply not realistic to rely solely on the military to solve the Abomination. Only by letting Hulk out can there be a possibility of fighting the Abomination. After hearing these words, General Ross was completely silent. He is a person who values honor far more than life. Before rushing over, he had already thought about it. Assuming he couldn't kill the Abomination, he would rush forward to die like these soldiers. He will not give those officials the opportunity to impeach him, let alone the power to deprive him of the golden star on his shoulders. But what happens to Banner if he can't handle this guy? Just when General Ross was hesitating, a message came back from the front line. The Abomination opened a breach and was rushing towards the city of Massa. This news made General Ross turn pale. Massa and Dayton are two first-tier cities near the center of the United States, and one is more important than the other. If the hatred was rampant in Dayton, he, the head of the Dayton military, might be able to suppress the consequences. But if the Abomination goes to Massa City, the city known as the most mutant, consequences are more than just consequences. General Ross gritted his teeth and agreed to Banner's request. He has to make a decision. "There is no time. Go ahead, Banner. My people will support you. Help me kill this damn traitor." General Ross growled loudly on the other end of the phone. Soon, Dr. Banner drove to the outskirts of downtown. He looked at the abhorrence that was trying to break out of the encirclement from the coastal area of the city center. This monster covered in scales was destroying everything he could see. Food. Dr. Banner knew he had to. As for whether Hulk is a hated opponent, Dr. Banner actually doesn't have much confidence in his heart. But he, like General Ross, had no choice. He took a deep breath, pressed his chest, and muttered, "Hulk, it's back to your performance." Next second, a huge amount of green figure roared out and instantly hit the ground from a high altitude. Roar! The roar shook the sky like thunder. After Feng and White Queen drove back to the villa, they didn't choose to rush to rest immediately, but turned on the TV to watch the news. Sure enough, all the TV stations are now reporting on the monster in Dayton without exception. It is worth mentioning that under the lens this time, there is an extra Hulk that is exactly the same as the lizard monster. Two muscular monsters hit me and I hit you, causing the crumbling buildings around them to collapse. The scene is extremely passionate. Someone came out to stop it. Seeing this green figure, White Queen couldn't help but focus her eyes. She always felt that the green monster looked familiar, but she couldn't remember it. However, she could clearly see that compared to the lizard monster, the Hulk's fighting skills seemed to be much, much worse, and he could only be suppressed and beaten unilaterally. The only thing worthy of praise is that the latter is extremely resistant. These two monsters, why don't they play WWE? Feng came from the side with 2 bottles of Coke and sat next to White Queen with great interest, watching the desperate fight between the two super monsters. For him, this kind of one-on-one fighting scene is indeed very attractive. But the way Hulk was beaten was not so graceful. This is also normal. As the second version of Hulk, the power of Abomination must be stronger than Hulk, and the former is still a special soldier in the army, so fighting skills will definitely come in handy at this time. How could the main character kill all over the world from the very beginning? Doesn't everyone grow up after being beaten a few times? Definitely, except for Feng. While watching the news, Feng was also thinking about another thing. S.H.I.E.L.D should have received the message by this time. How will they deal with it? According to the normal movie plot, S.H.I.E.L.D will definitely not appear in this fight. But combined with some previous changes, S.H.I.E.L.D will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. The only difference is who will stop these two giants. With the change of time, the center of Dayton City has been buried in smoke and dust, and 2 huge amounts of monsters are fighting in the most primitive way, which is rough and brutal but extremely shocking. However, as the fight continued, Hulk had already suffered multiple injuries, and under the fierce pursuit of the Abomination, he could only carry out passive defense by shuttling between different ruins. In other words, the Hulk can't beat the Abomination at all. Unless he is wearing the armor provided by Iron Man, he has no chance of winning against the scaled Abomination. Hate saw the right moment and punched Hulk on the head, sending him flying to the ground. He stuck out his long tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and said with a sinister smile, "Run, keep running. If you don't have this kind of ability, can't you? I haven't played enough, I haven't played enough." The words fell. Boom, boom, boom. Hate kept hitting Hulk on the cheek with the huge amounts of fist. At the same time as the blood spattered, his strange laughter also sounded. "Cool, cool, cool. This is the power I want." Psst. Hulk spat out a mouthful of blood, his face even more angry. Although the anger in his heart had reached its peak, he still had no chance of fighting back. Hate is far superior to him in terms of physical strength and skills. Dayton, above the clouds, an invisible space carrier hovering in midair gradually revealed itself. Inside the mothership, Nick Fury watched the 2 monsters fighting on the screen and said to Thor, who was drinking next to him, "Go down and help these 2 guys, can't let this fight go on the military, even has tanks out there is still no way to take them. But you must have, I have seen you fighting that fire-breathing steel giant in some materials, your ability is attracting thunder, right? It's none of my business." Thor lay on the seat lazily and said, "Is there any benefit in letting me fight these 2 monsters? If you solve this problem, I'll find you a bottle of 1982 Lafayette and let you taste the most authentic red wine in the world." Nick Fury seemed to have guessed that he would say this and replied casually, "The voice has not yet fallen." A sharp and ear-piercing thunder sounded suddenly. Thor's figure disappeared in an instant. Phil Coulson, who was sitting on the sidelines observing the situation in Dayton, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy named Thor, since the first day he came to S.H.I.E.L.D has been relying on them for drinks and never stopped. "I probably forgot all about looking for my sister, God, and the like. What are you doing? Do gods have alcoholics?" Phil Coulson couldn't help murmuring. Then he looked at the screen, his eyes suddenly widened. Dayton, downtown. A ray of thunder pierced through the flat ground, enveloping a blond man wearing a red cloak and silver armor descending from the sky. Like a spider web, the ground cracked several cracks, and a large hole visible to the naked eye appeared. And the man covered in lightning stood in the middle of the big pit. After drinking the beer in his hand, he raised his hammer and swooped towards Hulk and Abomination, who were wrestling together. Boom! The thunder was deafening. Hate that huge amounts of body was split into scorched black in an instant, and like a stripped cannonball, it fell hard into the ruins. This made Hulk, who was originally at a huge disadvantage, stand up in an instant, culling towards the Abomination with almost no hesitation. What the F***K, are you more excited than me? Thor glanced at Hulk and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. When did the Earth have such a ferocious existence? This guy's strength seems to be comparable to his own. Do not care, let's get that laugh-ate first. Thor jumped up from the ground suddenly, Mjolnir sounded thunderous in his hand, and slashed at the Abomination in the ruins again. Now, even if the hatred can be carried, it cannot be restrained. The combination of Thor and Hulk is like a nuclear weapon. Thor is the god of war in Asgard. He has fought for hundreds of years and is exaggerated with rich experience. Moreover, he still has Mjolnir in his hand and he can summon thunder and lightning at any time. Hate can only be a ghost. Roar. The Hulk growled again. The reporters located above the city of Dayton recorded the voice completely and even broadcast Thor's appearance live in seconds. In the villa in Massa City, Feng and White Queen looked at Thor who suddenly fell from the sky and they were a little surprised. Feng never imagined that Thor would be the person sent by S.H.I.E.L.D to solve the trouble in the end. He never thought that Thor would choose to work for S.H.I.E.L.D earlier than Stark. Logically speaking, shouldn't Thor at this time be still dealing with the troubles caused by Reality Gem in Asgard? Although the timeline has not changed, the progress has been accelerated. Feng clenched the Coke bottle slightly with his fingers. He didn't get involved in the plot of the Hulk at all. Etc. He stepped in. He gave Banner $1 million to help him escape. Could it be? Feng didn't continue to think about it. He took a deep breath and decided to go to the bathroom to wake himself up. And what he didn't notice at all was the eyes of the White Queen sitting next to her turned emerald-like at the moment, and even her expression became cold. Her gaze was fixed on Thor on the TV, Mjolnir. I remember that only those of Asgard's royal blood can lift Mjolnir, and it once belonged to me. White Queen muttered to herself. As a female knight who once followed Odin to conquer the 9 realms, she has used the most suitable weapon, which is neither a spear nor a shield. Rather, Mjolnir made for her by an Asgard executioner. Now this hammer actually appeared on the earth. No matter how stupid she is, she understands what this means. Odin, Lord of the Gods, may have discovered her hiding on Earth. Thinking of this, White Queen's heart felt restless. Seeing the Asgardians on Earth is not good news. Asgardians and Asgardians have a blood connection. Once one party is too close to the other, they can perceive the existence of the other party. This indicates that he may be exposed at any time. Should I confess to him? In the heart of White Queen at this moment, another existence that does not belong to her is whispering to herself. With Thor joining the frontal battlefield, the Abomination was completely suppressed by Hulk, and there was no possibility of retaliation. Although Thor didn't put his heart and soul into it, he still stood beside Hulk for the top red wine promised by Nick Fury, and occasionally shocked the long lizard monster with a hammer that made him uncomfortable. Even though the scales on Hate's body can resist bullets and armor-piercing bullets, they can't resist natural lightning at all. Every time Thor struck, he twitched for more than 10 seconds. In the end, Thor just waved his hand casually, and Abomination would instinctively tremble. So under the blow of Mjolnir constantly, the Abomination almost completely lost the resistance ability. Until Thor felt a little tired, he sent the Abomination away with a hammer. The disaster just subsided like that. The city center of Dayton has become a ruin full of bones. But fortunately, the number of deaths has been controlled within an acceptable range. As the dust on the battlefield gradually disappeared, the military personnel also surrounded them from the periphery step by step. After that, it's the finishing touches. Thor glanced at Hulk, whose chest was still heaving, nodded towards him, smiled provocatively, waved Mjolnir and disappeared in place. As if stimulated, Hulk roared helplessly in the direction he disappeared. The helicopter hovering over the sky gradually descended, and reporters from all over the world began to take pictures of the surrounding ruins. Not far away, General Ross, who was covered in cold sweat after learning that the hatred had been dealt with, also heaved a sigh of relief. But there was still a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. At the end of the day, the Abomination is a monster he created, only to be wiped out by the Hulk and the alien with the hammer. Doesn't this mean that his creation and hard work are worthless? Moreover, he had no idea where this guy who was carrying a hammer and was able to discharge electricity came from for reinforcements. As a general in the military, he had no idea that the United States had such a number one figure. But soon, the highest authority officer of S.H.I.E.L.D gave him a reply. The existence of Asgardians outside the Earth is no secret to the government of the United States. After learning of Thor's identity, General Ross fell silent in a rare way. He lost. Not only did he lose completely, but he even lost clearly. The impact of hatred has only just begun. On the second day after the incident ended, large-scale protests broke out across the United States, and even the so-called Lizard Animal Protection Association stood up and questioned what the government had done to the lizards. Definitely. These people don't know that guy is a special soldier. It's just that the genetic mutation makes him more like a lizard. Later, General Ross was also investigated by the United States Department of Defense for dereliction of duty and violation of discipline. The turmoil that ensued gradually unfolded as the Marvel Universe further recovered. The Mutant Association quickly noticed this matter, and Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, also paid attention to this scene. Everything is intertwined in the dark. But all this has no effect on Feng in the villa. Although Hulk specifically called to thank him after escaping the military's follow-up capture, he had no extra thoughts. This matter can be regarded as coming to an end. But just 2 days after the hate incident, another group of unexpected guests came to Feng's house. Cyclops, Wolverine. The reason why these two people arrived so late was to find out where Feng had gone. However, after inquiring for 2 full days, they found out that Feng had already returned home. So they came to the door immediately. After ringing the doorbell, Wolverine and Cyclops rang the villa's doorbell. Before coming, the two had already decided that if Feng refused to help them or provide information, they would not hesitate to do anything. No matter how powerful Feng's mental ability is, he can't resist the damage of the two, can he? Soon, Feng walked out from the manor. Since White Queen went to the hospital to accompany his birth mother very early, he happened to be the only one at home in the villa. When he saw these two guys at the door, he couldn't help but froze for a moment. "What are you doing, mutant again?" "Still looking for you, Feng, you should have seen us." Cyclops said bluntly, "If it's convenient for you, we want to ask you something." There was an obvious threatening attitude in his tone. Feng was not an idiot, so he naturally heard what Cyclops meant. He glanced at the indifferent Wolverine, waved to the two of them and let them enter the living room. "What's the matter? Just tell me." After the two entered the door, Feng waved to them, motioning for them to speak directly. "Jin is gone." Cyclops and Wolverine looked at each other and said coldly, "Professor X's mental power was also attacked again, and he fell into a coma. This must have something to do with you, right? Don't pretend not to know. Back then you worked on Professor X back in the Stark building, so we have legitimate reasons to suspect you." First, Feng raised a finger after hearing this and said calmly, "I am not a missing person search center here. If Chin is missing, you should call the police. Second, I have been busy with work these days. Even no one from Professor X has ever seen it. You said I made him faint. Did I do it with my mind? Show me some evidence and then talk." "You mean you don't want to admit it anymore?" Cyclops was also grumpy, and Dang even put his finger on his glasses. "I warned you, Feng, don't be disrespectful. If you cooperate with us, if you tell me everything you know, I promise you will be safe." Afterwards, Wolverine's claws also showed up. "Are you threatening me?" Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. "It's really a dog's skin plaster and it can't be shaken off." "No, it's a warning." Cyclops sneered, took off his glasses suddenly, and planned to stand on the sofa next to Feng to prove his skills. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment he took off his glasses, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky, and at the same time, a killing intent seeped from the cold void, completely enveloped the surroundings. A cold snort sounded. Sitting on the sofa, Feng raised his legs, and behind him appeared an extremely tall giant figure. Holding a long axe and wearing golden armor, the giant stared straight at Cyclops and Wolverine with eyes that seemed to contain thousands of stars. "Dare to come to my villa and threaten me, you two are really brave. I repeat, I don't have any thoughts about you mutants, but if I wanted to, I could easily kill all of you. Remember, it's everyone, no matter Alpha or Omega. In my eyes, they are all ants that can be easily crushed." The words fell. Cyclops and Wolverine instantly collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely, and Feng on the sofa, like an ordinary person, picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip. "You. Who are you?" Cyclops looked terrified, looked at Feng and questioned. "Me, I am Feng." Feng responded lightly. "No, you're not an ordinary person and you're not a mutant." Cyclops swallowed. "You are like a demon, aren't you? Devil." Feng couldn't help laughing. If the Steppenwolf template in his body could be considered a demon, then it was indeed a demon. At this time, facing Feng's indifference, Cyclops suddenly knelt down, lowered his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Feng, I apologize for the offense just now. Since you are so powerful, can you please do the mutant group a favor? If you disagree, I'll just kneel here and won't leave. Kneel here and don't go away." Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this. What? Playing tricks if you can't beat it. Have you ever played like this? Looking at Li Feng's unmoved appearance, Wolverine also began to feel hesitation in her heart. Do you want to kneel down too? However, what Li Feng said next made him dispel this idea instantly. You guys, have you heard of apocalypse? This sentence made Wolverine's face darken. He didn't know what Li Feng meant by mentioning the name. If anyone in the mutant gang has lived the longest, it should be Logan without a doubt. So Logan actually knows a lot about apocalypse. With the emergence of Magneto, the secret of apocalypse is no longer a secret. But for those mutants who grew up under Professor X's umbrella, that's too far away. At the moment, Cyclops kneeling on the ground obviously didn't understand what was going on, but he could sense that the name was wrong, very wrong. Li Feng leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said lightly, "It seems that Mr. Logan has heard of it, but you sunglasses don't seem to know what it is, do you?" Cyclops looked up, looked at Wolverine, and asked, "Logan, tell me, what is it?" Wolverine stretched out her calloused fingers, pinched the center of her brows, her face became a little serious. She didn't answer Cyclops, but turned to look at Li Feng and asked, "That's just a legend, isn't it?" "Yes." Li Feng crossed his fingers and said flatly, "It's a legend. So what does it have to do with Qin's disappearance? You understand me?" Li Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, looked at the manor outside the door, and said softly, "Mutants' winter is coming. The apocalypse has arrived. Jean Grey will be the key figure in determining the final direction. Who do you think will take her away?" Hearing this, Wolverine clenched her fists tightly, every inch of skin on her body tensed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who the hell are you?" "Me, I'm just a second-rate director who makes movies." Li Feng shrugged and narrowed his eyes. "I don't want to be involved in the battle of mutant. So I can tell you very clearly that Qin is not in my hands, Professor X. The coma has nothing to do with me. Everything you are doing now is blind and futile. If you can learn to be smarter, you should go to the old horse Eisenhart." Magneto. Cyclops asked urgently, "Mr. Li Feng, what do you mean Magneto took Qin away?" "No, it's apocalypse." Wolverine took a deep breath and said, "Apocalypse has arrived, mutant winter has arrived, and we have to solve bigger troubles." After finishing speaking, he left towards the door without any hesitation. Cyclops froze on the spot and only realized after a few seconds, looked back at Li Feng and followed closely. Li Feng shook the cup in his hand, looked at the figures of the two people who were gradually going away, couldn't help squinting his eyes, and began to think. If he guessed correctly, at this point in time, the X-Men should be experiencing the plot of reversing the future. But the emergence of Apocalypse undoubtedly accelerated the progress of the mutant plot. The disappearance of the violin, Professor X's coma. These antecedents that herald the imminent demise of mutant are all involved in Li Feng in Invisible. Although he was not interested in it from the beginning to the end and had no intention of intervening, maybe Professor X will know something. An idea suddenly popped up in Li Feng's mind. He slowly closed his eyes and the cup in his hand came to a standstill, and then the air in the entire room passed and it was also frozen at this moment. A slight ripple sounded. The surrounding scenes began to change, and countless stars floated out of thin air. As if going back in time, Li Feng turned into a translucent phantom, which disappeared into the living room of the villa instantly based on the speed of light. At the same time, mutant school in Professor X's room. At the moments Professor X was lying on the bed with a pale face, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was shaking constantly. In his spiritual world, there is a cloud of black mist that keeps haunting him, preventing him from waking up and returning to the real world. But soon, everything settled down. No one noticed that a group of translucent figures drilled out of the void entered his brain through some means. Li Feng put his hands in his pockets, glanced at the figure not far away surrounded by a cloud of black mist, and called softly, "Charles?" No respond. He looked around, and this place was indeed the spiritual world of Professor X, but he clearly felt that there was an extra force stirring this place into a mess. All the chaotic memories are floating around in this extremely dark space, like the fragments of a porcelain bowl after being thrown on the ground, messy. Li Feng was not in a hurry to wake up Professor X. His purpose of coming here was to find some answers he wanted to find. But just then, the black mist enveloping Professor X's mental body swept towards Li Feng crazily as if he had been stimulated by some kind. Court death. Li Feng snorted coldly, raised his right hand and waved lightly. Laugh. When the black mist was about to touch his spiritual body, it was instantly bounced away by an invisible force. But Li Feng frowned. It hasn't been erased. What is the origin of this black mist? When he was puzzled, the black mist that was almost dispersed slowly condensed into a human figure whose face could not be seen clearly. Li Feng squinted his eyes looking at this figure, his murderous intent gradually rose. Jai jai jai. The figure seemed to have noticed something, let out a strange laugh and said in a hollow voice, "What do I see from you? Illusion, ancient times, doom, power, eternal life, you are simply too perfect. Perfect to me, can't wait to get your body." Li Feng rolled his eyes. "Get my body, I'm not gay," he said helplessly. The figure stood there for 2 seconds and then the strange voice came up again. "What is F asterisk 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 G, Li Feng? Jai jai jai." The figure let out a few more strange laughs, walked a few steps around Li Feng as if looking at something and said at the same time, "You want to help him, this guy named Charles." "I don't want to." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I just want to see who is playing tricks. Now I see it." "Oh," the human figure said, "don't you want to save this guy's life? If you don't stop me, I will soon occupy this body, and he will be controlled by me and obey all my orders. None of my business." Li Feng couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense. He suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the figure's neck, and the power in his body gushed out crazily. A terrifying spiritual force wrapped the black figure tightly. He said, "I warn you, Apocalypse, you are not qualified to get my body. If you play this little trick again to involve me, I promise to find you and then tear you to shreds. Do you understand?" The figure formed by the black mist trembled for 2 seconds, then still let out a strange laugh. With disdain, sarcasm, Li Feng raised his eyes expressionlessly. 2 seconds later, he sneered at the corner of his mouth. Moment. A turbulent mental storm swept around and formed a wind blade-like flow layer, which instantly filled the entire spiritual space of Professor X with a terrifying aura. And the black mist figure, whose neck was strangled by Li Feng with one hand, was cut crazily by the surrounding mental fragments bit by bit at the moment, so that it let out a piercing and ear-piercing scream. "I'm a person who doesn't like being threatened. Even if you lived for more than 3,000 years, in my eyes it is also an ant that can be easily crushed to death." Click, a storm rises. The black mist figure formed by the spiritual power of Apocalypse collapsed instantly and turned into a piece of powder. At the same time, in the city of Massa, in a mysterious basement, a figure covered in blue light seemed to have suffered an incomparable blow and suddenly spit out a mouthful of dark blue blood, and then smashed his whole body against the wall, with spider web-like cracks spreading to both sides, which was shocking. His empty eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? Spiritual power affects the real body? Apocalypse took a deep breath and it took a while to calm down. He lived for 3,000 years, though he slept most of the time. But during these sleeping hours, his mental power is growing day by day. In order to control Professor X, he kept part of his spiritual power in his brain, in order to control Professor X for his own use through his powerful spiritual power. But this guy named Li Feng not only easily captured his power, but even smashed everything with stronger spiritual power. This is simply impossible for Apocalypse. How could a young man who didn't even look 30 years old surpass the spiritual power he had accumulated for 3,000 years? It's incredible. In the mental space of Professor X, Li Feng raised his hand to disperse the surrounding black mist and walked to Professor X's spiritual body and looked down. The black mist surrounding his mental body has been dispersed by himself, but his mental body is still almost transparent. If he is one step late, Professor X will probably suffer trouble. Li Feng frowned and sighed. Although he didn't want to get involved, Apocalypse was so smart that he could think of using this method to get close to him. This is not a good sign. As for Professor X, even if he doesn't want to care about it, if this guy dies, those mutant children who haven't grown up probably won't have many days to live. The best result is to be arrested and do all kinds of things all day. Experiment, worst result. Nothing more than death. Definitely, for Li Feng, the death of Professor X has little to do with him. He just couldn't bear the sight of Apocalypse stalking him behind his back. Since Professor X taught him a lesson this time, I hope he can take care of himself. When Li Feng used the spiritual power of the Steppenwolf template earlier, Li Feng didn't hold back and the body of Apocalypse was naturally injured. Although it wouldn't kill him instantly, it would take time to recover. Anyway, if that guy dares to make trouble again, Li Feng will definitely solve this trouble for Mutant without any hesitation. After weighing in his heart, Li Feng made a decision. He intentionally injected a little power into Professor X's mental body to ensure that the old man would not fall into a coma again due to the loss of mental power after waking up, and then erase the memories that happened in his mental space. 2 minutes later, Li Feng left quietly, hiding his achievements and fame, and Professor X, who was lying on the bed, gradually woke up a few hours after he left. He rubbed his brain that was in severe pain and didn't understand what happened, but he could clearly recall the reason for his coma. Am I recovered? Professor X picked up a bottle of water on the table and poured it into his mouth. Li Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly came to his senses, and at the same time he let out a long breath. Everything in the room returned to normal. This was the first time he had used the Steppenwolf's spiritual power like this. Although some were not very skilled, this guy was worthy of being the military commander of the new Protoss, and he was simply incredibly powerful. The combination of mental attack and substantive attack may bring unexpected gains. Li Feng rubbed his chin and thought for a few seconds, then he didn't bother with this matter anymore. Now power is far less important to him than making money. Even if he has such a powerful Steppenwolf template, he won't be too busy to be a superhero. He glanced at his watch, it was still early, and he planned to find something to do for himself. At this time, news reports about the Dayton incident suddenly appeared on television. Li Feng's eyes couldn't help but brighten up, so he simply took a wave of enthusiasm and made the battle between Hulk and the Abomination into a movie. There will be more and more superheroes in the future. Movies of this type will definitely stimulate the market and bring about repercussions. Thinking of this, Li Feng sat at home and began to use his contacts to form a team, recruit actors, set salary, invite, and other work. For him, who has become a well-known director in Massa City, these things have long been extremely proficient. The investment for this film does not need to be huge, because it is the superhero film that Li Feng's Marvel Pictures initially tested the waters. If the response is not good, he does not need to worry about anything. After all, for director Li Feng, most of the time he is only responsible for paying the money, and the specific operation and work are left to professionals to take care of. Definitely, except for those more important films, he will personally see them. During this period of time, filming has provided him with a lot of income, so he is not short of money, and he is not particularly eager to make money. He just wants to find something to do so as not to be too boring. This is also related to Li Feng's situation, who made him marry early. You have to support your family, your wife. If he didn't meet the White Queen when he traveled to the Marvel world, let alone the help of the system, then Li Feng's greatest possibility is to use his own understanding of the Marvel universe to go to S.H.I.E.L.D as an agent or an intelligence officer. But now that there is White Queen and the two are very affectionate, he should fulfill his responsibilities as a man. A few hours later, White Queen, who was with her mother in the hospital, also returned home. After the two lingered for a while, the White Queen ran to the kitchen to cook. And Li Feng, who has dealt with too many things recently, also plans to stay at home with White Queen for a few days with peace of mind. However, what makes Li Feng helpless is that troubles always come to him when he is bored. Didn't I tell you not to bother me again? Li Feng, who was about to have dinner with the White Queen, leaned against the door of the villa, looking helplessly at Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. He had already made it very clear to Nick Fury, telling the S.H.I.E.L.D people not to bother him anymore, but instead of listening, this woman didn't listen, but she didn't invite it. Mr. Yi Feng, I have something to trouble you. It has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D, but it has to do with your wife. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, with a distressed look on her face, as if she had some difficulties and she hesitated to speak. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's expression, Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew about the White Queen being a mutant. If the purpose of Natasha Romanoff's coming here was indeed because of the White Queen, then he couldn't just sit idly by. Speak just at the door. Li Feng said softly, but he didn't make his words too serious. Natasha Romanoff wouldn't have risked a fight with herself if it was easy or effortless. So, things should be more troublesome than I imagined. Natasha Romanoff didn't try to guess what Li Feng was thinking. She was relieved on the surface when she heard that he was willing to let her speak. Then, Natasha Romanoff spoke slowly. It wasn't the White Queen that had the accident, but the White Queen's father. Because the underground world of Massa City has been changing very much and frequently recently, White Queen's father's business has been affected and even been robbed for some reasons. This has caused a great loss to the face of Massa City's father. Stop loss using some unclean means. This is a very common practice for businessmen, but the trouble is that White Queen's father was kidnapped last night, and the kidnapper is likely to be mutant. Now Massa City has gathered a large number of mutants. They have absolute hatred for human beings. Coupled with the status of the richest man in Massa City, once they fall into their hands, the fate will definitely not be so good. This matter is neither big nor small, but since it involves Li Feng, Natasha Romanoff notified him immediately. and said that S.H.I.E.L.D has detected the specific location and can take him to the rescue. Feng had actually imagined this kind of thing in his heart. With the awakening of the Marvel world, people around him would definitely encounter some troubles, but he didn't expect that there would be people in Massa City who would dare to do this. However, Feng did not fully believe it and even began to have some doubts in his heart. My old father-in-law is indeed an ordinary person, but he is rich and powerful. How could he not hire some mutant bodyguards to protect him? Unless some alpha-level or omega-level mutant took action himself, he wouldn't have been kidnapped so easily, right? And what Natasha Romanoff meant behind the scenes was that she wanted Feng to go out with her, which was also very unusual. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be S.H.I.E.L.D who, in order to please Feng, would directly act first and then play to save his father-in-law, so wouldn't Feng owe them a favor? Could it be that? Feng couldn't help squinting his eyes. Another possibility came to his mind. How on earth does Apocalypse know it exists? No doubt, there is only one possibility, Magneto. However, if Feng remembers correctly, Magneto should have a mutant named Mystique under his command. Thinking of this, Feng's eyes turned cold and he sneered even more in his heart. He pretended to be calm and fixed Natasha Romanoff with scrutiny. Soon, the latter became a little uncomfortable, his eyes slightly dodged. This kind of demeanor should not appear on a S.H.I.E.L.D 10th level agent. Understood, then take me there and I will save my father-in-law now. Feng smiled and said to the fake Natasha Romanoff in front of him. He walked back to the villa and greeted White Queen, saying that suddenly a business friend came to meet and wanted to go out, but he didn't tell him the truth. He then left the villa with Natasha Romanoff. Since Magneto and Apocalypse approached him so deliberately and came up with such an appropriate reason, he also gave each other a face and went to see what tricks these mutants were planning to play. By the way, these troubles can be solved at one time, saving troubles in the future. Seeing Feng drive away in the car, White Queen's eyes gradually turned cold. Feng has been sticking to her for the past few days and she has no time to do other things. Now that Feng took the time to leave, she happened to investigate something. S.H.I.E.L.D Asgard, mutant, these things that may destroy the harmony between her and Feng's family. 2 seconds later, the White Queen turned into a phantom and disappeared into the manor. Just as Feng and White Queen left the villa, Nick Fury, sitting at the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, fell into deep thought. He's been struggling lately, very tangled. There is no other reason. Thor was unwilling to work for S.H.I.E.L.D after that shot. In that guy's words, why let you guys re for nothing? Thor is reluctant to join S.H.I.E.L.D unless Thor's sister is found soon. Such a powerful god, Nick Fury naturally didn't want to let it go. With the help of the light on the desktop, he looked at the documents in front of him, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of helplessness. The information is all the information related to White Queen that can be found, which also makes Nick Fury firm in one thing. White Queen is definitely not an ordinary person. It is even possible to be a symbiont with the god called Hela. This kind of life form is very rare in the data records of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's entanglement also stems from this. Knowing that Thor's sister Hela is inside the White Queen's body, should he touch it or not? If he made contact, what identity did he use to make contact? The whole world knows him like this. Moreover, what reason did he have to use to hide from Feng and contact the White Queen? That rascal. This is no ordinary wife-protecting wife. If they don't get in touch, Thor will do it himself sooner or later. If he fights with Feng at that time, it is estimated that the United States will suffer again. Nick Fury knew he had to avoid that. After thinking carefully for a long time, he frowned and murmured, "If I am bold and tell Feng this secret, will I gain his trust? The consequences of doing this are too great. If it fails, the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D and Feng will have no room for redemption. But if you don't, the result is not much better." As for the relationship between Feng and White Queen, Nick Fury is completely out of ideas. Originally, he wanted to use Natasha Romanoff, a goddess-level agent who is proficient in all kinds of temptations, to seduce Feng, but now it seems that that guy doesn't accept this trick at all. And he was also afraid that if the White Queen found out about his provocation of Feng and his wife, his fate would be miserable. Thor's strength is so strong, how weak is his sister's strength? To try to get close to such a powerful god, even Nick Fury feels a lot of pressure. Forget it, just confess to Feng. Nick Fury took a deep breath, cleaned up the table, and was about to stand up and go to Feng's villa, but at this moment the hairs on his face stood on his head, because in front of him a figure appeared. This figure was pretty but full of murderous intent. At this moment the air became quiet. Nick Fury even heard his own heartbeat. He dared not move, not at all. Because the eyes of the woman in front of him were shining with an emerald green light, enveloping him from top to bottom. The breath of death filled the entire room. Yes, it was the White Queen who had slipped past all the security systems to Nick Fury's office. Or the god of death, Hela. Hela took over the White Queen's body, looked at the one-eyed dragon in front of her coldly, and released her own oppressive force without leaving any trace. Hello, death god of Asgard. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice. His intuition over the years told him that if he didn't speak to this woman again, she might wipe his neck directly. You know me. Hela didn't care about Nick Fury's fear but looked at the information on the table. The person on the information Hela is very familiar with, that is herself. This. Nick Fury showed a smile uglier than crying and explained helplessly, Miss Hela, your own brother has already come to your door. If S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't help him find you, he will use his hands to find you. Mjolnir smashed my workplace, so I was also coerced. So far, the best way is to tell the truth. But you can rest assured I don't intend to disturb your life, nor do I intend to know why you are in Li Feng's wife's body. Nick Fury knew exactly why Hela was here, so he said this right after. Why would an Asgard god hide in a human body? Obviously, she was avoiding something. At the same time, Nick Fury's brain was racing. He is thinking now, what should he do to save his life? Nick Fury doesn't know much about Hela's information. His only understanding is what he heard from Thor, she is a god. As for what this god has done, what abilities he has, and which one is stronger compared to Captain America, Iron Man, or the Hulk, he has nothing at all. So, without a doubt, if Nick Fury knew exactly what Hela was doing with Odin, maybe he will not worry about his own life safety, but worry about whether the Earth will exist because of this. You mean it, Thor? Hela's face was gloomy and her tone was cold, but she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person who came to the mortal world of the Earth is not Odin, but the useless younger brother. If Odin came in person, she would have to flee farther into the interstellar world. She actually couldn't bear Li Feng. Since entering the White Queen's body, she has gradually fallen in love with Li Feng. So, when Li Feng was threatened with a violent runaway, she and White Queen made a decision almost without hesitation to kill this overconfident guy. Now Nick Fury, who is also a threat to Li Feng, is in front of him. If she wanted to, she could crush the tall black man to death with one hand. For Hela, this kind of thing is as simple as everyday food. Nick Fury didn't know Hela was already thinking about killing herself. But Nick Fury knows one thing very well, that is, if he can't find a proper reason to let Hela let him go, he will probably die. Looking at Nick Fury, who was still trying to make excuses, Hela raised a finger coldly. Whoosh, a diamond blade emerged from the void and hovered over Nick Fury's head. How many people know that I'm in Emma's body? Hela asked in a murderous tone. Only me. Nick Fury was sweating coldly, but he still replied very calmly. To be honest, maybe I'll let you go. Hela looked at him coldly. The sharp blade was a little closer to Nick Fury's only remaining eye. Otherwise, I'll smash your last eyeball, make your life worse than death. Don't worry, as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, only I have this authority to see these materials. Nick Fury said in a trembling tone. For security reasons, I didn't disclose it to anyone, and even Thor didn't know the real for the truth. I just told him that you might be on someone from Earth. Hearing this, the killing intent in Hela's eyes faded a bit, and Nick Fury tried his best not to look at the ice crystal blade floating above his head and then said, also, Thor didn't tell me his purpose of coming to you. Then what? Hela didn't do anything for the time being. She planned to listen to what Nick Fury could turn up. You should have seen the battle in Dayton. Nick Fury swallowed and said in a deep voice, I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. My mission is to protect the Earth. Thor, as the god of Asgard, has such a powerful force, I will definitely recruit him. Between you gods and gods, you should understand how important it is to expand your own strength and protect your homeland. Therefore, I promise to help him find you, and the condition is that he joins S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why we investigated you, so you can rest assured that we Earthlings don't have any malice towards the gods of Asgard. On the contrary, we respect powerful people such as you. Nick Fury clearly knew that apologizing at this time was useless. Apologizing and begging for mercy when you are about to die will not increase your chances of surviving one iota. On the contrary, they will die even worse. What can really keep you alive is to prove the value of your own life. Valuable people deserve to live. This is Nick Fury's experience as an agent for decades. Seeing that Hela remained silent, he continued, Miss Hela, I don't think Mr. Li Feng is aware of your existence, and you must be worried about it. I can assure you that I will not tell Thor anything related to you. Regarding the whereabouts, let him know that you are by Li Feng's side, and you certainly don't want to see your younger brother fighting with your husband, right? After hearing Nick Fury's words, Hela's beautiful eyes wrinkled. This is indeed a problem. As a god with the blood of Asgard, she and Thor can communicate with each other. As long as the two parties use their own power, a vision will appear at the moment of resonance. If Thor really fights with Li Feng, she will choose to help Li Feng without any hesitation. But she is only a soul body now, and her strength has long been inferior to before. If Thor really intends to kill the unarmed Li Feng, she can't guarantee that she will be able to stop it. After all, Thor has Mjolnir in his possession. Seeing Hela's thoughtful look, Nick Fury knew that his chance of survival was coming. He hurriedly said, "And I will spend my whole life keeping this secret for you until you agree to tell me. As a condition, I can use all the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to hide your existence. You should understand the strength and heritage of S.H.I.E.L.D. on this earth. Not even the gods of Asgard will find you if we want to." Nick Fury sees death as home. He has shown all his sincerity. Assuming Hela still doesn't agree, he has no other choice. But what he was sure of was that Hela didn't seem to want to kill herself anymore. Because to do that, she would have to use her powers, and if Thor was nearby, she might be exposed. Hela frowned, playing with the diamond-sharp blade in her hand. Her eyes began to weigh. In the face of Asgard, Hela is actually not afraid. Even if Asgard didn't send someone to find her, sooner or later she would trouble Asgard. It was Li Feng who really worried Hela. The more you care, the more you are afraid of losing. She loves Li Feng. White Queen also loves Li Feng. Hela doesn't want to expose her identity until she can't confirm whether Li Feng can accept her existence. Although Li Feng will know the truth sooner or later, both Hela and White Queen hope that the truth will come as soon as possible. In that case, Li Feng will be mentally prepared. Looked at this way, the trade proposed by Nick Fury has some value. Nick Fury, I am the goddess of death in Asgard, the king who followed Odin to conquer the 9 realms. There are no less than 1,000,000 souls from the god realm who died under my blade. Remember what you said. If you dare to go back on your word, I will risk the dignity of the gods and peel off your skin bit by bit, a blood sacrifice. Do you understand? The last word falls. Countless sharp blades floated up, covering every part of Nick Fury. Listen, I understand. Nick Fury answered quickly while his whole body was tense. Next second, there was a flash of green light in the room and then everything disappeared. Hela also left the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. She largely agrees with Nick Fury. Nick Fury will continue to hide her identity and will not let Thor find her easily. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do that, Hela won't give Nick Fury a chance to speak again. After confirming that there were no daggers floating around him, Nick Fury's tense body gradually relaxed. It wasn't until this time that Nick Fury realized that his back was already wet with cold sweat. Panting heavily, he fell on the sofa with a serious expression on his face. The killing intent on Hela was the most powerful among all the women he had ever seen. Even when Hela uttered the last few threatening words to him, he could hear the faint sound of burning sounds all around. This is a scene that only appears when the gods swear. Is this the goddess of Asgard? Have slaughtered 1,000,000 gods? If such a powerful existence wants to come to the earth, then in their eyes, more than 1,000,000,000 human beings are like ants who can be crushed to death at will. Fortunately, this threat has no special interest in destroying the earth. Otherwise, Nick Fury can only invite the alien that exists in his old key machine. Got to form Avengers ASAP. Nick Fury felt anxious. Originally, he planned to spend some more time grinding those arrogant guys, but now it seems that there is no time left. Thor's arrival had already shocked him a lot. Suppose there is a more powerful existence outside of the Earth. Human beings must have a little bit of power to fight back when facing them, and only S.H.I.E.L.D. can achieve this condition. After leaving the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Hela stepped on a huge amounts of sharp blade and quickly shuttled through the clouds. The cold wind and frost condensation had no effect on her. 10 minutes later, Hela didn't return to the villa but landed in a seemingly remote manor. There is a 2-story wooden house inside, and there are some disturbing drinking and noises from time to time. There is even a certain female indescribable voice. Emma, are you sure this is one of Magneto's strongholds? Standing outside the manor, Hela asked the White Queen in her heart. Yes, I used to stay here. The people hiding here are all mutants wanted by X-Men. They used to kill children and old people. The White Queen's crisp voice responded, it's time to teach them a lesson. Hela sneered, turned into a green light and flickered towards the manor. Tens of seconds later, the light of blood sprinkled every corner of the wooden house. Unlike Nick Fury, Hela and White Queen didn't give these mutants a chance to beg for mercy, and even let them lose their lives without reacting. Although there are more than 20 mutants in the wooden house, there are various variant abilities. Placed elsewhere, this is a force not to be underestimated. But in front of Hela and White Queen, these people are no different from Xia o Xiami. From Hela's start to the end, within 10 seconds, mutant was completely wiped out. In the memory of the White Queen, these mutants were all recruited by Magneto through extreme means. One day in the future, they will kill human beings without mercy. Therefore, Hela did not hold back. Her real purpose is to warn Magneto not to try to get close to Feng. As for whether that guy appreciates it or not, that's another story. It was late at night, exactly 11 o'clock. After Natasha Romanoff left Massa and arrived at a certain suburb on the highway, Feng got off the car with her. It is close to the slums, and there are high-rise buildings that have been built and demolished everywhere. There is a touch of desolation in the air. It is a relatively rare suburb outside the bustling city of Massa. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff put her finger in front of her mouth and said softly, "There on the basement floor, we'll sneak in through the entrance of the underground garage. There will be mutant patrolling outside, so be careful." Feng nodded, deliberately lowered his body, and walked towards the dark entrance of the underground garage. No one noticed that there was a murderous intent in his eyes. Just when the two walked in along the slope entrance of the underground garage, whoosh, in the garage, a dazzling light suddenly lit up. Feng suddenly felt that his whole body was being clamped by thick steel. After he regained his sight, the entire underground garage was already filled with all kinds of mutants, adding up to more than 100, almost filling the surrounding area with water. In front of these mutants, a middle-aged man wearing a red cloak and a metal helmet floated out of nowhere, looking down at Feng with a deep sharpness in his eyes. When Feng saw this guy's face, he recognized him instantly. Magneto. And behind this guy, a palpitating black mist was quietly floating. "Oh, there are quite a lot of people." Feng greeted them with a smile, without much panic on his face. Are you Feng?" Magneto, who was suspended in the air, slowly landed in front of Feng with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand towards him and said, "My subordinates told me that you are very powerful, and I have always liked and powerful you. People to be friends with, this calm posture as if everything is under control. Really?" Feng sneered, not intending to shake hands with him, and asked instead, "But your ostentation, it doesn't seem like you want to make friends with me but want to fight with me." As soon as this sentence came out, a look of surprise flashed in Magneto's eyes. Why does this guy in front of him look so calm? You know, this underground garage is home to nearly 1/3 of all the mutant groups in Massa City, and each of them has more or less blood on their hands. And he was Magneto, who was once listed as an S-rank wanted criminal by the entire United States military region. Feng has no reason not to be afraid, right? Thinking of this, Magneto glanced at Mystique behind Feng, as if asking what was going on. Mystique shook her head. Nothing happened along the way, it went smoothly. At the moment, Mystique has dropped her disguise and is no longer Natasha Romanoff. Feng had guessed her identity a long time ago, so he didn't bother to take care of her. At this time, a sneer suddenly sounded from the crowd. Fighting in groups also depends on whether you have the qualifications. Do you really think you are invincible? Do you believe that as long as our boss wants to, he can crush you an ant with one hand? Ridicule, disdain. Feng raised his head expressionlessly and looked somewhere. Angel and Griffin stepped out of the crowd and stood behind Magneto with crazy sneers on their faces. "It's you two trash." Feng smiled and shook his head. His mood didn't fluctuate. When Magneto saw this scene, he became even more puzzled. He had to admit that Feng's calmness was indeed a little too much. This guy didn't seem to pay much attention to the murderous mutants around him. This made Magneto's eyes gradually turn cold. But he was not in a hurry but smiled at Feng and said, "Mr. Feng, I know that I have married Emma and you are very affectionate, but you should not know that Emma was once in my house. The men stayed for a while and murdered many innocent people under my orders. What do you want to say?" Feng smiled. "My subordinates told me that you are also a powerful mutant. As I said just now, as the president of the Mutant Brotherhood, I like to make friends with powerful people." Magneto bowed towards Feng in a gentlemanly manner, laughing said, "If you are willing to join my camp. And regard all the guys in this world who regard mutants as aliens, as enemies, fight to eliminate the discrimination between humans and mutants. And even use your influence among humans, speak up for mutant and support mutant to rule this country. I will thank you and give you more power. How about it?" Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but sneer. Good guy, don't you just want him to come in as a thug? What kind of discrimination is eliminated? To put it bluntly, isn't it because of Li Feng's strength? Sorry, I'm not interested in your proposal. Li Feng refused without any hesitation with an indifferent expression on his face. Also, don't you think it's rude to seal my limbs with so many steel blocks? He doesn't even want to go to S.H.I.E.L.D, maybe mutant brotherhood. Hearing this, the smile and sincerity on Magneto's face also disappeared bit by bit, and there was a bit of murderous intent in his eyes, and he said hoarsely, Mr. Li Feng, I hope you will think carefully before answering me. I know you are very powerful, but you are nothing in front of me if you refuse to join us. I think you may not even be able to get out of this underground garage. How about it, do you want to gamble? The voice fell. Crazy roars erupted throughout the underground garage. I'm going to peel off this guy's skin. I want to devour his flesh and blood, every inch of him. Very noisy. Look. Magneto sneered, not shying away from the killing intent on his face. These people are all my believers. As long as I say a word, they will rush towards you. Then they peel off your skin bit by bit. Let you experience what it means to reject my punishment. Yes, take a gamble, Magneto asked again. The entire underground garage was filled with chilling, killing intent. No doubt, assuming that Li Feng is just an ordinary person, he can only end up in two ways. Or join Magneto's camp and finally be killed by the X-Men and die with regret. Or resist as a human being and be flayed alive by these mutants. Unfortunately, Li Feng is not an ordinary person. He sighed faintly and said to the air, I said it a long time ago, you guys never understand what fear is, so you provoke me again and again, my patience. It's been consumed by you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.